Everybody, hope all's good. Alright, so as mentioned, it'll be 3, 2, 1, go, and that'll be time to start. Alright, so first things first, you have a bit of cutscene stuff to skip by. Nothing major or fancy, at least to start with. Right, before I actually move on forward to the next screen, just to talk about one of the main mechanics for movement base in general is risky shuffle. Risky shuffling when you're in pirate mode, well, even in normal mode, but you got to get the boots first. Pirate mode, you start off with all the pirate master's equipment straight off the bat, so all your upgrades are there straight away. We don't need to at least worry about them. So thankfully, you can just continue to mess them up throughout your run to be able to keep things going forward and fluid. But the risky shuffle itself, how it works is you're supposed to go in a straight line for a amount of time before you see that shade of light to be able to move on. The idea behind the risky shuffle itself is by manipulating your controller. Unfortunately, I've got my camera inverted, so it's going to be a bit awkward to show it in that vein. But the idea is to use both your analog and your D-pad at the same time. Right direction will always override left. So pretty much you're holding left whilst tapping right on either the analog or the D-pad, depends on which way you go by. I mean, you could hold left on the analog and tap right on the D-pad if you wish, but either way, it's pretty much, that makes the game believe that you're running in a continuous line, essentially, so you're able to store a charge up before advancing forward. Now, I mention that now because that's going to be used throughout this entirety of the run. So, off we go. Pretty much the opening area, you just want to make sure you don't connect with anything, for the most part. There's only certain enemies that you're going to want to take on or take out to try and get some item potential. If you want to hit more enemies for other item potentials or additional potential gems, of course that is down to your choice. If you want to do that, then the first screen is just charge forward and then you can just keep going. If you're aiming to avoid things, then again you just want to make sure you stay above stuff. I tend to go up and onto the first roof and then fly over. Whatever patterning you choose to use is completely down to you. Right, next screen I've got to be a bit careful here because usually you're supposed to keep moving forward because of that. As you can see on the edge of the screen, there's a grenader that is constantly shooting off. When you get to the screen you keep moving forward, that grenade will not be a problem. So you can just hold right, get your charge and go. Now, with this screen, depends on how many enemies you want to strike. I'll just fly over everything just to start with, just so you see what we've got. There's a couple of grenaders there, there's a black suited guard, a couple more here. I've got to watch myself out before, because I'll end up overshooting into the water. But pretty much it's entirely up to you how you want to go about this. If your aim is to avoid everything, then just aim to pretty much just try and miss everything in your tracks. Fire your cannons off in nice spaces, and you should be able to clear most things. For the opening part though, you will need to at least land once, as you would generally start over here. So once you start your dash and cannon up, you're not going to have enough cannon strikes within your inventory to be able to make a full-on glide right over to the right-hand side. So you need to pretty much space how you cannon. So you could go cannon there, land here, then you can float over, and then you should have enough cannon spacing to get yourself up and over. Now, I didn't want to hit that enemy because of the next bit I was going to show in terms of continuous, but if it's going to be any enemy, it's going to be that one. But that's just one way to go about it if you're aiming to not hit anything. Usually when you hit an enemy whilst in charge motion, it will cause a stun animation, which progressively gets shorter the more enemies you hit consecutively within a strike. So as long as you hit a full chain in one, it will only cost you a second to a second and a half a time, so it's not much of a major. Otherwise, if you're aiming to try and hit a few of these, the idea behind that is for potential major drops, such as a regular pipe ball, which is good for your opening, which is good for early game. A monster milk is certainly one of the main ones you want for the first boss, but the odds of that are pretty slim. It's like a 1 or 2% chance of you ever hitting that. But again, it can happen, but they're mainly from the black suited guards, which there's 2 on this screen. Otherwise, you've got the grenaders. If you want to go for them, you can potentially get 5 gem drops, which can help you in terms of your cash flow, or even picking up an item early which will save you not much time, but still a little bit of time saved there, essentially. Hey Moni, hey Zero, welcome to stream, doing well guys, tutorial hyper, yeah, well, gotta try. Get this done and dusted and ready in time for the tournament. I mean, obviously we've got several months for that, but I'll still get it out sooner rather than later. But if you're gonna try and hit the enemies, the first one is a bit, well, this one you wouldn't usually go for. It's that one you may try and go for, but the timing of it is a little awkward. And you may end up, if you go too early, hitting the wall and losing time. Obviously, if you go too soon, you may kill him and not get his drop, or if he has a drop, or you may overshoot him. So he's a bit tighter to actually get. So I would say, in general, to start with, don't worry about him so much. As for the others, it's more down to the timing of your jumps. Landing and hitting the first black suited guard, just keep going forward, jump and hover over the next to hit the next black suited guard. Once you've hit him, what you're going to try and do is a jump with a cannon, I believe, if I remember rightly. Jump with a tap cannon, slight glide to land on top of the next guard, and then you just got to let yourself go off the edge slide before jumping over to the next. So hopefully, if I can do it, straight over, go for him, hope for a drop over there, tap, glide, try and hit him, let yourself fly over, you'll be able to land on there, run straight off to hit that guard. So essentially, you can get 3 grenaders, 2 black suited guards, relatively consistently with a bit of timing and practice. Of course, that's not as easy as it looks, but with a bit of movement practice, you can get used to that. Otherwise, you just mix and match, depends on which enemies you want to go for. I would suggest at least, in general, go for the black suited guards for that potential Super Monster Milk drop, which could save you a good amount of time early on. Right, next screen. Pretty much you just want to go straight up, and you're going upwards, but you'd be dashing in, so you jump straight up here, then you want to just cannon up to the right, well, in a straight line. Now, I'm keeping myself over here for a reason. Once you get onto the second floor, if you really want extra gems, there is a guaranteed 5 gem in that pot, if you so choose to grab it. Otherwise, you want to aim, if you're going to ignore it, you want to aim for your position around here because of this guard just above you. Because if you stay to the right and try and go over, he's going to have turned around and he may shoot you, knock you down. Or he could, if you're lucky, shoot you into the loan zone. But the idea is to go 1, 2, hope he's shooting to the right, and then you're into the next screen. Again, right, for this one you want to keep moving forward, mainly to avoid that. But because obviously I stopped, I got hit. I can guarantee you, usually if you just run into the screen and just keep moving, you won't have to worry about that trajectory. Right, staying up high, so you can get in here, and then onto here. Now again, because of that first shot that happens, if you went forward straight away, you'll end up getting hit and losing any stun charge. So you can either do what you can either delay and wait for that first shot to go before moving, or you can do a quick shuffle. Like, well, not like that, but you can do like a quick back and forth. So as you're going forward, you just go like that, pretty much, and you should evade that shot, or evade that first little bit of spread. Then the rest is straightforward. Now, you can either just hover over everything, but generally I'd go with strong jumps to land on here, so I can hit these pots, and then jump straight again and move forward. The reason I go for them is, again, there's another guaranteed 5. So that's more gems to go on your inventory. Right, so it depends on which strategy you want to go with. For the first boss of the run, you don't need your pipe ball necessarily to beat him, but it's generally more wise to do it. It makes it a bit more comfortable to get through without having a 4th cycle to deal with. On top of that, if you have a monster milk with you, you're going to need that pipe ball active for the fight to be able to score enough damage to reduce cycles. But usually you'd activate your pipe ball as you're entering this loading zone. So as soon as you're in the screen, into your menu, select your pipe ball, then you'll go into there, break the bridge straight away. Otherwise you'd have to jump and scimitar onto either one of the side bombs. Then just keep holding your scimitar just to fall through. Now, around here, just where that alcove starts, unfortunately my pipe ball's going to run out before I get to Ammo Baron, but around there is where you'll want to jump. And the only reason for that is literally because it just skips this little bit of cutscene. It's not much of a time save, but it's just that every little bit helps. So, using that as a guide to jump over. If you go too late, you could either activate it a bit too soon there, or in worst case scenarios, you'll activate it while you're actually mid-air and it'll force you to stop, move back, and then trigger it. Or, if you really don't want to use that guideline, you just come straight in and just cannon. Just give yourself a strong cannon jump straight over, and then move. There's another guard here that you can kill for potential gems if you want to, or you can keep moving forward to keep yourself in the air. There's one more black suited guard and potential gem drops here. And then you're on to the next part, which is Ammo Baron. So this will be your opening boss of the run. Now for whatever reason, I don't know why this is, but even when you're charging through this screen, it just loses your charge. So you just go charge straight in for the first boss fight, Ammo Baron. Right, I probably should have explained the phases a bit more rather than activating the fight straight away. But Ammo Baron can do one of three things. He can either charge you, he can fire off a black cannonball or a red cannonball. Now, before you can start doing any damage to him, you need the red cannonball to come out, hit that back, he'll fly off his tank, then you can start scoring damage. If you've got your pipe ball on, and it's still active for the fight, you don't need to worry about whipping him, and you're good. However, without a pipe ball, you've got to do it a little different. You've got to count about 7 strikes in, and then use cannon shots for your remaining 3, so you score at least 10 hits worth of 5 damage, to be able to get him to a point where you can finish him in 3 rounds rather than 4, basically. But because that pipe ball, if you've got the pipe ball and that's going around, you don't have to worry about the cannon striking, simply because that will do more than enough damage per cycle phase to be able to put him down. Within any given round, he can do 4 charges max. So if he starts charging, the most he can do is 4. Once he's done 4, he'll go straight into his cannon phase. In this case, he's gone to cannon in 2. So now I know there's going to be no cannon strike, no more charges for this phase until a red ball has been fired. When the black cannonballs come out, he can do one of, it can either be 2 black cannonballs, 1 cannonball, or it could be straight red, to be fair. But if he does go black cannonball, you can only do 2 in any round. So in this case, there's 1. There's 2, so I know the next one's going to be a red cannonball guaranteed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 3 cannon strikes up if you're not got a super pipe. If you're not got a pipe ball active, sorry. And I'd say because the idea of the cannon strike, because when it lands, it sort of spreads a bit, only in a small area. But after you get 8, 9, and the 10th one lands, he gets caught with that little bit of spread to be able to initiate 10 hits for 50 damage. With the pipe ball, you usually get 8 or 9 strikes, with the pipe ball hitting at least 2 or 3 times, so that will give you enough damage to continue. Round 2 is exactly the same. It could be whatever he chooses. He's chosen not to charge, so I don't have to worry about a charging phase. 1 cannonball. I miscounted. I've actually miscounted, so I don't know. No, he's gone into cannonball here, so I'm hoping I've done enough damage. If you've done enough damage for those 2 phases, he will never charge in phase 3. He will go straight to cannonball shots. Then hopefully, red ball. I did miscount. And I miscounted again, but that doesn't matter because he's already taken enough damage. I know he's not going to charge now. So unfortunately, that would have been a 4-rounder because I didn't count off properly. A saving intro, fuck me. That's not like me. So that's pretty much the idea, train of mind that you need to keep when it comes to Ammo Baron. Hey Melody, welcome to the stream, hope you're doing well. What do you mean it's an Oriole? Do you mean tutorial? Or just Oriole? I don't know. Anyway, maybe that or I'm just being a thick bastard. It could be one or the other. Right, so, as mentioned, it's generally 3 rounds. I don't have my pipe ball, so I've got to go with cannon strikes, so I've got to count them out, or make sure I count them out properly. Right, so he's going charges, so you can do 4 charges. There's 1. Okay, he's gone straight off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 3 cannon strikes in. Round 2, again 4 charges if he goes for the charge. 1, he's only done 1, so 2 black cannons or red. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 3 cannon strikes in. Now he won't charge this phase, and he's done. And that's sort of the mentality you need to keep into when going into wins. Just knowing if he charges, how many charges he can do. If he shoots a black cannonball, how many black cannonballs he can shoot before the red one comes out. As long as you keep that in mind, that sort of patterning, you pretty much know what he's going to do roughly at what point, and be able to strike accordingly to take him down. If you have the Monster Milk early start, you would need the pipe ball to do additional damage to bring him down to 2 phases rather than 3. And you need at least 9 strikes And that can be a problem sometimes because he has a habit where sometimes he will stand up at 8. If he does that, then unfortunately it's going to be a free rounder. But otherwise, you'd wait until you get the strike in with the red cannonball, activate your monster milk ready, and then go for it. And as long as you get the 9 strikes in, he won't charge in the next phase, and he'll go straight into his cannon phase, and then you can take him down as soon as the red cannonball comes out. If, for whatever reason, the red shot happens to hit you, it will reset him back to his beginning state, so he could charge you, or he could go straight into cannons, and again it becomes RNG based, and it's up to him then. Right, so long cutscene. Shout out to Trap Tub. Just because it's Trap Tub, you gotta shout out to Trap Tub. And this is your freebie Cacklebats. So as I mentioned at the start, you have 20 Cacklebats in the run that you need to destroy and collect in order to activate Pirate Master's true form and get the true ending of the game, as well as obviously completing this run under the criteria. Now each Cacklebat, well, certain Cacklebats may be done differently to others in terms of how you kill. In this case, because I'm not going in with a charge, I'm not too worried about. I'm just going to be doing this a little differently. You can start this fight by charging into him, by doing a quick risky shuffle. But otherwise, in general, the idea is walk up to him and hit him, he'll jump into the air. Follow his arc, get 3 strikes in, but you want to go 2 strikes and delay. The reason for that being is because if you go for 3, he'll land and then he'll stay on the ground until you strike again. So it'll be 4 strikes because of the amount of damage you've done at that point, which is, if I can count, that would be 5 strikes at 25 damage. When he hits 25 damage, he'll stay in the air and try and swoop in at you, and you want to evade. You want to try and evade that just because it means hovering in the air, pretty much. So the delay just keeps you within that cycle, and then when you do the next arch, you can go 4 strikes and done. So you go 1, 1, 2, delay 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. And that'll be Cacklebat down. That's actually that's slightly the fastest way of doing it. There's a couple of different ways you can do it, but there's not really much time difference. So, of course, improvise, find a way that works for you, and then you can go about it that way. If you want to go with the 4 strikes, and then you can just, if you go with the 4 strikes straight off the bat and make him hover, you can just hop up and just do like a double cannon strike like that with 2 hair whips to finish him off. It's only slightly slower. We're talking like half a second at the most. So again, down to preference on how you handle Cacklebat kills in general. Alright, starting off, you go straight for risky. The first thing you want to do is get into Sky's hatchery up here. You can just cannon straight up and go into the house. No problem. However, if you enter from under this platform here and slightly over to the left or right, by double upping on the door, you can actually cause it to do a quick entrance. In this case, I fucked it up, but obviously that's a normal door animation. That's a double up animation, so it just knocks off a little bit of time for that door. You need to get to Sky first opening because you need 2 things before you can exit out and start your adventure, so to speak. First is the library card which you get from Sky. The second one is a save, which you pretty much have no choice but to do. So, mandatory save for the win. I will at least just throw out there as an optional type thing, if you happen to have at least 30 gems plus from the opening, if you go for the additional guards to try and get the 30 gem count, you can sacrifice some time early to go into the shop and pick up a pirate flare to flare out of this island earlier than intended. But it will mean you'll have to keep in mind of a Cacklebat that you'll be leaving behind intentionally, and you have to put that back into the run somewhere. I will sort of show ideas of going about that. Obviously I won't be flaring out because I don't have enough for the flare, but that also means you're 30 gems less. So it all depends on your preference, and over the course of the entirety of the run, flaring out and going back to the Cacklebat later isn't a major time save. You're looking at upwards of 10, maybe 12 to 15 seconds at the very most. I mean, it is a time save, but dependent on how your run goes, that time save could be negated down. But it's just something to keep in mind. So yeah, once you've got both of those two things over, you can then speak to the guard. He will let you pass. This will be one of your first main risky shuffles to activate on. Scarecrow Fields, in general, you tend to try and hit every Scarecrow on your path. Mainly because even though it's slim chances of getting certain drops, they may drop something nice. In this case, I got a Lobster Tail, which will be useful to me in terms of animation skipping, which I'll explain a bit on afterwards. Again, if you want to float over everything to evade them and save yourself a second and a half, you can. But those Scarecrows have a chance of dropping anything from regular Pipe Balls, Lobster Tails, Monster Milks, or Super Pipe Balls. Now, the two you really want to see is Monster Milk or a Super Pipe Ball, but their percentage chances are pretty low. But it's just trying to get a couple of early decent items, which can help you save time early in the run, or it could just help you in general. To be fair, Super Pipe Ball, you can have that as an extra stock, or you can even keep that in mind as you won't need to buy a Super Pipe Ball from your first shop, which again I'll explain that first shop list when I get there. But there's just different ways of looking about how each item can represent, but just in rough estimates, that's pretty much it. Now, I've lost my charge intentionally there, but if you go for hitting everything, you'll have enough damage available to take out these orcs, rather than only being able to just knock him. Because damage, with each consecutive enemy you hit, you start with 15, and then it keeps adding 1 point of damage per enemy you hit in the consecutive phase. So by the time you get to these orcs, you will be able to do damage to them. Another reason why to go for the Scarecrows as well is because of this particular bit of wall blockage. It can be destroyed, but again, it's down to, because you've, well, in this case, if you haven't hit them, it will still have the stun lock damage effective there. So essentially, you lose no time if you take a low route. You can go up and over if you really want to save that time save, but again, it's preference. How do you do the charge? Charge can be done in one of two ways. It can either be the general aspect of walking in one straight line until you get that shine, or doing the risky shuffle, as mentioned at the beginning, by holding left on one direction and tapping right on another. You can cause the game to believe you're running in a line to trigger your dash. If you want additional gems, there is a few here. It will cost you quite a bit of time extra. It's like 14 to 15 seconds, I think. But around this point, you can drop through the floor. 2 shots that way. Absorb your gems. Smash into them. Absorb them gems. There's 40 gems under there, but it is a bit of a time consumption to go for them. But again, it's down to your preference. But otherwise, from the Scarecrow Fields onwards, you're usually going to be aiming to do a consecutive line, so you won't lose your dash at any point. So yeah, once that's done, first things first, Bolo wants a key, and you need 3 flesh pops in order to trigger that. Thanks to some advantage, there's a block here. Destroy with either the cannon, or you can just scimitar off, your choice. But thanks to something that, for whatever reason, happens here, when you get yourself trapped between the roof and an enemy like a snake, and it's usually only here, and using the scimitar, it'll act as though you're killing it multiple times. Now, these snakes have a 50% chance of dropping what you have after. They can only drop flesh pops. So with that 50-50 shot, getting the trap between the roof, because it kills them 3 times, it gives you the opportunity of getting 3 flesh pops. Unfortunately, I only got 1. That was a lucky meat chunklet. But I'm hoping to get 3 out of them 2 snakes. Thankfully, I do. In the event that you don't, you're going to have to take a bit of a detour by going over to the right. And then you've got a few snakes here that you can kill until you get what you need. Stop there, and then do another one of them. If you haven't already, if you got, like for example, you got 2 from the first room and you get 1 straight away from a snake here, you can stop and turn around and go. As long as you get 3 flesh pops, you're good. Before you leave though, this will be your next character back to the road. He's here in the sewers. So hopefully if you can get the double kill on the snakes and you get all your flesh pops here, you'll go straight into shuffling and going to the right across the floor. And that'll trigger this Cacklebat up here. The idea is to just sort of follow him and Depends on what he wants to do. Now the Cackleback can change its trajectory sometimes. I mean, you can whip him and he'll jump down as he did with me there. On that circumstance, you want to just jump up with him, try and get about 4 or 5 strikes in, then he'll go into hover, then you can just do continuous whips. Or if you want to use the method from the very first Cackleback again, you can follow him down, just intentionally only strike 2, delay and strike 3, and hope he jumps to the left. So if he jumps to the right, he's going to get caught here, and then all you can do is just keep whipping him, which will work as well. But he may sometimes jump over in the arc to the left side. Now, if he does that, then you'd certainly follow the first Cackleback kill by going with a 1-2, delay, and then follow him round as such. Right, so the Cackleback is down. You have to absorb him in before you can move on. Now, if you're not faffing around like I was then, if you get the kill, you can go straight to exiting and re-entering the screen. Now, exiting and re-entering the screen just eliminates the remaining animation of the Cackleback dying. So when you re-enter this screen, it'll already be the dark magic aura that is currently floating around. Then you can go straight to absorbing, and the general rule of thumb is an exit and entering, as long as the loading zone is close enough, is about a second time save per Cackleback. So, just again, a little bit of time saves that you can get. And a failed one shot, but you want to hit that switch and land onto here, or you can just jump onto here, shoot, and then move across. And then you can get your Treble Bro shot, which you need to pick up a progressive item earlier than intended. Thanks to pirate equipment, you can do things do certain things earlier than you're supposed to be able to. And cheers, kid, for the host. Appreciate it, buddy. All is good. So you have to talk to Bolo, give him your free flesh pops. That'll give you the roll gate key so you can progress the game. Now, again, I've mentioned about early pirate flare. So as I will mention this in general. If you're going with the early flare, then you'll do this next bit a little differently, but it's not really by much. If you're going with an early flare, you'd want to go up to the door and trigger it, enter, get what you've been in there for, come back out, get your item would generally be on this particular position, move yourself over to flare ready, and then you just come over here and you do something like that just to get over Squid Baron, because you want to get something from him. But that's only if you have an early flare and you intend on using it to exit the island, because once you've got the item from Squid Baron, you'll be flaring back to the beginning. Right, so otherwise, if not, we generally use this second lamp by the door as a guide to jumping over and hovering over to land by him. Again, it's up to you entirely how you approach it. You could just do multiple cannon strikes, get more height just to make sure that you don't fall into the sewers again. That can happen. But in general, you just want to get to him. He'll give you the squid oil, which you don't need on for at least 2 islands from now. So that'll be that. So then you just make your way over, trigger off the gate key. Then you can come in here and you get your first map, so you can enter Saliva Island, which is your next area, next objective. As you can tell, I'm not very good at talking. Just like, as long as this makes somewhat sense, hopefully we're doing good. Alright, so you make it in here, then you need to get the map from here, I think it's in the actual globe, but this ladder is pretty much the back end of the ladder, and your back foot is sort of the most leniency you have in terms of activating it. So you can go as close as you want or just stay about that distance, you'll be fine. Right, so you want to do another quick shuffle just so you can get your charge early. So again, it's just a small shuffle there. That'll keep your charge out. Right, so for non-flare users, if you haven't got yourself a flare at this point, you're now going to be making your way back to the beginning area where Risky and Sky and Co are. So you can set up for your first shop and get yourself some freebie gems, which is always nice. But there's also one more Cackleback along the way to gather. So you start off with your dash and make your way across. If you have a spare pipe ball on your person, you could activate that to kill the orcs, because as I mentioned earlier, the orcs have about 20 health. Your dash in general, because you've not got any consecutive hits, would only do 15. The pipe ball will do the last 5. So if you have a spare pipe ball and you want to get a couple more potential drops, you can trigger your pipe ball at this point and then continue on. But in this case I don't have it. The next cackleback can be done in one of two ways. You can either hop onto there or get onto this branch essentially. I mean, this is sort of a backup way of doing it if you don't feel comfortable doing it the more intended way. But you can basically get yourself to this branch, do yourself a risky shuffle, and then you can sort of like hover your way up. Just make sure you stay high so you get into this loading zone to where the cackleback is. And because you're already charging, you can go straight into the cackleback to score 15 damage straight off the bat. There is a chance though the cackleback may just decide to bite, and that will alter how you go about it. But essentially, hit him with the dash and then just pelt the living hell out of him. If he jumps, I'll show you what I would generally do with him in that circumstance to get the kill. And it'll be a mishmash of the dash, several hair whips, and cannon strikes. Mainly just so he doesn't jump up and stay in the air. But again, you can just keep whipping him, go and then jump up in the air and finish him off that way. The intended way is a bit tighter to go for, and it's mainly the intended way because you're keeping your forward momentum going throughout, so you don't lose any time in that regard. But the idea is to pretty much jump over him and jump over him, and you're going to be wanting to using this part as your guide. As soon as you dash and get past there, you want to start your jump, and you're going with strong jump followed by 3 strong cannon strikes. Straight up, well, not straight off the bat, but spaced, so you get the maximum height off each cannon strike. So instead of going like 1, 2, 3, just 1, 2, 3. So at least you get more. Oh, hello, spider. So you get more height. That should land you on a branch which you can then jump straight off of, and then do multiple cannon strikes, rapid cannon strikes, to then reach the loading zone of where the cackleback is. That's the idea of it. If you jump too early, you bonk your head as such. Now, I wasn't doing that to show an example. I actually just fucked it up. 2, 3, you land on that branch, and then you're up. Use the dash to go in. If he jumps, 1, 2, 3, 2 cannon strikes, and he's dead. At least that's one way of going about it. Or you can, because it's only 2 additional strikes, you can go for the 1, 2, 3, and then 4 to cause him to fly off. And then you just follow him, jump up, whip him one more time, and he's down. And that's the main thing to keep to remember, is that they have 40 health. If you dash into him, that's 15 off the bat. And then you just want to get your whips in accordingly, mix and mash it, depends on how comfortable you feel. And as long as you get the killing, well, you're all good. But again, because of when you kill him, he'll go into his death animation on right by the loading zone. Normally you just go straight out, straight in, and then straight to absorbing, because then his animation is done, as mentioned earlier. And you can just go straight into collecting him. If you've gone with a flare opener, I have to just mention this briefly. There's one of 2 points that is recommended to go back for him at later points of the run, and that's literally both times that later on in the video, 2 times you'll see these screens again. But just to show pretty much what you do, if you go back for it later, you generally come up here and then you do 3 strikes to get onto this branch, do a risky shuffle, and then you can get up that way. But that's only if you go with a flare start, because that's the cackleback you would generally be leaving behind. Otherwise, you just make your trek back home once you've got the cackleback. Again, going for the scarecrows, hoping for some more potential drops. Just tap jumping over the gaps just so you don't fall in and, you know, lose time. It's never a nice feeling. And then you continue to the next. Right, so from here, you want to go to back to Sky's hatchery area, because you're going to be turning back her library card. That gives you the freebie gems I mentioned earlier. So you can go onto there, jump onto there, and then enter. You can just do a couple of cannon strikes just so you can make sure you land on the top plane. However, there is a way where if you jump in off of here and do like a tap jump whilst dashing, you'll technically be going through the door from underneath, and like with, as I showed earlier from here, you can get the double lock quick door attempt. So again, it depends on what you prefer. You can just do a double cannon straight there and in. You can go cannon onto there and then jump up and enter. Or if you can just about get away with it, well, if you can get away with it by actually, you know, not losing your dash. I'll just go from this screen, make so I use my hands in the right spot. You can go onto there, get under it but unfortunately I missed the double up per se. So, but as you saw, I went past the door, but I still hit the door, and that's why Shantae moved back. But you can get a quick door entrance via that means. So you speak to Sky. She'll give you the 100 monies for giving the library card back. Then you'll be coming up to do your very first shop of the run. Hey fellas, so well, sure if you're doing well. Cheers for the good luck. I need it because I'm going to be talking a lot more than I normally do, and I suck at talking. As we all know. Alright, so you're coming back for your first shop. I better actually mention before I go into the first shop, again, with the flare. Okay, I know these are all kind of spaced out sporadically when I keep mentioning flare to non-flare strategies. Now, I'm not going to get too close to risky because when you get close enough, it'll activate the next bit of chat, and you'll be moving on to the next island. But normally, when you flare out from where you are on the opening of the run, you'll start right next to risky, and that'll automatically cause the cutscene to begin, or the dialogue to begin. So when you activate your pirate flare, before that animation is done, make sure to press and hold your jump whilst holding right. That will buffer your jump input in, so you will actually jump over that trigger, and you'll end up landing somewhere around here. Then you can come up and get into Sky's hatchery, and then again give the library card up, come into the shop, and start your shopping. Now again, you'll do this first shop a little different depending on your item drops or how much gems you have. It really is down to, again, just the way shopping generally goes will differ from one run to the next, depending on what you have at the time and what you really want to go for. The general ones you would always get, or at least the one you will always get, is free flares for 80. The minimum shop that you would generally want, because you can't ever expect to get the drops that you need from enemy drops early, especially early game. But it would generally be 3 flares and 1 super pipe ball. The super pipe ball is used for a boss later on in the run. So that's just making sure you've got that buff there ready. But as I say, if you get a super pipe ball drop, you don't have to worry about purchasing that. You can save your money. You could buy additional potions, for example, which potions, like food, can be used for animation skipping. Which again, I'll be getting up to animation skipping soon. But it's just a few little ideas just to rack around your brain of how to approach shopping and whatnot. But for general basics, assume you don't get any drops or anything like that. You're aiming for 120 gems, 3 flares, 1 super pipe ball. That's your first shop done. And then you can make your way over to risky, and as mentioned, the dialogue triggered. And that was an automatic trigger. You don't need to hit anything for that. And then we'll be ready to move on to island number 2. Talking is hard. For me it is. I'm very bad at communicating well. Because as you'll hear me, I'll end up saying something and then I'm like, yeah. But hopefully this will give the general aspects of running the category. Right, so welcome to Saliva Island. Now, with most islands in general, when you get at the start, when you get on the island, you'll always be doing a risky shuffle. Pretty much every island is in the case. There's probably there's at least one exception. There might be 2, but there's at least, I'm pretty sure there's only the one exception. But otherwise, you generally go for a risky shuffle of sorts. How tight you want to do it, you can just shuffle on the spot if you want to be safe, or if you know your positioning and timing, you can do a quick shuffle and just trigger it pretty much right on the edge of the loading zone. As such, obviously with that screen again, with certain screens you can just fly over everything if you wish, or you can chance at certain potential drops. In my case, I tend to go into him, cannon up, and into him. Mainly, those crabs have a chance to drop either meat chunklets or bubble shields, both of which are useful. Again, food for animation skipping, bubbles very important for the late game. Bubble shields you're trying to stockpile up for the final fight, primarily. And you're aiming for at least 3. You can go about it with 1. In fact, you can go about it with no bubbles, but with each bubble as you go, you're putting yourself more at risk. So generally, you're hoping to at least see 3 in your run. That'll make your final fight more comfortable to get about. So yeah, so you've done your strike, you've done your float over, you've hit your enemies, you'll still be dashing through. Then you just go stop here, and you want to get onto this bit of ledge. Now you can just face tank this mermaid and then jump down. Or if you want to go for her, you can try and get yourself trapped in the roof for a potential drop. Now, I think there's 3 drops on her, but the 2 you really want is the one you really want is a monster milk. But you may get a bubble, you may get a piece of food. So it's just a chance to get in an item, but you have to be careful with your timing. You could get knocked back. If you get stunned, it's not too bad. I mean, I've got to keep moving because I've got to try and keep in position with a particular crab over there. So, as mentioned, you come into here, 1, 2 and 3. In this case, I'm just going to tank it. You jump down, come across here, and you've hit that switch. And you want to keep hitting that motion because that crab that was near me is moved over to the right now. If you've delayed or you've taken a hit, knocked down, that crab's going to be closer to you. You've pretty much got to either go all the way around or kill it first before manoeuvring. But as long as you drop down and hit the switch ready, and then get to here, then you can just pretty much swoop yourself up. Oh my god, bat! Bat! Go away! No. Obviously I'm just going to use food just to make myself a bit safer. And this is the general position you want to be in with no other bounce. Because you're aiming to wake up the Gigalumix so you can get the Petrify spell. And you make your way over to these 2, Twitch and Vinegar. And talking to them is what triggers it. Once you've dashed into this, well, when you start the dash into this screen, usually I would say, once you're in the loading zone, just release your directional button and just mash the circle button to trigger. You'll be in the right position to activate the dialogue. And then, random ham. Talk to a lady, get some ham. That's what we want to see in our speedruns. So, you have the ham. I don't know how to jump apparently, but jump, float, cannon over. Just basically get over there. It's 6 whips to the ham. Then absorb the ham stink in. That'll allow you to activate Gigalumix, who is right above us. But before that, we have a couple of Cacklebats en route that we can kill. So you'll be coming vertical up and then go straight to the left into this alcove here. And then you get this Cacklebat here. Now this one's a bit finicky. If he jumps over there, you just want to try and get whips in, mix and mash it. As you can see, that was a bad kill. That's a bad fight for me in general. But I don't like this Cacklebat much. It's a bit weird. Ideally, you want him to go to the right twice, because then he'll get trapped in the little alcove. But sometimes he won't. So you pretty much just want to get the whip. 1, 2, 3. In this case, he did. So he's in the alcove, and you can just pretty much whip him to death. I obviously missed a strike there, but essentially just do your best to get the kill. Enter and exit, or exit and enter. Sorry. Then you can go straight into absorbing. Now, how quick an absorption of dark magic is actually random, so it could just go straight in, it could just take a little longer. Unfortunately, not much you can do about that. Cheers for the host score, appreciate it, hope you're doing well, buddy. That's your first Cacklebot. There's 2 on this island total. So you got 1 there. As soon as you come over here, jump, hover, and then cannon, and that'll get you up here. 3 strikes get to the right side, 3 more strikes get to the left. Try and avoid everything in position. You never know what could happen, and you want to basically get up to Gigalumix up here. You want to activate your hamstick at this point. This will progress the game. There is 2 time saves that can be done here. One of them is basically free. The other one, not so much. The idea with the first one is to skip the animation of the hamstink travelling to his nose, because what would normally happen is you talk to him, release the hamstink, and then you'd have the hamstink going over to his nose, then he'll go in, he'll start blinking, and then eventually he'll open his mouth. You're trying to skip 2 sets of animations to save time, both of them being about 4 seconds apiece. First is to try and trigger the dialogue as you walk off this edge. In this case, no luck. I'm just going to say don't for now, just to try and get this, but usually I would go for this as I jump up, rather than doing it this way. But if you want to try and position yourself, and then try and push yourself off, again, that's down to preference. One thing you've got to watch out for with this is sometimes you may walk off and actually miss the dialogue box, and you'll end up doing something like that where you'll land, you'll go for it, you'll end up firing your pistol and missing it. So this particular animation skipping is a little risky to actually trigger. I'll have a few attempts to see if I can pull it off. As I say, I usually go from above, and there we go. I usually just go from above, tap myself over, and then just try and land, trigger and go. But how you go about it, again, is down to you. But that's pretty much what you're trying to get. if you want to go for this particular skip. And that'll cause you to drop down onto an invisible platform, essentially. The loading zone has now got a roof. The second one is, as soon as you sync it up, it'll say given hand stink. And all you want to do is simply pause 3 times in succession. And that'll cause that and it'll cause both animations to skip out. Now, of course, because I didn't save, I can't show you what it would look like in the full animation, but essentially, as you saw, when I released the hand stink, it went straight up his nose. So that first cut will skip that hand stink travelling over to him. And with the second one, he'd usually take a bit of time, like he wakes up, he starts blinking on the spot, and then he'll open his mouth. But as I say, the second pause one is, as soon as the hand stink is released, 3 pauses in succession, you should be able to get it pretty much every time. That first one, though, is a little trickier. But once you've got it done, you'll remove that and then you'll just jump on up and over. If you didn't get the cut, you just simply just jump over from there. But essentially you just want to get back here for that cacklebat. Right, I'm just going to reset the room a minute, because normally when you get over here the cacklebat is already to the right. So you can just pretty much dash, go into him, take whatever method you wish to kill. Save yourself a little bit of time by doing that. This cacklebat is obviously not as much time compared to others because you've got to trek over a little bit, but it does save like fractions in this particular case. So you get both cacklebats in, and then you can just drop down to trigger the next set. And just keep holding left just to push stuff left over further. You don't have the scimitar. You can just hold left in general when you get past the second screen, and you'll just be a bit more over to the left. But the scimitar just pushes you down quicker. For the initial part, a little bit faster. Neither method is actually quicker than the other, that I can tell. But some people believe that one way is faster than another by bits and pieces. So again, it's down to your own determination. Look, water is on, they're happy. And that's what you come up here for. Apart from the dark magic, is that petrify spell. Once you're done, jump over, and now you start to make your way to your first den of evil by pretty much just going left. Once you get past this screen, if you can get your timing right, you can cut and get in between that block and the enemy. But you've got to have a bit of precision in terms of how you go about it. If you go too early, you do what I did then, and you'll get stuck. If you go too late, you're going to hit the enemy. And of course hitting the enemy is never a good thing, it gives you a bit of a knockback, which is not nice. But just a little tip, if you are a bit far out and you're going to hit the enemy, you can, if you whip your head just before you take damage, it'll stun you instead of knocking you back. Which is a technique that's used for one of the bosses that will be coming up on the next island for the fastest methods. But that's pretty much it for Saliva, for now at least. He gets a little excited because he needs the Petrify spell to unpetrify his wife, but unfortunately Petrify actually does what it says on the tin. It petrifies him, yeah. Now, that he did, we can now move on and enter our first Den of Evil. And in terms of remembering how many cacklebats are on an island, as well as where they can be, essentially, one thing that you can always be guaranteed of is there's never a cacklebat in any dungeon. So they're always in the world. So if you ever have a bit of a brain freeze of where one is, you know it's not going to be in the lab. Right, so the first thing you'll do when you enter Spittle Maze is you're going to enter a hidden zone, which is a recreation of GBC. What is it? It's a replica of the first lab from the GBC Shantae off of the Game Boy. We're coming in here to stockpile some keys. Keys are not mandatory to a specific dungeon. And although, yeah, it's taking time to go out your way to get some keys and some other gems, it is time save overall because of a certain part later in the run. Yeah, we know that as stun locking Phantom enables you to not take a knockback if you don't have recover, which in this run you won't usually have recover. So it just gives you that saves you knocking back and having to wait to stand back, you just stun and then go through. But as I say, it's a technique that's primarily used on one boss for time save, which I'll explain a bit more when we get to him. Hey Gage, welcome to the stream, hope you're doing well. And hi nerd, fellow nerds, let's go. Right, so as mentioned, you'll be doing a risky shuffle here. Oh, and hopefully don't botch it like that. As I say, you'll be entering a hidden zone with the GBC Shantae. Straight away, as soon as you land in here, you'll want to get your shuffle off so you can get over there. Strong jump to start you off, tap jump in the mid-range. Just want to try and land here if you can and keep your charge. Only saves you a little bit of extra time. You may bonk your head. If so, it's fine, you just run over. Start making your way up and over to this first key. So that's your first stockpile key going in. Oh my god, I can't platform. Yeah. Once you get here, you want to try and make sure you fall down and into this particular section here. Now when you get past that little bit of the lip, you're mainly hopping up here because you're getting some additional gems, part of your gem routing. There's 20 guaranteed and a potential 5 if you want to take the extra shot. So it's 2 or 3 shots, 2 are for your guaranteed gems, and your third is for a potential gem, potential 5 gem. You can also take this pot out as well if you want. As soon as you hit the 3 shots, you want to move straight away. Because when you go for 3 shots, the pot that you try to destroy is technically off screen. So for me, I'm not going to hit that pot now. But because it's technically off screen, you want to move in time so the bullet will still be manoeuvring over. So you'll shoot, then glide straight over, and that will hit the pot. Destroy that one. Use your lamp to absorb gems. It's another little bit of advantage that you can get when it comes to stuff like gems or health drops. That obviously not like heart squeeze, but like just general health drops. You can use the lamp to actually draw them into you as long as you move in a range of it. Up here, another quick shuffle to get into this mouth. That'll fire you up. You'll move over to open this chest, hop on here, and collect those gems whilst that key animation is happening. If you prefer, you can collect the gems either way, but that just saves you waiting for the key. Right, so an example of animation skipping. By using a potion or a piece of food, what you're essentially doing is overriding the animation of collecting the key. As you saw with that first key, collected it, you've got to wait a bit for that to trigger, and it will override it with the food eating or the potion animation, dependent on which one you use. And it will also still work for its original property, so it will also heal you if you're in need of health. But the idea is to collect the item from above. Of course, in this case, I'm already above it, so it works out. You want to be highlighting the item that you want to use to override it, and then you'll be using your shoulder buttons, so in my case L1 and R1, to basically, as soon as you hit it, just mash them. And there you go, and that key will be in stock. I'm not sure if it shows it in my menu, but there it is. So I've got 2 keys ready. That pretty much collects your item, heals you up, and then you can go, but that's as long as you've got the food spare to do it. Once you get that key, you'll intentionally take a death, or a death drop, push you back to the beginning, and you can then actually do the lab itself. Right, so starting off, you're pretty much as good a charge. Again, you can choose to avoid these enemies, but those snakes can potentially drop you a monster mill. Although again, it's a rare drop. Some of the early RNG major drops that you would like to see are rare, so it's up to you if you're willing to go for them or not. The bigger enemies have a chance of dropping lobster tails. Again, that can help you with animation skipping as such. And you're just going to be making your way straight across to the right. You can jump there, or as I did, if you just hold on to the hat button, you can just hover over, and then you get in there. 3 strikes to reach this ledge. Strike and curve, destroy them, absorb to break them pots, because again, you're going to want to collect as many gems en route as you can, because you're going to need them for your next shot. That's one way of going about it. If you want to be a little tighter with things, although I don't necessarily really say it's a time save, it's just preference, you can go onto here, but you'd have the crab literally right by you at that point, and then get yourself onto here. Off to the left, and now we're going for these switches. Now, depends how you want to go about it. You can take it a bit easier, hit the switch to bring that platform over, and then jump and fire. So basically the intended way, just to get yourself through. Or you can go for a bit more speed by whipping it, and then basically as it comes in, you'll fire your shot as you're going down. Try and show that in full motion, but go for that as well. If you manoeuvre yourself over, that pot that's on that guy's head is a 5-gem random chance. And you can use your cannon to basically potentially get an additional 5 gems. But I'll just reset the room so we can just go in full motion. If you're going for the faster method, you'll start off coming up here. Oh, wait a minute. I need to put that back over. Let's try that again. I never said it's going to be a good tutorial. So that'll be over there. You come over. 1, 2, 3. Smack. Then you can absorb your gem. And the flame you should be able to just evade the flame there. From that point, you can just jump over and curve. Here, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, and over him. Or if you want to do it all in one, use your hat first so you can get past that lip, 3 cannon strikes, and then over. That crab would have been more over to the right, so it would not have hit me traditionally. That'll be that. Now, this next room, it depends. Well, it'll be done in the same way, but if you have an early monster milk and you want to save yourself some time, this will be a room where you potentially use it. Primarily because you can destroy these enemies, move up, get to the boss, and still have that milk buff available or active when you take on the boss itself. Otherwise, it's just going to take a bit longer without the milk. The time difference between it with the milk for both this next room and the boss will save you up to about 10 seconds, I believe. But again, that's down to whether or not you got them. Otherwise, you'd enter the room. That's one way of going about it. Get the kill. Keep him to the right though, because if you don't, he'll dash over. So the idea is to cannon up and then keep yourself over to the right, so it forces him to dash over to the left. I said to the right earlier, but you want to keep to the left. Again, I say, well, that way it was wait for them to spawn first, then you go scimitar, bounce off them, that's 4 damage straight away, 3 cannon strikes, land, 3 hair whips straight up, cannon strikes. The reason we were scimitar bouncing off of him for a bit at that particular point is because the scimitar will actually damage both of the enemies, because at that point they should have both dashed over to the left, and you can score more. You score 4 damage on both, and using that method in particular, it's 7 scimitar hits before the first one goes down. Then you can move over and then start with your cannoning to score the remaining damage with a bit more speed. If you don't feel comfortable using the scimitar or trying to throw the early hair whips in, you'll just come in, wait for them to spawn a bit, 3 cannon strikes in, land, get up, sort of hover so you can make sure you get the 3 strikes in. Scimitar bounce, that will then make it 10 bounces, and then you'd follow again with cannon strikes to the end, to the corner. So, for that one, ideally you want to stay up the right hand side wall, shoot a pistol shot over there, and then absorb the gems in. That's another 10 gems that you can get. And then you'll be ready to take on good old Cyclops plant. If you want some additional health, there is a couple of hearts here, and as mentioned you can absorb them. But then again, well, okay, there's no health pots there, but I thought there was. That's another boss. But yeah, if you really want to get a bit of extra health, there's some health there. And right. And save. Right, so there's 2 different ways really of going about this fight. And he comes in 2 phases. And again, it depends on how comfortable you feel. If you want to go for the faster ideas, you'll be using the same method that you use with these snakes in the sewers near the beginning of the run. The idea is to get yourself trapped between the roof and the boss, and using your scimitar to score multiple hits quite rapidly, and that'll just mince him. But I'll start off with a more comfortable method. If you don't feel comfortable going for trapping him in the roof, and it's just simply alternating your cannon and whips either side. Now, doesn't matter which way you go by, you just go 1, 2, 3. Try not to get hit like I did. Move over, 1, 2, and 3. So it'll be 6 hair whip strikes and that'll put him down. Then you'll come into this phase. You can just go with double hair whip in here. Then just try and score as many hits as you can. Try to evade your damage. And follow suit. He usually bounces off the wall about 4 times, I think. Dependent, but it depends where he goes. If he goes to the left side first, it'll be 1 less, I think. So I think it's actually 5 times he'll bounce off the wall before he tries to settle in position. If you hit him when he tries to settle in position, you'll knock him to the other side, and then he'll settle straight off the bat. Right, with the more traditional method that we use for the for maximum speed. Now, as mentioned, you're aiming to get yourself trapped between him and the roof, and with phase 1 it's a bit more comfortable because he's always situated where he is. So it's just a case of jumping out, curving over at the right timing, scimitar, keep on scimitar, and he'll go down pretty much just like that. You can go either left side, right side, it really is entirely up to you. But the idea is to pretty much just get the right time and feel. 1, 2, curve over, scimitar, mince. Second phase, you'll be trying to get him trapped in between the roof. I'm going to let him just run around a bit as I explain this, but the idea is to time how he manoeuvres in order to get the scimitar strikes in. But you'll use the floor here, this little bit of metal grid. Obviously he's got 3 faint lines in there. You want to just pretty much just be to the side of that with your back foot just on the inside of it. Then just timing it right. 1, 2, 3, scimitar. 1, 2, 3, scimitar. In general. Now, if you're trying to catch him when he's going slower, the timing is a little different. But if you catch him straight, once you've actually caught him once, because of him ricocheting, he starts off a bit faster. So you generally watch him hit off the wall, hit off the ceiling, and when he hits off the ceiling and just starts to move over, that's when you want to start your cannons, roughly. But of course, timing is all down to your own preferences. But you pretty much just want to follow that sort of pattern. There's also a sound cue for phase 2. Because when he starts phase 2, he can either go left or right, and again that's up to him. But we use the sound cue just in case he goes the direction that we're at. So if you take phase 1 out and you want to do your setup on the right hand side of the screen like I have been doing, then of course if he goes to the right, that's ideal for you. But you've got to have that sound cue there ready for the timing, so you know when to jump and begin the mincing phase, shall we call it. But if he goes to the left, then he's going to be coming back around on you slower than obviously when you hit, so you just have to wait for him to hit the roof and then come slightly down before you start your cannon strike. So again, phase 1, come up, round, cut through, position yourself right, and then just listen out for the sound. Do, go. So it's actually using the boss music to actually know when to start, when to jump. Because in that case, he went to the left. If he'd have come to the right, I would have already been in the air starting my cannon strike, so when he bounces off the wall and comes up to me, I'll be able to go straight into scimitaring. Again, if you don't feel comfortable with going with that sound cue, then pretty much you can either just stand there and try and whip him across, just so you at least get a hit in early, and then position yourself up for the scimitar mince. Or you can just outright just stay to the far right and then position yourself once he's bounced over. Unless he goes to the left, then of course you can move in a bit sooner. No, so one more time! 1, 2. And position. Listen out for the sound cue. Now. And again he went to the left. But That's basically just the idea you need to keep in mind if you want to try and catch him straight off the bat. Then how well you get that entraption will depend on how quick you can mince him out. But that's pretty much Cyclops plants in general. And that'll be your first island set. Now again, if you've got an animation skip available to you, you can do one here. Or you can just run into the map and collect it. But, as mentioned, normally when you do an animation skip, I mean obviously the first one I showed, I was already above ground so I could just land on top of it. In this circumstance, if I was to go for this animation skip, I need to be hitting it above just to give me enough time, otherwise, unless your precision of activating the food is perfect, you won't get the animation skip. So usually you jump into it just to make your life a little easier. Then you can mash through to collect the map and, well, eat it. Right. So with Saliva Island down, we can make our way out. Now, there's two ways of exiting. One is only slightly quicker than the other, and it's just basically down to where you want to do your shuffle. If you want to do your shuffle down here, you want to stay to the right, so you can just about avoid that lip. Otherwise, you just hop onto here and then start the charge. With the next screen, pretty much as soon as you dash through, you want to be starting holding hat, so you hover over that heart squid there. And then just cannon up and over them, hit whatever enemies you wish to. That frog that I hit is pretty much, you're always going to hit it. So you just accept that hit, jump over everything else, or try and land and take out more crabs if you want. Right, so this next island does not exist, and I'm not going to do it. If only. And as you can see, the different islands have a different amount of cacklebats on them. And obviously knowing how many's on which island will help you. Of course, knowing where they are is certainly a useful term. But again, at this point, you should have both from Saliva, and you should have at least 3 from Scuttletown. Unless you did that early flare, you'll only have 2, and then you have to account for that third one later on. But otherwise, you're done with Saliva, you'll go straight into Spiderweb Island. And again, you'll start off with doing yourself a quick shuffle, so you can advance. Now, first off, you can just hover over, run into everything, pretty much get over everything. But there is a cacklebat down here. However, if you can collect him now, if you can go for him now. Oh, hello, that's a lucky monster now. You can go for him straight away. If so, then when you get over there, just scimitar onto the block and fall down, get the cacklebat and go. But we usually say go for it later, because you could basically later you may be able to save a little bit of time, literally a little bit of time. And that's only if you break it open as you're flying past it. So if you can get the timing right, which I probably won't, you can jump over, break a block, and then continue. Then that block will stay broken until you come back later on. But again, that's entirely up to you. You can get that cacklebat straight away, or you can come back for it later. If you could break that block sooner, it just saves you a little bit of time. But you've got to come back here anyway for something. Right, so going up here, there's a couple of random spawning ghosts that will show up. Now it's up to the game where about they spawn. We know the vicinity of where they will spawn, but exactly where is up to them. So usually you just go from here, 3 cannon strikes onto there, 3 cannon strikes onto the edge of this branch, because there's a ghost over here that could spawn in your way, and then you'll see where that ghost spawns in that, and then you can react accordingly. If the upper ghost chooses to spawn over this left side, you can simply walk off and go. I'm just getting mauled by ghosts, but yeah. But if he spawns over there, you can just walk off and cannon up. Otherwise, you'd have to do like a couple of verticals and go up and over him. We'll do a risky shuffle here. And break that block there so you can get this fossil for later on. Now, usually I would say, when you're going through the run in general flow, because of the position of that guy climbing up and down the tree, you want to try and leave this block open, or leave this block intact. mainly because he would always start down at the bottom and you'd have to wait for him, or you could try jumping over him but he might catch you. But with that block there, essentially when he's down, you've got more room to start a risky shuffle. I mean, it's not impossible to do it without it, but it's much tighter, and of course you may face tank the enemy. So you want to try and aim and leave that block there so you can start your risky shuffle, and once he's out of the way you can continue to move over into here. Onto that branch, 1, 2 taps to land there. The ghost should spawn and not be in your way. Now as long as he isn't, you'll land there, you'll already start running, so you'll start doing a risky shuffle just to save yourself a little bit of time. And then we enter this bit. Now, can we all agree that we already know how this section works, so I don't have to go through it? Good, let's skip it. If only. For some reason I actually thought I just crashed the game. Alright, let's just check something off quickly. Alright, so this is... No, please tell us, you dick. Alright, so now, I'll explain the section for the purpose of, like I've done with the rest of this run. If you're new to the game and this is the only category you wanted to learn, at least you won't have to look at any of the tutorial videos. But, of course, if you've already seen the any percent run, Run Rocky Tops is no different from one run to the next. You pretty much just do it, go about it with the same mentality every time. It is a 4.5 minute section at top speed, but it's essentially this game's version of an auto-scroller. So there's not too much you can do to speed things up, but there's a couple of things that can help. Right, so straight away, just moving over to the right, you'll see those two hands, watch out for that hand, so make sure you jump over him and do a strong jump at the end of there so you can evade the hand below. Another strong jump here to evade them hands, cut through, you've got more hands here, so again it's jump up, fall down. Now for this one you don't want to jump straight away, because if you try and jump straight away, you'll end up having a bad day, basically. So for that one, you just want to walk off the edge and then jump immediately. So you fall off, jump up, and then you can just walk across the top of them. Now the next room is full of some nice tongues. Certain favourite among some people. The first one that you will encounter we call Gatekeeper, and you can choose to wait him out or you can chance him. And the reason we say chance is because it's up to him whether or not he's going to stay up or drop. So you'd enter, go straight for it. If you're going to go straight for him, you go for it, but that could happen. So it is literally up to him. Sometimes he may just be nice and not bother. Otherwise, if you don't want to take that risk, you can just simply wait for him. Just don't get too close. But me, I'm a stubborn man, and I can get hit by him about 6 or 7 times, I'll still do it. And as you can see, disintegration. Now that's good for your run. You don't have a health meter in play. So getting hit is a time loss, as it will just send you back to the beginning of the room that you're in. So getting hit by any other tongue at this point could throw you back. So you can choose to wait them out if you don't want to take a chance. But this is one of the few spots where you can save some time by just cutting through. And that's just basically timing when you're about to get to the edge to fall off, and you can either then pull away, so you go into the wall, or you just let yourself drop and that'll evade the tongue, and then you can just walk under and over, like so. But of course, that is still a chance. If you go a bit too late, you'll get hit by the tongue. I would say if you go for it, stop and don't make it. Don't attempt to try and squeeze it in. It is possible, but I would highly recommend not doing that because there's a good chance the tongue will wade back and twat you, essentially. So if you go for it and get it, nice. If you go for it and you're just short, I wouldn't recommend trying to just squeeze it. I'd wait it out. This tongue is free, just hug onto the right wall and jump under him, and then again, same with this tongue, up to what you do. In that case I failed to get the cut, so I wait it out. Now, because I've waited, that tongue's going to activate, but normally you'd be able to just run straight down. most runners at this point, when they get down here, will do a quick shuffle. Not like a risky shuffle, just a back and forth. And that's because there's another tongue underneath us. And by doing that shuffle, more times than not, it will trigger that tongue to activate. So if you get the cut past this tongue, you'll be able to pretty much just run straight through. At least that's the premise of it. So you do that shuffle, you try and get the cut. If you get it, he's already activated, usually, and then you can just run straight forward. Hey! Here we go. Mario Brothers Spikes. Now, this is the part, one of the reasons why we essentially said this game's version of an auto-scroller. There's not much you can do, apart from just wait them out. That first spike could come down here, it may not, you may be able to squeeze in. Again, you have to make the judgment based on where you are and where it activates at the time. Now, I'm waiting here for a reason, because with this one, as soon as that spike moves, you want to go. So you can get past that set of spikes there. Now, I only throw that hop in, that's just a personal thing of mine, just in case. But you don't necessarily have to. But usually, yeah, you get through, you'd be able to get clean straight through all of these as well. So hopefully you'd have something like that happen. Then you wait by this spike, as soon as it gets up, start making your trek. That'll move up, and then you've already passed all of them spikes ready for these. And then again, you're back to the waiting game. And the next room is similar in that regard, because again, it's going to be down to good old spikes. Again, that gate could be down, it's up to him. Jump on here and wait it out. Wait for him to whip his hand after the spikes come back up, so you can then make it through the cycle. Under here. And again, up top. Wait for the spikes to move. Just run off. And that'll get you through that one. Two-second cycles, are they? Huh. I didn't think we really knew exactly what they were, but what cycles they are on, I've never really fully known, but there we go. Thank you, friends. Welcome to Stream for Doing Wobbly. Wish someone told me sooner. Right, so you pass them, and you'll come over to this one. Just quickly drop down and jump over that hand, and then try and cut that tongue. Now, that tongue, although I got hit by it, is usually pretty free. But you don't want to go for the jump straight away. You can make it past it like that, but it's tight. You literally have to jump right off the edge. If you bonk your head, then you're basically going to get that. But if you can jump over straight away, you can do, but there's no real point because the spikes are always in your way when you enter this room. So usually you just drop off the ledge a bit, jump over that hand, and then just cut down there, and then you'd have to wait for the set of spikes before manoeuvring. Right. So, room with the fake tombstones. With these next couple of rooms, you'll know exactly which tombstones have the potential to jump up, but as to when or if they do, is purely RNG. So, usually you just hop over everyone that you know can have that potential. So at least then it saves you taking any unnecessary risks. Alright, so the first two here, they'll never stand up. It will always be in this cluster of 4, number 2, and only number 2. Those two will never stand up. Down there, as you can see, only the middle one. None of these will stand up. Within this cluster of 5, it's always 2 and 4. So normally you'd hop over number 2, land, and then maybe do like a vertical jump and then push yourself over to evade tombstone number 4, potentially. And within all of this cluster, it's the 2 in the middle. And I got lucky there, but yeah. 6 tombstones, it's always the 2 in the middle. So that will never change from one run to the next. It will always be those tombstones no matter what. But, of course, as to when or if, that's up to them. This room, every tombstone has the potential of jumping up. So, you want to evade them. Jump over the gap. Jump over the tombstones. Don't let any tombstone damn touch you. Or anything else. The only reason I've done that is just to show something that's not actually to do with the speedrun, but it's sort of a random thing between between quite a few members of the communities, which is a trick known as stake jumping. Saves you no time, and it's a bit risky, but it's usually relatively free. Oh, that was a bad jump. But I'm just going to show it anyway, just anyways. You just jump into these hands and jump back out. No reason. Just in case you fancy teasing the hands, do a stake jump here and there. But I wouldn't recommend it. Just in case you want to give it a try. This there. Right, one of the longest rooms of Run Run Rocky Tops, although it's not the most dangerous room. Pretty much you're going to be chased by a bunch of Cyclops that are trying to kiss you. And it's just following the room and just making sure they don't get anywhere near you. Apart from that, there's not much else to talk about in this room. You can try and save a few frames here if you want by doing a hop and curve. The only real thing to know for this one is just to activate that guy there a little quicker. And that's just to jump onto there, and jump onto here. Then you just tap back over and then hop back over and you should evade him. Alternatively, you could just jump onto there, wait for him to get close enough and then just jump and let him go under you. Again, that's down to preference. When you get up to here, make sure you get on top of that platform so you don't get trolled by the other kissy bot. And then it's just tapping just before those little nubs in the floor, just so you can cut through the floor a little bit sooner. But as I say, essentially it's just following the room around. Right, so every tombstone again can jump in this room, but there's only 3 of them. Apart from that, this room's pretty straightforward. And again here, it's just following the room around to avoid these kissy bots. This particular curve, you want to try and get the curve. Well, it's pretty lenient for it, but you want to try and at least curve around it so you don't hit this nib. Because as soon as you hit that nib, then of course you're going to lose a bit more time, whereas if you cut around normally, you'll be fine. Right. Seaman Demons, or just the Stevens if you want. Again, you want to just keep your momentum going forward at all times. Otherwise, if you start stuttering, you're likely to get hit by them. The extension of how high they jump, or how high they raise, is up to them. But as long as you keep your moving forward, that first one should not touch you. So you keep your moving forward, just strong jump up and over. Tap, jump, strong jump, strong jump. Sort of in that motion. You should be able to avoid them and avoid the mini Stevens, which will surely probably do some nasty things to you. And again here, just falling through and then going down. If you're tight enough and you don't get hit by sperm worms, you can do a quick back and forth when you get onto here and then start to fall down, where you can just evade all the little bit of lips in there. Like that lip. That's usually the one you'll probably collide with, but there you can potentially just shimmy yourself around all of them. Which I can't do right now, but it's possible, but it's tight. Right, again here you want to keep your momentum going forward so you can jump up and evade that particular one. If you stop to check your surroundings and then try to jump him, he'll jump up and have you. So if you stop at any point, you just want to walk up to him and then just wait him out. Otherwise you've got no chance. He will jump up and he will catch you. As long as you keep your momentum going forward, you can just get a strong jump there and a strong jump here, tap over, and then you're set up for the next part. Now again, because of those particular Stevens, they have some RNG whether or not what their spitting pattern is going to be like, and you could end up in a bit of a pickle when you start going through these spikes. And again, these first set of spikes are random as to whether or not they're going to be open. We generally call it the gates of hell. If they're open and you believe you can get through in time, you can at least make it through to the next set of spikes. Well, make it through quite a bit actually, because you'll usually be able to land, go through, and then they'll be open ready and you can continue on through. Otherwise you'd have to wait it out. So again, it all depends on what pattern you get, and you've got a sound cue of the gates going up when you know, like so, and then you can just maneuver yourself through. But you'll hear that swoosh sound to indicate that they've moved, and then it's down to your general gauge as to whether or not you can make it past. If not, or you don't feel as though you're going to make it, like that, you'll just drop down here, let those little ones go by, and then just get yourself back on the lip. And that'll set you up for the next part. Once this gate opens, you got a chance for a 1 second time save if you want to take the risk. If not, then you can just simply run up, let him do his thing, then strong jump up and over both of them, and you'll be fine. Otherwise, there's a trick known as the Tucker Hop, or the Tucker Jump, where you can jump onto that little lip in front of the one, in front of the first Steven, and be able to jump over him. But again, you've got to watch out for his extension. If he wants to go for full extension, you need to be jumping vertical and then shift over. rather than just jumping on the lip and then jumping right, because he will raise up and catch you. So again, that's down to gauging in the moment. So you just hop there. As he done there, that was a full extension. So I intentionally did a strong vertical jump, and then when I felt as though I was right to move, I moved. Right, this final room, the final room, everything comes into play from Run Run Ruddy Tops, and normally this would always go the same way every time. So it's just a case of just getting the timing right and evading. There's a couple of second time save that can be done by skipping one of the spike cycles, but you just got to be aware of the timing down to it, which again I'll go through in a bit. You get up to here, keep your jumping going, hopefully no eating inputs. Tap, this bit is tap jumps, strong jump over them, tap jump over him, up and over him. Now, the spikes are free there at the moment, but pretty much most times the spikes will be in your way. But now this is the point where you want to use some gauging, some visual cues to help you make the cycle that you want to be on. Because with these tongues, I mean, I've used that tongue there. When he drops it, if you watch it, it'll go to the left 1, 2, 3, up, and it's always the same. So we'd use that as we go to evade a spike cycle. So we'd wait, spikes go down, move over, activate this tongue. 1, 2, 3, go. Tap jump on here, activate 1, 2, 3, go, and then you can beat that spike there. Otherwise, if you go a bit too late, the spike will have you. Go too early, you'll end up getting hit by a tongue. And again, if you're not too comfortable going exactly for that, you can just wait between the tongue and that last spike, then just wait for the spike to drop. Then you're free to just get yourself in and around here. Tap jumps all the way here. Every tombstone has a chance to stand up. And the reason I say tap jumps is because of those tongues there. If you go for strong jumps over them, you want to stick with verticals and then curve in. Because otherwise you'll have risk basically doing that and jumping into their face. So when you get to that last portion, you ideally want to be using tap jumps. Then just hope that the tombstones in particular don't troll you. So hopefully, so the spikes are there, they'll go down. In 1, 2, 3, move. Up. 1, 2, 3, move. Try not to point the spikes to the hand like that. Then when you get here, tap, tap, tap. Just work with how the tongues and the tombstones are operating, and you should be fine. And that'll be Run Run Rocky Tops all done and done. Apart from this cacklebat, you can tease the cacklebat if you want, but just jump. Just make sure you get over him, you'll be fine. Then it's just a case of going all the way to the right to drop off good old Roddy Tops.
Just in time.
And that is Run Run out of the way. When you do multiple runs of this game and multiple categories, you'll learn to hate that section. Okay, so once you've dropped them off, skip a bit of text. You'll be just going straight to the left, out, and you'll just keep going left, but you want to do just a little shuffle there, just so you can get your charge sooner, break through the block, and go straight into talking with Poe. This is one of the instances where you get a text box come up, and then you've got to reactivate a chat box. So he's took us over, chat box is there. Remove it, then you've got to talk to him again by using circle or whatever, depending on what pad you're using. Give him the squid oil that you got earlier in the run, and that's why we get that squid oil when we can, save us going back to that island to have to pick it up. And now they are happy, and you now have a fast travel, and Run Run Rocky Tops is a thing of the past. And as we say, mandatory shriveled thing check. But does it smell? It does. Surprisingly, you can't skip that text box either. Don't know why. Right, we haven't got a cacklebat for a while, so now we have 2 more cacklebats to take out. As I mentioned, as it showed in the island, there's 3. We've left 1 intentionally behind for later. The next 2 we're going to be sorting out now. So you'll enter this screen, you'll have 3 cannon strikes onto this branch, or you can go onto that branch if you really want to, but as long as you get over here to the right, you can then go for the next cacklebat. Now this one I tend to go with a shuffle method, rather than going for just hair whips on their own. I mean, again, it's up to you how you approach these cacklebats. If you want to go hair whips, for example, you just go in with 1, 2, delay, 1, 2, 3, 4, and that will take them down. And then again, exit, straight away, re-enter, he'll be around. Otherwise, if you want to go with the shuffle method, again, when you get in here, do yourself a shuffle, charge into him, he'll jump. Whichever direction he goes, follow him, 3 hair whips, 2 cannons on the head. He's down. Now, the next shuffle, it doesn't matter which way you do it, really. If you do it from here, there is actually an invisible wall. So if you just activate it from there, you'll be stopped. Your momentum gets stopped. There's certain transitions that do that, for reasons I don't know. But if you choose to go straight into a shuffle, what you want to do is delay your dash. And that's pretty much so. You want to time it right so you get the shine of light to say it's ready. And you want to exit the screen when that shine of light is active. And then as soon as the next screen enters, you can hit the dash, the attack button to activate your dash and go straight forward. Otherwise, you just exit the screen, enter the screen, and you can do the shuffle here instead. And you want to keep that to go forward. Keep going forward because you've got a cacklebat here. And take him down. Again, he can go left or right. If RNG's on your side, he'll jump to the right. So you're already over here ready to enter the next lab. If he goes to the left, then you just have to follow him and take him down accordingly. But when we kill him, we actually don't absorb him. Again, like with the screen transition thing, you can actually save a second by leaving him behind to start with. Because when you exit the lab at the end, he will be there, all done with his death animation, and then you can absorb him there. So usually you'd kill him, activate the Den of Evil, and you'll just leave him behind for now, and you'll come back to him later. Right, so Cackle Tower. Again, there is a key you're going to want to get. In fact, there's 2 keys you're going to want to get in here. That's something I actually didn't quite exactly mention about alternate key routes. There was a key back in Spinner Maze. After you got the 2 initial keys, you go over to the right, and then when I mentioned you just keep going right, you open that key door. Where that key door is, if you can choose to go down low and get a key from there, which is about 3 seconds quicker than the key I'm going to show you. But whereas with that one you got a chance of either a food or a bubble shield, this one you've got a chance of some more major items. So it's up to you whether or not you give up those couple of extra seconds to go for this key to get a potential major drop. But again, you'll be opening up with a shuffle. You can shuffle, get your shuffle to activate at the edge if you want, or you can just pull back to take this candlestick out to get a potential set of gems out of it, or you can just whip it and fail your shuffle. Your choice. And then you just want to fall down and try and get your curve right to land in there. If not, you'll land on here. It's up to you from there. Now there's 2 bits of things above me there that are in a darker colour that will fall. If you time your shuffle right, you can get the shuffle off before they land and you'll be on the right hand side. Otherwise, best thing to do is to start your shuffle, trigger them, then pull yourself back and finish the remainder of your shuffle to the left so you won't get hit. When you enter this next screen, you're going to want to do a jump buffer. So as soon as you enter the screen transition, you're going to want to hold jump, because there's a bit of lip over there, a bit of a scenery there, whereas if you don't jump straight away, you're pretty much going to get caught on it, and then, well, you lose your dash. So you just want to buffer your jump, then hop over, kill a few of these skeletons. Again, what enemies you kill is up to you, but skeletons, the big skeletons, not the little ones, have a chance of dropping either a pipe ball or a super pipe ball. And of course, if I can give you more super pipe balls, that's going to be beneficial to you. Otherwise, no biggie if you get nothing. It just means you don't have any early items or stuff that you can stock for later. And then you got this central column. Now the boss is right at the top, and you do have the keys to just go straight forward if you want. But going for these other keys will save much more time at a later section, or one of the next sections actually that'll be coming up. So when you get in here, you'll just drop down, do yourself a shuffle, and enter here, and get the same again with a jump buffer to hit them guys to go into the next room. Hopefully, if you've got a pipe ball drop, a regular one, I would not suggest wasting a super pipe ball on this, but if you have a pipe ball drop, it will be helpful for an enemy you're going to be killing in this room, known as the Bat Lady. It is possible to do it without and kill it in 3 rounds, but you have to be a bit more precise, whereas having that pipe ball there just gives you that much more leniency and get it down in 3 rounds, just saving it a little bit of time. But it's the Bat Lady why this key is generally preferred. And it's a little mini gauntlet, 3 skeletons and a Bat Lady. You'll start off with a shuffle, primarily because you can use the shuffle to kill them 3 just off the bat. Use the counter strikes on the last one just to kill him off. If you don't feel comfortable trying to squeeze that shuffle in, then just kill them as best as you can. Then the Bat Lady will come up. Unfortunately, I don't have a pipe ball, so in my case, I'm not going to risk using that because I want to use that for something that will be more valuable to me. Then you got the Bat Lady. You want to try and keep a particular pattern with her to score damage. Normally, well, first off, see, words are bad. First off, you'll just whip her, get 2 or 3 whips in, she'll move over to the left. As long as you follow this sort of pattern in, it won't change it. If you keep trying to throw your cannons out too much at her, she'll automatically teleport and it will change her positioning as to where she's going to be, and that's going to change how you approach. So ideally, you just want to get her there, she'll come up, time it right, cannon whip, cannon jumps, get a few more damage in, she'll always go to the right, jump over, and then you can try and get the kill there. If you fail, she'll just be there and you can get the kill there. So, if you follow that sort of pattern in, she will always go the same spots every run. And she's who we're trying to get, because she has a potential chance of dropping either a Super Monster Milk, a Super Pipe Ball, or a Pirate Flare. Or as you saw there, can give you absolutely nothing. Which would suck, but depends on if you feel the 3 seconds is worth taking that risk. And which I would say is probably more worth it than not, but it's down to the runner, of course. So I got nothing there, that's a shame. But if she'd have given me one of those major items, I would have been in a good spot. Preferably the Super Monster Milk is the one item you really want. But if you get any of the other 2, that's still nice. And that's your 1 key there. Right, so start off with a shuffle. 1, 2, 3 cannon strikes and into there. And they're all peak jumps as well, so you want strong jump, and at the peak of that jump, strong cannon, and again, just keeping up with the peaks. Throw the hat out there, because the hat gives you that extra little bit of lift, and you can put you straight in there. Otherwise, you can just do any 3 cannon, or do 3 good enough cannon strikes, just to land on there, and then you can jump in. And then for that, it's just up, hold onto your hat button straight away, so you can go straight to the right, cannon into that pushes you up to here, and then left out. Another good thing about having the pipe ball active as well, it will be active throughout these points, so there's certain things like them that the pipe ball will destroy along your ways, which again, random chances of 5 gems or hearts. Otherwise you can just whip it if you want to chance it. But you're aiming to get to this section here. Because again, you have another key. I'm going to do an animation skip. Stun damage. As long as I go above it, you can do an animation skip for the key. And now that puts me again on 3 keys stockpiled. Now I need 2 keys stockpiled for one of the next areas, but that 3rd key is for this door. And then it's just a case of following the layout around as you're now on your way to take on the next boss. Here though, you want to try and land on there, and then go up. The thing is, if you slow down at any point, it knocks the positioning off of, well, the cycle off of those mouth guards, and you could end up with something like that. And a death won't reset the room. You'd have to exit and re-enter if you want to keep that reset. So you want to go straight off the bat. Ideally, depends how you want to go. If you want to go with the better opportunity, you just want to get 1, 2, 3 peak jumps onto there, cannon up, then you can follow around. You've got 2 cannons in the holster to go up there. If you don't feel comfortable trying to get all that precision on top of the head, the first one is pretty straightforward to curve around. Then you just go 3 cannon strikes and then just trigger your hat if you want to play safer. That way you don't run the risk of inadvertently missing, landing on the second set of heads and catching the spikes underneath. Well, normally I won't break them, but I'm actually trying to get some health. Mainly for this particular boss. But to be fairly honest, I don't need to waste food, I can just exit and re-enter. Thinking about it. But I say, just exiting and re-entering is just going to refill my health up to max. In general, I wouldn't recommend doing it in a run per se, because, well, it's time loss, of course. But you want to be entering this next boss fight at full health if you're going for the fastest method. And it's one of the harder bosses to do at top speed. Well, before I go into that, I'll pretty much go into a more comfortable method in taking it on. Traditionally, you'd go in using a super pipe ball, which is the super pipe ball that you would have purchased from the first shop. And that just gets enough damage to be able to mince him down to a degree. If you have any milks like such, you can choose to use it at this point. Again, if you get the Super Monster Milk though from that Bat Lady, I wouldn't suggest it, mainly because of the amount of strong milks you need for the final fight, which I'll again talk about a bit more when I get closer to that point. But again, if you've got Super Monster Milk, you can choose to use it, but generally you want the Super Pipe Ball as a guarantee. If you're going for the fastest method, you want to activate it before you enter the room. Fuck off, spider. Otherwise, you can activate it in the room if you wish. I mean, I generally activate it outside, so I'll just activate it out. Get yourself over flare ready for when you're about to exit the area. But Emperor Spider can be annoying. The simpler method of going about it is just following her and then trying to attack her when you can when she drops. But she'll always follow the same starting pattern, or similar starting pattern, and just try and get some ascension damage. Wait for her to move. If she drops down, score some damage, get the whips. If she stays up, you can jump up and just get a few strikes in, or you can wait her out, depending on what you feel more comfortable going for. Oh, you have to be a bit careful though, obviously, with that example. If she drops down and hits your super pipe ball, then she'll just fly straight back up and you won't be able to get as much damage in when she actually does land. As such. But of course, the only part of the fight where it's no different is just the first bit. She will always start from the centre, she'll go to the left, go to the right, go back into the centre, and then that's when she'll start to divert. She'll either go left or right, and then she'll drop. More times than not, she will drop at least twice, maybe 3 times, before it then becomes an RNG perspective. But that would be the rough way of doing it if you don't want to take the gamble of the faster method, because the fastest method is pretty risky. Because essentially what you're going to be trying to do is having a game of chicken. And as I mentioned earlier, stun locking. Primarily used for one boss, which is... Oh, I don't like that spider. I can't kill the spider! I should not be giving tutorial lessons. Anyway. Where was I? Oh yeah, Emperor Spider on the fast saga. You have a game of chicken with her. And the stun lock method that you'll be using here, this is what I mentioned earlier about the one boss that truly uses the stun lock. And the general method is to stay in a hitbox throughout the duration and the entirety of the fight. And just constantly whipping at and you letting the super pipe ball do the majority of the damage. However, with just a super pipe ball and 2 hearts filled, more times than not, even if you do it spot on, you will either be left with half a heart of health or 1 point of health. That's how close it gets in terms of getting the kill in. Fortunately, with this category, as it's no out of bounds, you still have an auto potion that you had from the start of the run. So, in a bad case scenario, you don't get enough damage in, she'll take you down and your auto potion will be active, but that will lose you your safety net, but you can reroute that in to your shopping and purchase another one if you need to, or if you choose to. But otherwise you can get the kill without having the requirements of it. Another bonus of the stun lock, because obviously she's in the air, you're going to be using your cannon jumps to stay in the air with her. It actually replenishes your jumps, so your free cannon strikes will be back, and it's a rinse and repeat sort of method whilst following her. So in this case, activate the super pipe ball, go straight in, try and get yourself back up, move your cursor back to flare ready, and as mentioned, she always goes to the left first, so you want to jump up, get a few whips in before you jump into it and go for the stun lock. Then you just want to try and hover and keep the stun lock going throughout the entirety of this battle. But of course, she may maneuver awkwardly, so you've sort of got to go with the flow sometimes. Obviously I fell out a few times, so I didn't lose as much health as I said a moment ago. Unfortunately, it is random on how far she moves. I mean, if you can keep getting the damage, she may just keep stuttering left or right. There is times where she'll just break away, and then you've got to try and catch her to then cause the damage in. Or, as you saw with that one, she may even just shimmy over briefly so she's out of your way and then drop. And if she drops, then again you revert back to the more basic method. Drop down with her, stay to the side of her, get the whips in, try and get some ascension damage before jumping back into her to then continue stun locking. But to do the stun lock, as mentioned earlier, just as a repeat for this, it's taking damage just after you've whipped your hair, or around that frame, or around those few frames. So you could then continuously pretty much just beat the crap out of her. With the cannon jumps, usually you'd use tap jumping, and you use the eye line of an eye and a jaw in terms of where Shantae is going to be moving up and down, and you just get that feel for it, to know when to throw the cannon out, when to time your hair whips, and then you can just continuously, as long as you use that stun locking method and keeping within that range. You want to be slightly to the side of her eye as well, because if you're directly in the middle, the super pipe balls at times you'll see won't actually hit her. So you want to stay slightly to the side, either side of her, so the super pipe ball will do the damage with her. I don't want to flare out, I want to use a super pipe ball. So, one more time! And again, if you are using milks for this fight, there's nothing wrong with that, it just means you can take her down quicker. But of course that means you'll have less milks for later potentially, so it's up to you. Wow, she's being weird. And luckily for me, she's pretty much not moving, so I can just get the timing right and bang. So she started off awkward there, and again did a quick shimmy down before I had a chance. But as you saw at the end part, she could do that throughout the entire fight. She may just stay in one spot or barely move, and as long as you've got your timing right, she goes down. But if there's any boss to do at high pace, that's the one that's going to take more time to get used to, as well as, of course, it's a risky method to do. Depends if you want to put your auto potion on the line, or if you're willing to grind additional gems to replenish that auto potion if you end up losing it. Right, so as I mentioned earlier, we had a cackleback that we killed and entered the lab straight away. So don't make the mistake of flaring out straight off the bat, because you've still got that cackleback. Go straight into absorbing, it will collect from where you are. Then you can go to flaring out. If you move to flare, it's as simple as using your shoulder buttons to trigger it. Otherwise you have to go into your menu again to move over. And that'll be spiderweb out of the way for now. And then we come to tan line. Now the first part of tan line is, well, most of tan line isn't too bad to traverse, but from this point up until the end of tan line is where you're hoping for the majority of your RNG item management to take place. So, right. Because I mean, the early game items, as mentioned, just the super pipe, in general, just the super pipe ball for Emperor Spider. From this point on is where where optimization of your item management goes a long way, or can go a long way for you. And the general ruling is, from this point, for every boss going forward, you need 6 milks, 6 pipe balls. So 6 of each set. Whether they're strong or weak is dependable. But because even though I'm not at the final fight, I've got to at least speak about that a bit. For the final fight in this terminology, with the setup I'm going to be showing, you're going to need 5 out of those 6 items. Well, 5 or 6 items that you're going to use in that final fight have to be strong items, preferably milks. 3 super milks, 2 super pipes, and a regular pipe. So essentially, out of the 12 that you got, you want to save 3 super milks and 2 super pipe balls for the end game. Preferably. You can go 2 super milks with a regular milk and 3 super pipes, but that does a little bit less damage overall, so you're at a little bit more risk, but there's really not much difference between the two. But that's just the basic general thought of how of those main items. Of course, there's bubble shields. Ideally, you want 3, which I mentioned earlier. I've managed to be lucky and get a few early, so I've already got 2. So I pretty much don't need to worry about bubbles that much, but a 3rd would be nice. Obviously, if you want to play safer on Pirate Master, you want to have 3.
Let's go.
So again, we'll start off with shuffling and going, and you want to hit every enemy on this particular screen, because those green cacti could have the chance of dropping a bubble shield or a regular monster mill. They're stingy today. You'll break under here, absorb them gems in. Now, I have to mention them in as per the route, because how high my gem count is at the moment is not how high you would be in a general run. Not normally anyway, unless you got all the additional gems from the beginning of the run. Then you'd usually be probably like 150 odd or something like that on average, maybe a bit less. But so you got 20 gems under there that you collect. Come up here, shuffle on the edge, and then cannon on. Alternatively, if you don't feel comfortable with that, you can just cannon straight up onto this edge. Hopefully the Skull Guard will be out your way, and then just cause your shuffle here. Also, to note, if you don't want to take much risk in terms of RNG route for items from enemies that you would kill on the run, and you want to kill a few more enemies with potential drops, these Scorp Girls in particular have probably the highest chance of getting the strongest items from drops. They could drop either the Super Monster Milk, a Super Pipe Ball, or a 5 gem. It's always a guarantee that she will drop one of the 3. However, I think it's something like 25 to 30% for the Super Monster Milk, Super Pipe Ball, between them 2, and the rest is the 5 gem. So you are running a risk if you choose to go for this method of killing. As you see there, I got 5 gems. You can just go about the run, kill the Scorp Girls that are en route. If you do that, then pretty much each Scorp Girl is going to be about 4 seconds to take out, apart from 2 in the middle, which will be a bit more time. But they can give you more chances. They can give you chances of getting more items if you don't want to try and take any risks in terms of whether or not you're going to get the drops through your run, or have to worry about gem counting, which is something I'll talk about a bit more later on when it comes to mid to late gaming. Otherwise, if you're just going to kill en route, kill them, kill her there, do your shuffle. So you generally be going through this room already shuffling 2 humps before you jump, just so you can evade everything else. A couple of jumps to make sure you get over them, and then you're at Squid Baron. This is just a start to trigger off the side quest that you need to do to get into Tanline Temple, or the stealth section of the run. But once you've triggered him, straight into your flare. If you've still got your flare hovered, again you can mash your shoulder buttons, which you usually be on anyway, if you're already over it from Spiderweb. Then you have to come back to Tanline a bit later, but we've got a bit of side questing to do. First one involves going back to Saliva Island. And again, these first set of screens, it's up to you, it depends on which enemies you want to kill. And I got a meat chunky for my trouble. When you get here, hop over that heart squid and you use your invisibility frames to go through them enemies. if you end up knocking your head on something, just make sure to get over the heart squid and then just try to evade these enemies as best as you can. But you're aiming to be on here. Or you can go on to, I think you can go onto here as well and then go 1, 2, 3 up onto the lip here. So again, it's down to your preference. Usually I'll go for this one and then you can go 1, 2, 3 and up. But usually that crab will not be in your way if you're going in float motion. Now you go up and to the left. Take out that crab. Now those 3 whips are not random. There's 30 gems in the walls. In the wall there. So you'd be doing the whipping into the wall to get 30 gems. 1 there, 1 there, 1 there. So 1, 2, 3, and then watch out for that crab because he does tend to be more to the right than the left. But once you've got them 3, land on, absorb, and then you're good. Now at this particular point, you need to know how much gems you're on. Obviously, in the top right is how much gems you have. Obviously, I've got more than I would normally have. But I'm just going to grind a bit more because I'm going to be intentionally grabbing a few more items just to throw out different scenarios for certain bosses. But you want to be at least bare minimum 180. That is so you can pick up the mandatory items. Well, the mandatory items that you're going to want. 3 flares and 1 of each hair upgrade. The 1 of each hair upgrade isn't going to do too much difference for most of the bosses. It's mainly for the final fight. But if you can get the additional, you get additionals a bit earlier than another spot, it can help you out for 2 bosses, meaning you can use slightly weaker items against them, so you don't have to worry about using all your strong items early, especially when you're trying to save them up for later. Other things you can go for, you can do what I'm doing at the moment, just exit, re-enter. The gem pots will respawn if you're under 180, so you can make sure you get to 180. Or if you really don't, if you don't have like a monster milk or super monster milk for the next boss, and you don't want to chance RNG on it, you can do this back and forth motion to get additional gems to meet up for a monster milk or super monster milk pickup from the shop. Monster milks are 50 a piece. Super monster milks are 75 a piece. So depending on which one you want, so it'd be 2 or 3 grinds depending on where your gems are at the time. So again, it'd be like 230 if you want to pick up a regular milk, 255 if you want to pick up a super monster milk. And that at least guarantees you to have a milk for that boss fight. There is an original thing that was used before doing 1 hair upgrades. Let's go for 2 hair upgrades, which will make boss fights. Will make your boss fights a bit easier. Again, you can make your using weaker items much more realistic. And it also enables you to 1 cycle a boss that you won't be able to do with the 1 hair upgrade method, as well as make Pirate Master, in terms of the leniency of time you have to score damage, wider. But that means you'd have to grind an extra 300 gems, because it's 150 a piece. And the overall time you save through the run versus the overall time you save or spend for the run to go for 2 of each hair upgrade versus 1 is still slower throughout the course of the runs. But I think it's like, obviously RNG will always be a factor, but in general about 20 to 25 seconds slower to go for the 2 hair upgrades, and that's assuming you get the 1 cycle quick kill on one of the bosses. And you still have to have the 2 strongest items for that boss fight to even trigger that. So the general thought is, do you want to sacrifice that 20 odd seconds just to make bosses a bit somewhat easier, or would you rather try and save that time and take a bit of risk with it? Again, that is purely preference. But once you're done getting whatever gems you want, as I say, 180 is the bare minimum. 230 for a monster milk, 255 if you want the super monster milk guarantee. You just come up and you'll make your way over here. Now there is a little bit of a pattern to these guys here. I mean, there's always waiting them out. You can just try and tank damage. You can do a stun lock damage and then run through. If you really want to, you could just get onto that edge and then cannon all the way over. Or you can get raped, that's fine. But generally I'll try to go, once you enter, I'll jump into the wall, cannon vertically up, strong, hold onto the hat and move over, and then another cannon just near the end to get over. So I'll generally go like that to get over, but again, there's a couple of ways of going about it. But this is pretty much what you're coming here for. Apart from a couple of extra gems, this is the main thing you want. So that's your first mummy sketch, and there's 3 that you need to collect to enter Tanline Temple. Once you get the first one, you flare out, and that'll be your last flare of the run. Well, your last flare for the first set you picked up. Not for the run, sorry, there's more flares we use. Then we can make a quick trip to Skulltown. Again, under there, get a quick door, you're going back into Sky's Hatchery to trigger off this little bit of cutscene where the second sarcophagus piece is. And of course, death to Joe, because Joe sucks. And whatever you do, do not forget to actually go over and grab the mummy sketch. It has happened. I've had it happen to me before where I forgot to grab it after activating it and was like, you dum-dum. So, try not to do that. Then you can now do your secondary shop. Now, as mentioned, bare minimum for this shop, 3 flares for 80. Come down the menu, 1 shampoo, 1 silky cream. If you're going for the 1 hair upgrade on each. As I said, throughout the run in general, it just makes all but the Party Master. It pretty much just makes it a little bit easier if you go for 2 hair upgrades. But there really isn't a major time difference between going 1 hair upgrade and 2 hair upgrades in terms of how quick you can kill each of those bosses. Most of your damage will be coming through boss, but it will certainly be somewhat quicker. As I say, it'll still be slower than going for 1 hair upgrade each. So again, it's just a preference thing, whether or not you're willing to sacrifice the time for a bit more security. Again, if you've overgrinded to get the extra gems and you want to pick up a milk, you can pick up a milk here and do whatnot. In this case, for me, I'm just picking up a 3 set of each. This isn't something not doing the run, of course, but this is just so I have at least multiple strong items, so I can show you different, as well as weaker items, so I can show you different ways of going about the boss, depending on your milk outage. But there'd be the general feed you pick up: 3 flares, one of each hair upgrade, and then pretty much if you wanted to grind for other gems, whatever else you want. It could just be the milk. You might want more bubbles at this point. You may want to pick up potions. I mean, potions you don't necessarily have to take for safety. You can take potions for, as mentioned, animation skips. So, and each animation skip saves about 3 seconds of time, minus the time it takes you to menu. So, for example, if you go 3 animation skips and you have to menu to 3 different food items, you're probably only going to get 2 seconds out of each one rather than 3. Whereas if you got a 3 set of potions for those 3 animation skips, you only have to menu for once, and then you're already on potion to be able to do the next 2, same unit in 2 seconds. As long as you pick up the general aspects, then you're set and ready to make your way out. Now you can come back to Tanline and do what you need to do to finish the area off. And again, starting off with dash, take all the enemies out again for those potential drops. Nice. Now, gem collection from this point on is up to you. But for those that are experienced and knowledgeable with any percent, you'd normally only need 4 of each of the buff items, 4 milks, 4 pipe balls, to deal with a run. But because you're dealing with the true final form of the final boss, you need 6. So you need more items to compensate for that, as well as the fact that your final shot will include 3 flares again. So you're going to need 80 at the minimum, and then whatever other gems, whatever other items you need that you're missing, dependable. Unless you're doing squat gal grinding, because if you're doing the squat gal grinding and you're going to stay there until you get every drop that you want, then gem routing is something you don't need to worry about. But there's a bit of a risk in terms of your time going for that. So if you're going for gems, I would say still pick up most of the gems on route, just so you've got them gems. And if it turns out you don't necessarily need them, you can use them for just anything else, just to make your life a bit safer. It's just pretty much making sure that you're backed up one way or the other. Because if you don't go for these gem grinds, but you're going for RNG and you end up short, you're going to be spending more time at a grind zone later than you would be traditionally. So you get them, start your dash, and you'll be coming over here. And again, skeletons, pipe balls or super pipe balls. You want to see super pipe balls, ideally. Right, so what just happened there? Forgot to explain that as I went by. But yeah, as you're dashing past stuff like a chest, and to be fair, there's only really one or two instances where that could happen. If you start mashing the attack whilst you're dashing by it, you have a good chance of opening the chest as you dash through. So then you can at least hit this wall and collect those gems that are hidden there without losing any time. Which is the bonus of that. Then again, dashing through. Hope for some more drops. And into that piece of sarcophagus map. Now you've got all three pieces. This will give you a password to enter Tanline Temple. So now we play memory game. Luckily, it's not for long. But the password today is Lion, Bird, Bird. And then you have to button to skip that one rather than the menu skip. Now, I've got 5 super pipe balls. I did pick up 3. So in this case, I got 2 super pipe balls, which is, for me, ideally what I'm looking for. Because I see the run as, because of the final boss, as I went into a little bit earlier, I need at least 2 super pipe balls to make it work. But obviously any more would be useful for other boss fights. Otherwise, if I only have them 2, I will always hold them back. So once you get that map, again, if you want the additional gems, these gems are respawned, you can do a shuffle to collect them. If you're not going to collect them, don't worry about the shuffle, just coming in and get yourself up. And again, you can go here, do a shuffle, or you can just jump up the right hand side, get killed by a Scorch Garb. You know the works. And again, because that Scorch Garb's respawned from the last time, you can go for the kill again if you want to spend that extra time to try and get another major buff to save you worrying about any other grinding aspects. But once you're done with what you want to do here, again, 1 hump, 2 hump, hover over, and now you're at Tanline Temple. And that password is where you'll input here. In this case, as a reminder, Lion, Bird, Bird. Now, how these turnstiles work is the patterning of them is pretty much the same constantly. I mean, where they start by the time you get here, so in this case, bird, fish, gator, it may not be bird, fish, gator, it could be any of the symbols. That'll start you off. But in terms of the order, it's always the same. So, bird, lion, hippo, gator, fish. Up to you how you memorise that. I tend to take fish as 1. So when I look at it, I always start my sequence as fish, bird, lion, hippo, gator. And then you just want to try and input your combo, depends on where they were. So in this case I was on bird, fish, gator, and I want lion, bird, bird. So I'd whip accordingly. So in this case it'd be 1 whip on the top. It would be, in this case, 4 whips. Is it 4? Yeah, it's 1 gator. No, 1, 2, 3, 4 whips on the bottom. And then on 1 gator, so it'd be 2 whips for bird. However, there is a thing you can do, even though these go in forward sequence as mentioned. Fish, bird, lion, hippo, gator. If it turns out it would be quicker to go the other way, so like if I'm on gator and I want hippo, instead of whipping it 4 times, you can just shoot it once, because the pistol says it in reverse. So it goes reverse to hippo, lion, bird, fish, so on. But I'd only suggest doing this for the top and the bottom one. The middle one is awkward to pistol, and you don't want to end up knocking everything else out of sequence. So the middle one, even if you got to whip it 4 times, I would suggest going 4 times. But the top and the bottom one, you can mix and mash. So I wanted gator, didn't I? So, gator, bird. It's not gator, is it? It's lion. So, pistol it back twice. But yeah, it's just having that particular pattern of animals in your mind, so you know which order you're going from. So, like, if you consider, as I say, if you consider fish as 1, bird 2, lion 3, you want hippo, which is 4. It's on bird. You know it's on 2, so you know it's 2 forward to get to 4. So on and so forth. And then, of course, knowing it backwards, obviously being on bird, you want fish. Rather than going 4 forward to fish, you know you can go 1 backwards, use your pistol to knock it backwards. Okay, so turn line, another set piece, a bit like Run Run Rocky Tops, except instead of getting hit and going back to the beginning of your section, it's a stealth zone. So, you don't want to get caught. Because unlike Run Run, where getting hit sends you back to the beginning of the screen, getting caught will send you back to this room. Every time. So, this area can cost you a good amount of time. Especially when you get a bit later on. But this is also where the stockpile keys will come into play. Because the aim of this area is you're supposed to go around it to find 3 keys, so you can unlock 3 doors to let out the other cast ladies, so you can then move on and get out of tan line. However, because we've already stockpiled 2 of them, we now only need 1, and that 1 key is en route. So that essentially cuts out about 2/3 of what this dungeon actually has to offer. So instead of spending like, well, it pretty much, getting the 2 keys costs you just over a minute. It saves about, it gives you an extra minute time save. So it takes about another 2 minutes to get the other 2 keys. So it's quite a big time save. But the idea, don't get caught. That's pretty much the principle you want. Now I tried to do a whip there. That doesn't. It's not very consistent in my opinion. In my time, but it's usually like 4 squeaks on the floor. You get a hair whip off. You have a chance of basically being able to stand up with your head in the wall and just run through here. So it's not much of a time save, but it'll get you through. Right. So your first set of guards are going to appear in this next room. Now the basic way to go about it is just making sure you land platforms, climb up the chain, climb up here, and then come under here. When you get out, make sure to wait, because that guard will always be looking that way. Up on these platforms, go on under, wait for that guard, and jump through. That's the standard, and that is what would that's the most likely time pattern you're going to get. In this case, I'm just going to get caught, just so I don't have to climb all the way back down. But there is a way of making that faster, but you only have 2 frames window to trigger it, and there's 2 ways of going about that as well, which is pretty much known as one cycling the room. So instead of having to wait for the guards, you can just keep going, and it says about 7 seconds. But again, it is very risky for the simple factor of you get caught, you're back at the start, and in that particular room, depends on which guard catches you, is anywhere from 18 to 22 seconds, give or take. So it's whether or not you deem 7-second time save is worth it. Hey, Vermilion, welcome to, hope you're doing well, buddy. So 2 methods of going about it, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to pull off either or in this particular practice, but I'll try. Try and give it a go. But the idea is, one method, you don't have to worry about the timing of your jumps. It's the timing of your whip on one of the guards in particular. Oh wow. Well, that was a mess up there. But the idea is this guard here. Because normally, as long as you don't miss any of the platforms, he's facing left. And obviously by the time you crawl under, he's going to turn around again and again. So the idea behind him is to whip him so he turns around, but at a height that he doesn't see you. That's the general presence of it. Obviously I missed that. And as I say, it's pretty tight to pull off. Like that. There we go. And because he's turned around, I don't have to wait as long. Again, that again is a tight window. and depends on when you whip him is good. But again, the problem is if you end up whipping early, he'll see you. So that's down to timing. Best game in the series? I agree. But, as I say, that's one method. There is another one which is a bit more tighter than that. As I say, it's about 2-frame window to get it, and it's down to your jump precision. As I've been mentioning throughout, you got your tap jumps and you got your strong jumps. But you can sort of like press and release mid-jump to get sort of like a mid-round sort of height. And you need to get several of them in succession, as well as be precise in your jump patterning. However, the good thing is, if you, at the early part of it, if you know you've not got it right, and you know you're not going to get the one cycle using that method, as long as you're before that guard that you go for the whip on, you can then switch to whip, going for the whip strategy if you choose to, and you can still then get the one cycle saving the time. But as I say, it's a risk, it's a big risk, and you could, as I say, it's a good 7-second save, but it can be a big 22-second loss. So hopefully I can try and get it with the precision jump method. But the idea is to get your jumping precision precise. Now I messed up there because you also need to grab the chain correctly. As soon as you know you've messed up, then you know you're not going to get that particular one cycle. You don't then try and chance it. It's the stealth temple. It can be a bother. It's not the worst though, I don't think. No, that was too high, so I know I'm not going to make it, so I would generally switch to whip, as I just did there. So by the time I get out here, he turns, I can jump straight up. And by the time I get out of here, he's already turned, and I can jump through. So that's what I mean by switching between the two methods, if the first one is no good. I'll at least have one or two more attempts just to try and get the other one cycle, but if I don't, then I apologise. Oh, there's that run through I mentioned, there you go. But yeah, you want to get all your jump precisions right in order to get it. I might be a bit late, but I might be able to get this one. There we go. And that would be the other method. So, as mentioned, it's a bit tight. But that was the original method. The whip method was another method that was found. But you can use either or you can go with the precision method and then switch if you know you haven't got it, or just not bother at all because it is a big risk for 7 seconds. And as you can see there, peripheral vision is shockingly bad. Now he sees me. If only, Vermilion, if only. I'd like to see it, but I don't think it's going to happen. But I'm not going to say no. Another thing that you can keep in mind, this is only a minor time save if you know you're never going to go for the one cycle. So if you never go for the one cycle, you can just go for this. This will only save you about a second, maybe 2, but I think it's about a second. Or it's a couple of seconds, something like that. It's nothing major, but pretty much all this is going to be is waiting on the first guard. Take care, everybody. I'll catch you around, buddy. Well, yeah, it's essentially waiting for the first guard, because, as I say, when you go for the one cycle, you've got the first guard that is facing away, and the other two you've got to wait for. Whereas going for something like this, what will happen is that should switch patterning. So if I wait for him instead, and then go, as long as I'm quick enough, these guards will be out of my way. So you'll have a lot more leniency to get through. Obviously, one cycle is the quickest way to go about it. If you go for the one cycle and don't get it, it's fine. You only lose 7 seconds versus losing what more you could lose if you get caught. Or if you wait down there, as shown, you can save yourself another second or so. If you save a second or so from the non-one cycle method. But that's if you know you're not going for the one cycle. Right. This next room is chain jumping. And the idea is, as soon as the guards turn around, because they will always start facing inwards, as soon as they turn around as such, you'll be wanting to do some consecutive chain jumpings. Now, just to show you in terms of timing for it, If I just exit re-enter, just look at the shoulder movements. 1, 2. It's like two breaths in, then they turn. 2 breaths in, they turn. And that's when you know when they're about to turn. You grab onto the first chain ready, but don't go too high. And then you go with that. 4, you jump over, grab the chain, 4 vertical chain jumps in succession whilst holding it up, switch over, and then chain yourself all the way. But of course, if you miss time a bit of it, it is a bit more lenient. So getting this one cycle is much more lenient compared to the first. But of course, you don't want to risk getting caught by them guards. Or them guards. Alright, we're back to this room. And this is what I mean, and this is where time loss really becomes a problem if you get caught so many times. So, getting used to this area is pretty much a wise thing when you're trying to speedrun the game. Because getting caught by any guard is a substantial time loss. As I say, this room is about 20 odd, the next room is 30 to 40 odd, the final room could cost you over a minute. But if you don't feel comfortable, you just go 3 jumps up and wait. Just wait for them to do their deep breaths. Then you can make your hops over. Right. Now this is where you get that mandatory key as mentioned. So you'd come in here, you'd jump and you'd whip. So you'd hit that chest open. There's a reason why I'm not doing it just yet. But then you've got to wait for the key to materialise before collecting it. Now, again, for gem collection purposes, if you're going with the gem collection, there is 60 gems right above us. Where jump and holding up, there's a chain just there. Then you can move over, smash the pots, jump over the other side, smash them pots, and then drop down and get the key. Because you've already opened it and because you've already got to wait for it to materialise, in general, if you, like for example, if you go for those gems, you go into the next room, you get caught, then you come back in and you think, oh, I may as well collect these gems again. You know, so I've got more gems to work with, should I not have a lot of the items I need. When you come back here and you're not waiting for the key, you're looking at 9 seconds to 10 seconds to collect those gems extra. Whereas, because you're waiting for that key to materialise, it reduces it down to about 7. So, I'll get those gems back up. So it's just a way of just cracking that open, jumping up, the key's materialised now. This is where I'm starting to lose a bit of time because I want the gems, but essentially you're looking at 60 gems for 7 seconds, which is a good deal. Then you can come back and grab that key. Then you got the final room, which is a pain in the backside sometimes, at full pace. Now if you want to take your time, there's no shame or no harm in doing so. So I mean, taking your time, you literally just wait for that guard and come in. Then you can just whoop, you can squeeze in behind him if your timing's right. Again, if you don't feel comfortable going for that, you can just wait in the shadows and just keep waiting for the guards to go back and forth. Before then entering the shadows here, following this guy. Let him do his thing before you move on. Alright fam, take care mate, I'll catch you around buddy. Before doing his thing, you get into the shadows here, don't get caught. But then again, you can then at that point you just wait for the guard to move forward, go into the next shadow, then wait for him to go past you, and then jump. That's the safe way. Obviously you're going to sacrifice time for that, but as I've said, getting caught in that room will cost you over a minute of your run. So going for the fast way is risky. I actually think I'm on one cycle here. Hey, there we go. Now, as I mentioned, because if you got caught and you want to get these gems again, it's about 10 seconds as long as you don't miss the chain. But again, it's 60 gems for 10 seconds. That's still not a bad deal either. It's not too bad. There is a few quicker areas, but if you need the gems in a pinch, that's fair game. But again, how you mix and mesh this next room is up to you. As I say, you can just wait for every guard. You can curve that curve after waiting on the first guard, then follow the next guard, and then follow the last guard. You just piece how you want. the fastest way of going about it is as soon as you enter, you're going to be holding left. And you're going to pretty much wait until you see Shantae's feet are essentially over the edge. Then you're going to jump. This will avoid the tunnel vision of the guard, and you'll land into the shadows in time. If you jump too early, you're caught. If you jump too late, you won't jump, you'll fall off. But the idea is to try and get through to the shadows of the first guard. The second guard, you'll have to wait till he gets past you before you can start running. Go in, and then the final guard, you're actually able to jump. So hopefully, if it goes according to plan, jump through the shadows, wait for him, jump there as a safety precaution, then you can wait for this guy. In here, use this line, wait for him a little bit, and then hop over him. And as I say, it's using that line, that middle alcove thing there where the shadow is for the middle area. You stay to the left, you'll wait for the guard to essentially get past and near the wall, say about there, then you'll start running and then jump at about the other edge of that central dark zone. You should be able to avoid his eye line. So again, take which parts you wish of that to make that section the way you want to make it, or however safe and comfortable or risky you want to go. But that would be the end of the stealth element, at least. Once you pass that, you're done, because you've stockpiled those keys, you don't need any other keys. So you don't have to go up and across. You just come down, follow the room, just hold left. And it'll be this door that you can enter. And then straight over to the left to start you off and let out the First Lady. So Risky Boots will be your first pick. Thank you, Nori, for the host. Appreciate it, buddy, as always. Hope all is good. Second Lady Sky. Right, just to save a bit of time for this next one, because you've also got a Cacklebat you've got to kill. I mean, as I said earlier, that there is no Cacklebats in any dungeons. This is technically not a dungeon. At least that I'm aware of. Obviously, views may differ between people. But I see this more as a Rum Rum Rotty Top segment more than an actual Den of Evil lab. So there is one Cacklebat in here, and he is right under here. In a cage. Can't do much about it. But pretty much, you'll go over, get over to him. As soon as you whip him, he's going to jump, so try and jump with him, so you can score damage, and then just sort of gauge when he's going to jump, if he jumps. Once you get the kill, then you can make your way over. And there's no other ladies to free, surprisingly, so we could just go straight out, down and out, can't we? No, unfortunately, we still have Roddy Tops to save, which is key number 3. And then you'll just follow this around. Unfortunately, you don't have your lamp, because all your items have been taken away, so you can't collect the Cacklebat at this point. And here we go. 4 girls and 1 rope. Right. And that's pretty much your stealth temple done. And of course, you need to go in there for the Cacklebat and this golden pickaxe to progress. Right, so the first thing, once you're done with the stealth temple, you're very pissy, you're very annoyed, you've just been through hell trying to avoid all them guards. First thing you're going to do is you're going to go back in. Funnily enough, because you're going to go and collect that Cacklebat that you left behind. So as soon as you enter this room again, you can just hold the lamp. You'll be within its range. You'll be able to absorb the Cacklebat. By this point of the run, if you've not left any Cacklebats behind, like obviously as I mentioned, the early flare and all that jazz, then you should at least be on 8 dark magic at this point. 7 if you have left one behind. If you've left the one intentionally behind it. Actually, I better put that on that. Hey, Scorvo, hope you're doing well. Yes, I've done any percent tutorial. This is an ADM one. Right, so once you're out, you can then start making your way across. stop at this guy who is not doing any work because he wants that golden pickaxe you just collected. That'll bust down the wall. This is a good time to check your menu just to see what you've got as well, whilst that chime's going on, but only when that chime is going on. So once it starts, you can go straight into your menu, get yourself back onto items, take a quick observation of your inventory, exit before the chime's done, and then you won't lose any time for that. Right, and then it's up to you what you do again. If you're Scorch Gal grinding, there's 2 Scorch Gals here. I would suggest only getting 1 for the time being. Otherwise, you just jump over her and fall straight in to here, because you're now on your way to your next cackleback. Once you're here, you can do a quick shuffle. When the dash is ready, you'll be going left. So holding left, dash, holding onto your hat button so you can glide off. And then about there, just tap a cannon shot and release. Then you can take that charge through, bust through, hit, get your whips in, and that's that cackleback done. Now, the entering and exiting method, this is one you won't do it with, because it will take far too long for you to get all the way back around and in position to absorb it. So once you get that cackleback killed, you'll just get onto this ledge. Now just make sure that when you jump onto that ledge, that you tap jump, because if you strong jump, you'll jump out. So you just want to tap jump to make sure you reach that, and then you can go ahead and absorb when it's finally materialised, and then out. Now if you do a scimitar straight away, you'll have enough room to do a charge before you enter this screen and trigger it. Otherwise, you just wait to land vertically, or you just give yourself a quick shuffle. Again, if you go for Scorch Gal grinding, kill 1 or 2 of them Scorch Gals to get across. You just want to reach this central pillars here with the 2 faces and go into the quicksand, because this will take you into your next cackleback. Just again, try and kill him as best you can. This is one of the more awkward cacklebacks to kill because of the terrain, and again you can't exit because it will cost you more time to go around, so this is one you'd have to wait for again before you can progress on. Jump out, start your shuffle and make your way across. As soon as you enter this screen, just cannon up, hold your scimitar and walk off the edge so you break that block. Now it's up to you again here. Now the rats, obviously the rats patterning will differ from time, but they're usually at least a couple here. So normally you'd probably go like triple cannon and hat, that'll give you enough space to get over them. Or if you really want to, you can just fall off, do a stun lock damage, and then you can make your way to the cackleback. But ideally you want to at least have your you want to get your shuffle off here as well, because you've got this little bit of terrain that you generally land on. You'd already start half that charge to go in, get the cackleback, and get the kill. And then again, obviously I've been waiting around because I'm just figuring what I'm going to talk about next. But once you get a kill, exit, enter, and that's your 4th dark magic for this land. So that should be all cacklebacks done. And 1 in the temple, 1 underground to the left, 1 in between the quicksand, and 1 there. And again, you can either kill these rats or you can just tank your damage. Then start a shuffle on this ledge if you want to go tight. You can just go from here and jump up if you'd rather. So you can do like 3 cannon strikes there. The enemies won't be in your way on that instance, and you can land here. Just get rid of them. And again, there's another Scorch Gal if you want to kill. So again, if you're just killing Scorch Gals on route, then essentially you're just killing the Scorch Gals on route. And you obviously, any others don't worry about. But if you want to grind to the point of getting every single block that you want, this would be the part where you do that grind. And it would just simply be exit, re-enter, get the kill, get your item, and then keep going until you've gotten a sufficient amount that you want. Of course, that is assuming that you don't get everything that you want from all the other Scorch Gals. And of course, if you've already got what you need from them and you're happy to continue, then you can just push through and you don't have to then worry about doing that back and forth grinding, because back and forth grinding makes the time allotted for them essentially double. So it's about 8 seconds per back and forth and kill, and then re-exit. So it is a big time cost if you want to go for that, but it will save you have to worry about what items you have at what points of the run, as well as how much gems you need. So it's less thought process going through the run in that sense, but it is much more time consuming if the game chooses to troll you. But once you're done, or if you just go in, then you've already started your charge. You just make your way across and in. And now you're into the Lost Catacombs, Den of Evil number 3. Now, if you want a few more gems, there is 10 gems just under me here. So 3 cannon strikes, whip, scimitars, all that jazz. So you get your 3 cannon strikes up there to get the 3 hits onto the blocks. Scimitar straight down just to push you down a bit quicker. Push yourself in slightly so you can reach, whip it, absorb and move. Otherwise, if you're not bothered about them, the scimitar in and then just holding right. So you can get a dash off there, throw your scimitar in that gap there, then you can just jump up, kill him, scimitar down. Or again, just follow the landscape around. Key divergences from this point. There's definitely 2 keys that you'll get in the next Den of Evil for any doors that are locked. But there's also a key that you can get here instead of 1 in the other lab. If done precisely with the kill on a Scork, because there's also a Scork Girl in this key room, you only sacrifice about 2 to 3 seconds, again similar to the Bat Lady from Lab 2. But this one can go wrong a bit more, so you're probably going to cost yourself a bit more time. So again, it's a case of, do you want to chance an item drop and sacrifice a bit of time? For this particular category, based on the amount of strong buffs you need, especially for the final fight, if you're not Scork Girl grinding, if you're just skipping past every single enemy, apart from the ones that you must kill or that are just easy enough to kill on route without stopping, then I would probably recommend going for this key, because that will then up your chances of a Super Monster Milk to 4 rather than 3. And when you need 3 of them for the final fight, it's probably a recommended one. So you just run through here. If that enemy drops an item as such, it's up to you. You can either leave it and sacrifice it and go, or you can just stop, sacrifice a couple of seconds to get it and then see what it is. But otherwise, you come up here, try and bonk into the Scork Girl rather than missing him entirely, her entirely. So you get the bonk on him just to push him out. Try and get 3 strikes in, as well as break that chest open. And as you can see, this is where things can go wrong, depending on where the Scork Girl goes. And then get the key, animate, skip it if you can, or just collect it. Or again, you can just play safe, and you can just do a couple of cannon strikes to get up here for certain, and then start your kill. Sacrifice a bit more time, but that's one key you can get there, which saves you getting a key in the next Den of Evil. But as I say, the next Den of Evil key is not only quicker, well, it's just quicker and it's consistent, but you have no item potential drop. So it depends on whether you want to go for that item. If you do, and you get it, then again, quick shuffle off here just to get a little bit of speed, and then you can start making your way down. Now, again, it's up to you which path you realistically take. This is sort of the path I would generally go, mainly just because I can get a couple of these green cacti kills in. I mean, I wouldn't actually wait around for this one, but you get a couple of green cacti kills with potential bubble shields or monster milks if you're short on them. But there's 1 or 2 other ways, there's no real fast way, so again, it's a case of preference. Then you have a gauntlet room. And that'll start off with 4 green cacti, sorry. And you'll be using the risky shuffle a couple of times in here to your advantage. So the first ones, you go into a risky shuffle. That'll just outright kill all of them. Then you'll have a slicer appear in the middle. You'll delay, then start your shuffle, hit. As soon as you hit, jump up, cannon strike for the kill. Or you can just stand behind him and just keep whipping him until he goes down. The final part is 2 Scork Girls, and like with other Scork Girls that we've hit, just be a couple of cannon strikes, as long as it doesn't eat my fucking jumps. And that's the gauntlet out. Right, so next room is the Crusher room. In general, you can just run up to it and jump at it. That just puts you lined up ready. Start your run. Dash. Be careful. I mean, that was me getting a bit risky there, to be fair. Normally you would just stop here, break these blocks, then start your shuffle at the right time for when it goes up, and then you can finish. Basically, that's the general one. There is a way to one cycle the room though, and that's by using butt wiggle strategies, funnily enough, as we tend to call it now. Now I'm just going back just because I want to respawn the blocks. Okay, I'm just making sure they are there. Pretty good. To be fair, that actually just made a little bit of weird sense. I want to try something that I never actually thought about doing before. I guess if you're not going to go for the one cycle crusher, you could actually start your shuffle in here. And then go for that block. No? So I'm actually finding something out on the fly here, and I don't know if this is going to work out the way I think. But then again, you're still going to be waiting 2 cycles though, to be fair. At least. No, you can't make it, so no. Okay, that theory is now busted. Don't try it. That no longer exists. But the butt wiggle strategy is literally, when you go into the next room, you're going to crouch straight away. Now, this is a weird bit of strategy to use, but in all fairness, this is what makes going for one cycle crusher more consistent and more achievable. Because you've got to try and dash at the right time as well to get through. And basically, when you crouch in, that's where you start. So, whoop. So you pretty much start at the top and go down. You'll be counting 4 butt wiggles from the top. So it goes down 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you're going. Or you're going to start to go. So you'll be doing it from there. Once your 4th one hit, you want to get close to the wall but not touch it, because if you touch it, it will stop your dash. Pull back to about here, then pull forward. You'll get your dash, and then you've got to time roughly when to trigger your dash. To know if you've got it for certain, what you're going to be looking for is, as soon as you dash, if you see Shantae's hairline basically in that crusher, you know you've got it. But this method only works from the start of the room. So if you go for it, you miss it, and then you try and do it again, the timing is going to be different. You'll have to reset the room to actually get the timing back on. So as soon as you enter, 1, 2, 3, 4, go, back, 4. Hair is phased through the wall, so I know that's going to make it. And that's your basic principle of doing it. I mean, you may not have seen it much there, but you'd be able to just about see a good portion of Shantae's ponytail essentially being in that crusher. If it's only partially in, it's a judgment call then whether you think you're going to make it. If you don't see it going at all, you're not going to make the cycle. I mean, you can do it from this way, but obviously you wouldn't do it in a run, but again, same principle. 1, 2, 3, 4, move, back, go. Now, I know I'm not going to make that, but I'm still going to go anyway. But that's pretty much sort of your principle that you're going for, getting the one cycle crusher. I'll try and get it once more. 2, 3, 4. No, obviously that was early because I bombed. Wow, I couldn't even fucking break the block in time. I'm better at doing it from the other side. Ah! Whoops! Alright, so one more time and hopefully I'll get it this time. In. Crouch immediately. 1, 2, 3, 4 peaks. Shuffle. Go. I saw it go through the wall, so I know I'm going to make it. And that's pretty much one cycle. You can save a little bit of time here with something known as momentumless boots. So at least I'm pretty sure you have enough space to do a momentumless boots here. But it's not the easiest trick to do. You have like a frame to pull it off. As you see, I didn't get it there, but to be fair, I don't usually go for one here, but I've just always believed it's possible. Apparently not. Okay, maybe it's not possible, but the idea is to, with the momentumless boost, which will be on the next island I'll try and show, when you go into screen transition, you're holding your jump for your jump buffer, but but you're releasing your D-pad, and at the moment or the frame of when the jump happens, or when it's supposed to happen, you want to hit right direction, and it's going to keep your charge but act as a standard jump. Then you'll pretty much be able to jump, maybe throw a cannon, land, and then dash straight away and go. That's the principle of it. Let's get a bit more health in. Actually, I think I need to put a save in if I'm going to do multiple aspects. Anyone familiar with the any percent tutorial that has been done? There really isn't much difference for majority of the boss fights because it's only one hair upgrade whip. So in terms of the timing of it, it's generally the same. But for those not familiar with that, I'll go over some of the combinations of items you generally use here. In a general run, because you're trying to hold back your strongest boss for the final fight, you'd probably be using a regular monster milk here, more times than not. And it could be in conjunction with either one of them if you've got the additional super pipe ball, or well, if you want to use the two strongest you can and then recoup your losses through gems. Entirely your choice. But in comparison to an any percent, each of the hair upgrade whips, in general, at least from talking from standing right in front of the boss and whipping the hell out of it, you will get about the same amount of damage from any percent's monster milk and super pipe ball combo by using a monster milk and a regular pipe ball in this combo with one of each hair upgrade. So for those that are familiar with any percent, it generally means you can go pipe ball instead of super pipe ball and get a similar amount of damage. You will lose damage overall in comparison, but it would be similar. So you could use the similar cycle mindset as any percent by using them two as any percent super pipe ball and monster milk. But otherwise, in general, Squid Baron is cycle based, and you're trying to at least best him before he reaches his eating phase. And he will go by his script by starting dashing across the floor, then he'll do some stomping, then he'll dash across the floor again, then he'll go to eating. So you want to make sure you beat him before he eats. Otherwise, phase 2, you're not going to be able to score as much damage as you would like. So if I just go with if you end up using the two strongest, this will give you the best chance. This will give you the better chance of getting through it, and you'll be able to take it down pretty easily, or comfortably, as long as you get the score damage in. But otherwise, general basic setting is just jumping up, getting a couple of scimitar strikes in, jump over him, start your whips. When he starts to jump up, you want to just follow him, get a couple of whips in. You should be able to get at least 3 hair whips in per time, even if you jump a bit late, because you've got that extra speed, and that'll bring him down to bring us down phase 1. Now, obviously, I'll beat him in two cycles prior, but what I'm going to do now is, because the next part of his phase or his script is a dash. That also includes, whilst he goes into this Squid Baron 2.0, he'll go into his armour. You've got to break the armour off to reveal him and start causing damage. But the next part of his script is dash. So if I crack him over straight away, he's going to dash straight away. So because I know that's going to happen, and he didn't dash in the first phase, I'm going to intentionally delay when I crack and wait for him to pull back. That's the start of his dash phase, and that will act as his dash phase. So I'll use the hat to my advantage here. Just hover above him. Once he dashes back, I'll drop. That opens him up. Now I know he's going to eat. And if you are using the two strongest buffs, as long as your whip timing is fine, he'll die before he gets a chance to move. That's Squid Baron down to a T for the two strongest buffs.
Shantae and the Pirate's Curse.
Right. Now, 1 weak and 1 strong. I mean, I won't show both of them. I'll just show one or the other. But usually, in general, 1 weak, 1 strong, you'll do slightly more damage with Super Monster Milk Pipe Ball than you will do with regular Monster Milk Super Pipe Ball. But there isn't much in it. And in terms of Squid Baron and his scripted phases, there really isn't any time difference. You're just splitting hairs there. So as long as you use 1 strong, 1 weak, you should at least achieve a similar fight. So for this instance, I would use probably the most common one that the more common choice for this particular category, which would be Monster Milk Super Pike if you've got the Super Pike ball available as a spare. But yeah, because obviously you want to keep those Super Monster Milks back for the most part. Now, as I say, because I've got the hair upgrades, there's a very good chance I'll be able to beat him before he dashes. So again, you follow the exact same style of fight. Just follow him through, try and hit him. Unfortunately, that's a fail on my part, so now I'm in trouble. So I've got to now try and score enough damage. In this case, I'll try and get 2 dashes in and a cannon strike, and then whip him. And fortunately, I beat his phase. But unfortunately, it wasn't what I was trying to show there. But that's just an example of, if you mess up, you've then got to have another bit to work with. So you know you're going to dash, you've got to try and get a couple of scimitar hits in and whips to bring him down enough. But thankfully, because this being ADM and you're going with additional hair upgrades, at least if you go for an early point, you can do it midway in on the next grind zone. But then you're missing out on 2 bosses of buffed hair upgrades for a couple of seconds time save, if that at all, to be fair. So you're better off going for the hair upgrades. Well, 1 of each hair upgrade, you're better off going for early. 2 of each hair upgrade, it's debatable which way you go about it. But I'd probably still say if you want that comfort, you best go for it on the original grind zone that I'll show you. Ah, well, I forgot to buff. But again, because of those extra hair upgrades, you should, even with the 1 weak, 1 strong, as long as you score the 3 whips in per stomp. So he goes up, when he comes down, jump up 1, 2, 3 before he moves to his next stomp. You should realistically take him down before he dashes. Unfortunately, I think I was out of position a bit. Right, in that case, I was a bit out of position, but I don't know if anyone noticed, if you heard that sound of him starting to move back. Even though you didn't see him dash back, if you get that instance, you hear that sound cue there, he's already started his dash phase. So, even though I didn't see him dash, I know he's already done it. So thankfully, I can just go straight into busting him open, and he should go straight into his eating phase. Now, this is where the fight changes a little bit, because you ain't going to have enough damage to finish him there, so you want to get 2 more scimitar strikes, a cannon strike, and then just finish him off with a whip, with a couple of whips to put him down and out. So that's pretty much the main difference for going with 1 strong, 1 weak. You should be able to beat his first phase, or you have the potential to beat his first phase in a similar vein or similar structure to the 2 strongest, but in the second phase, if you get him on eating phase to start with, he's going to have that bit where he dashes again. So it's just getting that extra bit of damage and then whip to finish him off.
Shantae and the Pirate's Curse.
Okay, as mentioned a bit earlier, I've really got to learn to buff before I go in. I usually do that. But yeah, you usually want to buff before you enter the boss room. As I was saying a bit earlier, going with the 2 weakest items, as long as you're in his phase hitting him, is similar to, because of what each one of each hair upgrade is similar to any percent no hair upgrades and a Monster Milk Super Pike Ball. So if you're familiar with that strategy, then you'll know where I'm going with this. But it'll basically, with one of each week, he should get into his dash phase, his second dash phase in phase 1. So again, you follow the script exactly the same as you have been. Except this time now he's going to dash. Just follow him around as best you can, finish him off, and you should be able to beat him before his eating phase. Then you go to phase 2. Obviously he's already dashed, so you can crack him straight open and start dealing damage as soon as he's available. Now you've got an additional phase to deal with when it comes to this. Again, he'll do his dash, he'll go to rapid stomps. So the idea is to he'll do 3 stomps every time, and you should be able to take him down at least within the first one, as you saw there. But he'll do 3 sets of stomps as he does in the first phase, but he'll stomp 3 times before he moves. And in that he will always go, if he goes to the left, he'll go to the left. Then he can go middle or right, and then he'll go to whichever space he left. So it'll always be one in each section. So if he goes left first and then chooses to go right, his third one he goes to the middle.
Shantae and the Pirate's Curse.
Now a worst case scenario. What if you can only use one buff? Well, one buff is an awkward one. I mean, he can be beat. You can keep him on cycle, but you have to then change your strategy a little bit for when he does his bounces to the side to side, because there is a way of scoring a bit more damage, but it's riskier. And I don't tend to use this method too much myself, but I'll try and show what I mean. In this case, I'm going to try and just go Super Pie Ball on its own, just to be a little authentic. But the idea is to run at him, whip him, then jump over, and then just keep jumping over and whipping him where you can. But again, as I say, I'm not used to this method too much, so I don't know if I'm going to be able to pull this off well, but I'll try. As you can see, fail. Just let this fight go on a bit. I'm just pretty much going to try and show the principle of when he's dashing, what you're trying to go for. Basically something like that. That's sort of the side of arc. Whenever he bounces side to side, that's the sort of arc you're going for. That gives you a bit more damage output. So in the event of using one item only, like a Super Pipe Ball, it is possible to keep him on script, but it's tight. But thanks to your one of each hair upgrade, and usually the average amount of items you tend to get, you'll at least be able to have something to work with. So the odds of you being in that situation is slim.
Shantae and the Pirate's Curse.
Right, now just for the purpose of moving on. Well, I've got plenty of buffs, so I'm just going too strong in this case, just to get him out of the way a bit quicker. But, as I say, that opening part where you jump side to side is riskier, but you can get more damage and beat him a bit quicker, as well as if you're using weaker buffs, give you a chance to actually keep him on script. Otherwise, generally, as mentioned, scimitar bounces, score damage. He's probably going to hit me, actually. Oh, I got lucky. I was a bit too close to him. Because of that extra hair upgrade, you should be able to get 3 whips of time on his downward stomps. I mean, you can play safer and not jump in towards him to try and get those additional damages. That's down to preference and how comfortable you want to go. But because of his scripted nature, you want to try and score a good amount of damage because you want to at least stop him reaching his eating phase in phase 1, so you can manipulate him into eating at phase 2. Once you crack the shell open, and then you just wail on him for a good amount of damage, because you will do more damage to him than he's healing. But in terms of doing that fight safer, it is literally a case of just staying in the air when he dashes across the floor and just getting him with counter strikes and try and whip him when you can. When he goes vertical stomping, again, just sort of evade him. Try and throw a few whips in if you want, but unfortunately, because of his scripted nature, you take a safer option, you're going to lose much more time in comparison to other bosses. And obviously, he'll then go off. He'll go in an awkward pattern phase, and you got to then try and figure him out enough to put him back on the cycle you want him on.
Oh yeah.
Right. And again, as per normal, usually when you go to the boss fight, you'll equip your items that you want, and then you'll get yourself back onto Flare ready, so you can just go straight into mashing.
Activated.
Right, now you've got Mudbog Islands available, but you don't want to go there straight away. You want to head back to Scuttletown first. This is basically because of the simple, one factor of when you get to the end of Mudbog's, getting ready to enter the Village of Lost Souls, you require something known as the Death Mask to make him believe you're dead, so you can actually enter. This is where Bolo comes in. You got the X-ray specs from Squid Baron earlier, and that fossil back on Spiderweb. So you got those items out of the way. Give them to Bolo, he'll give you the Death Mask. Then you can go to Mudbog Island. And again, Mudbog, 3 Cacklebats, Obviously just shown there. 4 done, 2 done out of 3. 1 is intended to be left behind, both done, and 3 done. Right, so Mud Bogs is a casual's nightmare, essentially, because there's quite a fair whack of enemies there that does a good half a heart of damage each. So getting caught up in them can be a little scary at times. So you pretty much want to keep a charge going throughout this entire section, with the exception of one little bit. Well, 2 little bits actually, because one little bit will intentionally stop you if you don't get what's known as momentum boost, which I'll try and pull off just to show you. But there's also some ceiling areas, so it's not as simple as just cannoning up into the air. You need to have some form of patterning to be able to keep yourself moving, basically, as you'll see here. So basically, for me, it's a strong jump followed by a hover. I'll throw 2 cannons once I get in between those bugs, and then just let myself run off and hover. This one you can go a bit more into the air until you get to here. Then it's just 2 tap cannons under there with a hat float, just to give yourself a bit more space, although the hat isn't necessary. What pattern you choose to use yourselves is entirely up to you, of course. Whichever works for you. Now, this is the room where you're trying to get a momentumless boots in. As mentioned, it's buffering your jump prior to the screen and then hitting the direction of where you're going on the right frame of when you jump, so you can keep that dash stored. Because traditionally you dash in, and if you just try jumping normally, you'll clip your feet on that little lip. So hopefully, I mean, I'm not very good at this trick, we'll see. And obviously that's a fail, that was late. I'll only have a few attempts. Momentumless boot sucks. As I say, it's very tight, but having a go for it isn't going to cost you any time. Because at the end of the day, unless you bonk, it's not going to cost you anything. So while you're going at it, you may as well at least try. And if you don't get it, then you just land and you'll be doing another risky shuffle to just get yourself started. Oh, there it is. That's essentially what momentumless boots is, or what it looks like. You get it on the right frame, it keeps your charge, so as soon as you land, you're just dashing straight away. Otherwise, if you don't get it, then you'll just come on here and you'll do a shuffle. I said, you come on here and you do a shuffle. When you enter this screen, you want to jump straight away because of that small little ledge. Now, there's a cackleback down and under, but you've got this ledge here that's in your way. So, oh my god, I'm getting wrecked. So you pretty much want to get the time when you're running and gliding to about here. You can see that little bit of background in there with those 2 little red balls. You can use that as your timing for when you scimitar down out of your dash. And that's what I mean by this area being dangerous if you don't exactly keep your charges going. But as I say, you've got a cackleback there, so you want to jump there. You see that lip, you can dash down, and then you move over to the left for this cackleback. Now, it's an awkward one to fight, this one. I tend to try and spam me cannon shots as well as get some scimitar bouncing damage in, but it's up to the cackleback on that. Otherwise, he's not easy to deal with. So, go for it and hope for the fucking best, really. Now, if you kill him more central to the left, you're going to be out of range if you come up to here. Usually. But if he is in range, you can get him there, start your dash and go. Otherwise, you'd have to do it down here, and then do your dash from down here, if you choose to. Or you can just jump up and continue on. Then you got the final one. Again, just try and keep yourself up and over. Make it through. And now you're at the Village of Lost Souls. Alright, so going into the Village of Lost Souls, you're going to start off with another risky shuffle. And once you're in, you want to just tap, jump and hover over because there's a cackleback straight away to the right. And there's your instance of kill, exit, re-enter. His death animation's done, collect. Alright, so from here, if you scimitar straight away, you'll land straight on that, you'll bounce off that enemy there, because that Naga will always be there. So just falling is a big risk. There's You could time it and then use your hat, but if you mistime it, those Nagas hit hard. They hit for a full heart of health, so you really do not want that. But once you've scimitar bounced it off, you'll be going straight back into another shuffle. When you get past onto this screen, tap, jump, glide, and in. And keep your momentum going. Again, there's different ways of going about this screen. Like any screen, there's different ways of going about it. You just run off, glide, and cannon. But as long as you keep your dash going, you can get in here, mash the attack so you break the chest open and get the coin. Or just stop and whip it. And that's your first coin. You need 3 coins to trigger the gamers, which is pure RNG. Ain't that nice? But again, now, it depends. If you've got everything that you want for the run, or you got, whether that be scorecard grinding, or you got really, really good RNG, you don't need to grind any more gems, you're happy with the 100 odd that you've got, or whatever it is you've got, then you'll pretty much just be running through this area. Otherwise, if you're still needing some gems, you can get a good 100 gems from this area. Well, you get about 120 gems from the stretch of here to Dagron, the next boss, within the space of about 12 seconds. So it's not too bad. But you'll start with your dash. If you go for the gems, you'll go straight into this wall. There's 20 gems in there. Just avoid the spectres and jump up. Otherwise, if not, and you want to just go for it, 3 cannon strikes, make sure you land on there, and you'll have enough time to jump up here to get your next coin. And now we have one of those invisible walls again. So again, it's up to you. You can just walk in here, maybe go onto here, do a tight shuffle there, trigger your dash and go. But it is a bit quicker from here because you've got more stretch of land to do the risky shuffle in, so you can start your risky shuffle off, enter, then trigger your dash afterwards. Now you want to stay up high to get into this area for the final cacklebat of the zone. So, a few cannon hops and whatnot, keep your dash going because the cacklebat will land on top of you. You want to turn around and get some whips in. If you do what I just did there and sort of like fuck off, then yeah, one whip, hopefully he goes to the right, gets caught in the alcove and you're good. Otherwise, if you're still within his box and you're just whipping him there, when you get about 2 strikes in, when you go for the third, just sort of like jump and mash, jump and attack, and you'll follow up with him still scoring damage. But that'll be all your cacklebats done for this. Then you want to start making your way down low for the final coin. Again, I'm just trying to make sure I don't take too much damage because I've already took enough damage as it is. Again, if you're after gems, you just carry on going to the right. If you're after gems, if you come down here, shoot 3 times, there's 30 gems under there, which the pistol will destroy, and you can use the lamp to obtain. Risky shuffle under here, and you can either continue to charge through because there's more shuffleable blocks, or jump over. Again, if you want coin, more gems, there's some more gems in this wall. Otherwise, you just come straight through here whilst dashing and jump onto this ledge. If you go for the gems, you'll smash it, jump onto here, open the chest first, then absorb them in, as that'll be slightly quicker. That'll be your final coin. Now you can go and take on the gamers. Well, I say take on the gamers, deal with the gamers is more like it. And again, you'll break through these blocks. And again, either go through the blocks or jump under. 30 more gems again, because they've respawned if you want them. And if you're at a point now where you really need more gems to cover anything else because you just don't have enough at this point because you've been truly trolled and they've given you next to nothing in RNG, then of course this will be grind time, and it's about 6 seconds to go. 1, 2, 3, collect your gems, go out, re-enter. So that's about 6 seconds cost for every exit enter you do. But the one thing you got to keep in mind is the ghost can spawn near you, so there's a chance of him just basically hitting you. And if he is too close like that, you can just turn around, whip him and try and kill him and go from there. Otherwise, just jump on here, that activates those 2 ghosts so you know where you can and can't jump. Otherwise, if you just jump straight away, you're likely that a ghost may just spawn in your face, and not nice. Right, from there, get your dash, so you can hover over there, or just jump over onto here and then do your dash. Whichever one you feel more comfortable with. And then you play with the gamers. This is a literal RNG shitfest. Basically, you're going to be guessing heads or tails. As long as you've got all the coins, you'll trigger the dialogue, you got to trigger it again once you've... because they'll say it's all our coins, you skip that, trigger it again, then you come up to here, tell me heads or tails. Now, if you go into this, you've got all coins. If you don't, then you've missed one somewhere. Now you can choose. Now, it doesn't really matter which one you choose because, as I say, it's RNG. But generally we'd select heads because you start on heads and obviously you lose fractions of time just going to tails. But if you want to mix it up, it's up to you. So you're literally down to the gamers. So tails. So I've got to restart blue. If you fail, if you guess wrong on any of them, you go back to blue. So he gets me right. So continue, heads, onto red. Tails, typical troll. So back to blue. Tails. Right. Now, luckily there's a failsafe. Should you guess wrong 3 times, the 4th time doesn't matter. The 4th time you can say whatever you want, it will be right. Of course, I said we'll select heads normally, but if I select tails, I know it's going to be tails, because I've already failed 3 times. I'll select heads this time, it's going to be heads. And again, tails, I know it's going to be tails. So, should you guess wrong 3 times, or if you keep selecting heads and you get tails 3 times, doesn't matter at which point you get them, once you get 3, the 4th is a guarantee. That gives you the locket, which you would instantly give up to not looking like Rotty Tops here. That gets you the Hopeful Flame. Right, making your way back up to where you got the green coin, this time you're coming over to the right. And the Hopeful Flame lasts not much longer than the locket, it seems. To get the Manly Musk, which you need to absorb, because you need the Manly Musk to get into the next lab, because apparently pretty smelling ladies are not allowed in, only dirty old bastards are. So, that lets you in. Then you just got to basically make your way to the right. If you want to do a shuffle here, that's fair enough. If not, you can just run across, back into the room with the blue coin, and trigger off the dialogue to enter our next Den of Evil, the Oubliette of Suffering. Now, you'll start this area off with a shuffle, pretty much so you can go straight forward and dash and go. If you're really starving for gems, there is a 10 gem pot in this room. By simply just jumping and shooting, and then absorbing it, you can get it that way. It costs a little more time than other pots, but it's there if you want it. And then with here, it's pretty much just stay in the air. If you get the last cannon bonk off the roof, you should float straight in. But pretty much just getting through and across. Right. This room, again, I'll have to speak of this room in terms of just going for it. If you don't need any gems, you enter the room and you just hold Scimitar. Keep in hold of right all the time. Then puts you in the shuffle state. And then you can just continue on. If you want the gems, you're going to sort of fall off, delay holding right, and then move right. So you don't get hit by the spike ball. And then just fire at the right time to get that. Or you can just fall down, cannon up, and whip it. Your choice. And then it's down to your preference. Now, that I accidentally destroyed that pot there. As you can see, there's a little metal bit in between those flames. If you're dying for health, that's a full health regeneration in there. So if you need it, you can shoot, it'll break the pot, and you can absorb the full health regeneration there. Jump across, damage just around the centre area, it's an offside to the right, break the block so you can advance on. If you want to kill the bug by dashing into him, you can. That gives you, those bugs give you a chance at monster milks and pirate flares, I believe. So again, it's just whether or not you want to chance any item drops in there. Right, when you enter here, again, if you want a gem pot, as you fall down, you would pretty much just pistol as you're falling down to get it. Otherwise, you'd have to as I just did there, jump, smack, and then absorb it. But if you go for the jump smack, generally let yourself fall down, then you can absorb it there before moving on. If you don't need it, you can just progress to the right and go. Tend to do like a little hop there and then whip through the blocks to hit that switch there, because you can whip through the block as you're going down to get that switch. Now I need to put the switches back in position, but generally you'll be coming down to the middle level, which is where you want to be, because you're going to boss this dungeon wide open and go straight for the boss. Now you can either wait to get here, then begin your shuffle, or you can try and do tight shuffling in the centre of that cage as it's going down. Just note, if you go for the shuffle as it's going down, it has happened before quite a few times where for some reason it takes longer to store a charge. I don't know why, just thought I'd best mention it. You dash through and you come across. There is a 10 gem pot in there, but you'd have to break through the blocks underneath, smash it, and then come back up and around, so I wouldn't recommend going for that one. Just simply, you'd enter this room, dash in. I better go out of the room because obviously I'm getting killed here. Enter the room, dash in, up and over, hover and release at about the right time. Should be able to fall straight through and into here. Right, let's just get some health back up. Well, to be fair, yeah, I'll grab the health there, but apart from Cytos Plant, usually the bosses have these next to the rooms, which are bigger targets, and will have health in them as well. There's also a 4 regeneration at the next one. Okay, so Dagron is actually, in general, one of the easier bosses of the run. Although there's a weird thing with him that, and this is just from what I've seen in my own experience, he's not that hard to learn, but if you let him get a bit out of control and he catches you, you could lose health pretty quick and you could actually die. So it's one of them type of fights. But Dagron, in a nutshell, you'll start the fight, he'll go into the air, and then he'll always sweep from the left into the right. And it's up to him if he swoops far or swoops short. That's down to gauging, and you have to be able to determine that gauge for yourselves. Unfortunately, there's no specific knowledge of it. It's just if he comes in and you don't see him straight away, he may be going short. Get ready to go for him, but he at least roars when he's about to swoop in. So there is a sound cue for him for when he's about to enter. In terms of buffing against him, now the 2 strongest items will give you your best opportunity to beat the hell out of him, of course. But with this fight, in terms of how time works, usually with 2 strong buffs you could take him down in 2 rounds. Although with the extra hair upgrade you could probably get him down in 1 if you're precise enough. Although I'm not too sure on that, I'll be honest, because by this time of the fight I usually I'll use bare minimal stuff. But it's usually 2 rounds for the 2 strongest. Use 1 weak and 1 strong, you're looking at about 3 rounds. Use the 2 weakest, you're looking at 4. If you use a super pipe ball on its own, you're looking at 4 rounds, as long as you get enough ascension damage, which I'll explain in the fight a bit more. Obviously, because you've got hair upgrades, you can go a regular pipe ball, and you should be able to get that down. Again, if you can get near perfect ascension damage, you may be able to get him in 4, but generally you'd say 5 for this category. But you wouldn't usually find yourself in a position where you're only doing a pipe ball. So at worst, super pipe ball on its own should be good enough. So again, get the buffs up ready. Make sure you're on flare for when you're done. I mean, you do have to exit a bit more before you can flare off of this one. But that roar is your sound cue for when he's about to enter. Now generally, these 2 blue pillars to either side, we use them as sort of our guideline. It's not the fastest way to go by him. If you could time it right and jump in towards him and whip him, you will get him down a bit quicker. But it's a bit safer to use these pillars as guides and basically just staying just on the outside of the inside part of them. So sort of like around these markers, and he will always go back and forth. Just watch out for him when he goes long. There's the roar. Up in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and ascend. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and ascend. But because I'm using both hair buffs, he's down in 2. That's a general ruling with him. Just use the pillars as your guide. When you hear the roar, get yourself ready to jump up and whip him. If he goes long, you're in a good position to whip him. If he goes short and you think he's going to go short, you're going to need to move over to the left. Although I will mention, if you go for him on the left, more times than not, if you just whip him when he goes short, you're likely to hit the spike ball on his tail. So when he goes short, whip and then just do a tap cannon just to play safe. And then just keep in mind it's about 8 to 9 strikes before he ascends. And that's what I mean by the ascension damage. When you get that timing of how many whips you can get in and when he's about to go, you can then start timing your time jumping up straight vertical and whipping to be able to get more damage off. But ascension damage is more important for when you're using weaker items or just a super pipe ball on its own. And we usually say 3 to 5 seconds per round, so per time he swoops in. Differs because as well as obviously trying to gauge whether he's going short or long, the further you get on in the fight or the more damage you deal to Dagron, the faster he gets. So he'll start standard, then he'll get somewhat faster, and then he'll get pretty damn fast. So he has 3 points of speed to work with. So again, if I go with the 2 weaker, well, not 2 weaker, sorry, 1 weak, 1 strong, I should be able to get him down in 3. However, because I've got additional hair, because I've got the one of each hair upgrade, if I can get ascension damage well on 2 rounds, he can go down in 2. So that was an early gauge, unfortunately. Bad gauge on him going short. And down. So that's just the general mindset. 2 strong is 2 rounds. One strong, 1 weak, 3 rounds. 2 weeks, 4 rounds. Super pipe ball on its own can be 4 rounds with enough ascension damage. But obviously, again, with one of each air upgrade, it's a bit more lenient versus any percent. And then you can go pipe ball on its own. In this category, we'll give you you can get 5 rounds, I believe, with a good amount of ascension damage going forward. So we'll do 2 weak, just to give you that principle. Again, it's in theory 4 rounds, but if you get plenty of ascension damage throughout the fight, is doable within 3. Oh, I got a 10 strike in. That's nice. Oh, got him. Was not expecting that. I actually thought I fucked up. Ah, he was 1 whip away. Brilliant. So that was 4 rounds. Now, as you can see with the ascension damage aspect, I was only 1 whip away there and my ascension damage wasn't the greatest. So if you can get enough ascension damage with the 2 weakest items, you can get a 3 rounder out of him. But always keep in mind it's basically going to be 4 rounds. But it depends how comfortable you are with your timing on Dagron. Unfortunately, taking an easier method to him, the only way to make that fight a bit more comfortable on you is not having to worry about counting your strikes. Just because that's all he really does is go in and out. So if you don't want to worry about counting your strikes and trying to get the time right for ascension damage, you can just time it, whip him down, and then just keep whipping him until he goes. That's pretty much the only way of making that fight a bit more comfortable. And of course, the Village of Lost Souls itself is classed as indoors. So although I'm set ready for flare, I cannot flare out yet. I have to get out and back into Mudbog. So you'll start off with the shuffle. Onto there. Get your dash through. Tap, jump straight away to get through. Or if you're not comfortable with doing the carry on, or carrying on through the zone, as I say, you can go here. You can just run, jump, and go in. Then all you gotta do is just get your counter strikes to get back onto this ledge. Once you're out this door, you can go straight into mashing your shoulder buttons and flare out. And that's Mudbog's done. Mudbog done. One of the few islands you don't have to revisit. So, again, 3 Cacklebats, you're done. So at this point, 3 there, 4 there, 2 there, 2 there, and 3 there. Okay.
Let's go.
Right, so straight away you're going to go back into a shuffle, and in the next screen there's going to be a Cacklebat, and he's hidden nicely in a wall. However, because you come back to this island later, if you forget to get this Cacklebat on your first entrance in, don't worry about it too much. You can just continue on, and then when you come back here to go for the next Den of Evil, remember to get it then, and you won't have any time loss difference for it. But then you'll start your dash. Get up here. Fuck you, Barney! You don't have to do that. That's just a personal thing. But yeah, I like to kill Barney, but for some reason he got named Barney. It was like every wolf got a name, and I didn't like it, so I keep it. Pretty much. But otherwise you just evade him. But you want to make sure that you stay low enough, because the Cacklebat you want is in this wall. Then again, you try to do what you can to kill him. When he goes down, just get yourself straight over here. Double cannon on him to get a potential drop. Now, the wolves themselves are weak in terms of health. I mean, dashing through them is something you can do quite easily, and it will kill them straight off the bat. And it's something that that you will do as part of this run, not for the item collection itself, but it's for the next Cacklebat, trying to get a quick kill on him if he cooperates. But you can go over there and you can get yourself a freebie, potential freebie item or freebie gems. Again, their drop table are the same as Scott Girls, Monster Milk, Super Monster Milk, Super Fireball, 5 gems. Although their percentages are much stingier. Like Super Monster Milk's like a 1%, Super Fireball's a couple of percentage, and the 5 gems, I can't remember exactly what the 5 gems are, but the odds of them dropping an actual item are pretty slim. So it's up to you. You can go for that kill there because you can get the Cacklebat from here. If the Cacklebat decides to jump to the right, and you get the kill more on this area, not only can you go for that wolf, you can go for that wolf and you'll be able to absorb it still, without losing any time. And again, that's no entering and exiting screens for that Cacklebat because they'll be too far out. Right, so Total Bone will come here. They do a very quick shuffle, literally just that. Gives you just about enough breathing room. Now, evade everything on this because of the setup that you're going for. Again, you want to just try and stay in the air for as best as you can. Of course, you wouldn't stop your charge. You just keep going, keep going, keep going. But you don't want to kill any wolves or hit anything, ideally in that room, because of the way that the chaining up of damage happens. For each enemy you hit in a chain, in a dash, you start at 15, you get +1 damage for each one you hit. By the time you hit all the wolves in the next screen and the screen and 1 or 2 screens after, and you go for the Cacklebat, the idea is you'll hit the Cacklebat and do about 24 damage, which is 1 short of him doing a jump up and staying in the air. If he jumps to the left, unfortunately you've got to bail and kill him however best you can. But if he jumps to the right, you'll still be dashing on a slope and you'll hit him a second time to kill him. That's the theory behind it. So going for the wolves is mainly using tap jumps and using hats in certain points. So as soon as you get to the wolves, you kill the wolf, tap jump, kill the wolf, just get over there, make sure you reach each lip and get each wolf. Once you get onto there, you can just dash through and then just jump near the end to avoid that slope. Keep following through. You got him there, follow this through, and this is where the Cacklebat comes in. Now he's cooperated, so that's a double hit death, as you saw there. Got 24 in, he just does his general jump arc. And because I've hit the right amount of enemies going up to this point, I've got the most amount of damage I can do without him staying in the air. And because he jumped to the right, I've now hit him. I would normally still have my charge at this point as well. So because I'd have my charge after hitting him, I'll get onto there. If I do a dash, I'll do it in dash formation. Fucking ghost. So I'll still have my dash, and I'll just go 1, 2. A ghost will appear. I'll just shoot the shit out of him, then whip him before the cackleback's done. Then you can absorb him from there. If he jumps to the left, as mentioned, you'd have to just sort of go with the flow, jump over there and get him. If you don't feel comfortable trying to get all the kills off the wolves, leading up to that, again, you can just fly over everything. It's perfectly fine. It'll just mean that even if the cackleback jumps to the right, you'll get the 2 hits, but then he'll go into the air, and then you've got to jump and finish him off. But then once you've got your cackleback, quick shuffle, and then on... Oh, fucking hell, Pad decided not to work for me there for some reason. Still have your charge. There's 2 wolves on it if you want a chance for more item potential. But, as I said, the percentages for them are very low. But if you're really starving for items, then maybe. But usually at this point, even if you're doing gem grinding traits, you've probably already got enough gems or near enough gems to pick up exactly what you want. So you're probably not too worried about what they're going to drop. But again, like a lot of the run, a lot of things are all down to runners' interpretation and how they want to do things. So when you come dashing in here, what the hell? I know this pad's a bit busted, but fuck me, it's killing my right trajectory for some reason. It's not supposed to. Onto the chain, then just climb the chain. Follow it around once, follow it around twice. Now, I know that's a bit weird I'm using Mosmic. I did that for the health properties because I'm going to set up for something that I'm not going to recommend you do as a beginner. But as I'm trying to show other methods, other things that are in this game and what you can and can't do, well, what you can do, sorry, I'm going to show something that you can do for a setup leading to something which is probably definitely not recommended, even for experienced runners, probably not recommended overall. Stun damage there to set you up with 1 damage. Now, if you're going to go for this way, then you'll be setting up the damage there. You'll do a dash through here and then switch your item to auto potion ready. For what's known as an APJ or auto potion jump, which was actually found during the last tournament. And it's not a nice trick, let's put it that way. in the terms of it's not an easy trick to do. But I'll just set myself up for it so I can show what it is if I can actually pull it off, because the odds are I may not be able to pull this off. But otherwise, normally you come up here. Oh, for fuck's sake, right. I'm probably have to switch my pads in a minute if this keeps up. You do a dash and you go straight across. From here, you want to go vertical up and over to the left, because now you've got to follow the terrain around. And again, this room you can do in a few ways. Just make sure you stay in the air. Just evade those spikes. And this has another invisible wall to it. If you choose to not go for this dash, you can just walk off. Oh, to be fair, you don't even need to walk off like that. That's just me being silly. No, let's just do that. Which is not going to help me now, because that's just put me out of position for what I was going to try and show. Yeah, you can just walk on, get onto this ledge, and then dash. But normally, if you're not going to go for the dash through here, you're already dashing. So you just generally dash through, the wall will kick in, and then you just get to here and start your dash off. Otherwise, if you want to go for this one, you'll try and land around here, start your shuffle, get your timing right, through the wall, dash off, and then you're good. Yeah. Right, for that room I just did, when you enter it, you want to be jump buffering. It's not necessary, but it definitely helps for that room. So you can instantly jump straight away. When you get to here, onto this slice block, you can grab the chain and jump around if you need to. Cannon strikes up on here. I'm just going to do a quick save, just in case I want to attempt this APJ a few times, just to try and get it in. Although I've actually got to resave because I've got to use that or kill myself. And save again. Although I probably didn't need to do that because I go replace my health anyway. Alright, so obviously that save code would not be part of this. You do your 3 cannon strikes onto here. Float up. If you want to regain your cannon strikes, go onto there and then you can just cannon through. Oh, for fidget's sake, Turkey. doesn't matter. But otherwise, float through, chain up, and get onto this particular section. Follow it up with another shuffle. Use the ice blocks to your advantage. Up and over everything. Let the air gust take you. Then you can space your remaining cannon shots to get through. Right, so this is where I was going to try and show APJ. Unfortunately, I'm a bit short on health. And yeah. I'm going to try it anyway, even with this. But the idea is, from the moment full regeneration happens, you'll regain control of Shantae. And for about 2 or 3 frames, I think it's about 2, it'll be as though she's walking on an invisible platform. You can use that platform to jump off and reach a section that's above us here, which, when you take everything into account, it doesn't save the greatest amount of time, but it saves something like 5 to 10 seconds. But that also means, if you've still got your auto potion at this point, and you've not bought any new ones, or you don't plan on buying any new ones, you're sacrificing your safety net for that opportunity. And it's not an easy thing to pull off. Usually you make sure you've got 1 point of damage. That makes your timing a bit more comfortable. But it's not always a guarantee, so I'll give it a try. So I know I failed that because I didn't get the initial jump. Right, so just for the purpose of this tutorial, I'm not going to keep you here long for this particular section. I'll literally only have 2 or 3 attempts, and then we'll move on. Because of course, we could be here a while, otherwise if I try and get this trick constantly, just wouldn't mind trying to show it. So then, you know, for those that are looking to maybe put that as an option, or just so they at least know there's an option there for them to take that if they so please to. And you usually do it from just running in here. So imagine I was still continuing to run. And you go from there. 1, 2, 3. And unfortunately I missed the jump again. So as you saw there, if you miss the jump, you won't reach it. But there's that little bit of stutter, if you notice, that pretty much shows where you can get the time for. But that's why you try and only go 1 point of damage against you. In all fairness, you know what? I just realised something. For the purpose of trying to do this, I have a file already set for this particular training. I've just remembered. So let me just switch files a moment. At least I can have a few attempts on one file. If I can't get it in 1 in 9, then I won't be able to show it. Well, you'll go into the room, strong jump, 3 cannon jumps at the peaks again, trigger your auto potion with your shoulder buttons, and then get the timing right, which is wrong there, to get up there. It also helps that when you trigger the auto potion, if you hold left, for some reason it gives you a little more of a visual cue, although it's very, 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 very fine to see it. And for some reason, at least for most bits, it makes it a little more consistent to pull off. But you've only got 1 auto potion in a general run if you've not bought any additional safeties. So, and if you go to buy additional safeties, then you're probably only going to be equal in time if you didn't get that safety. So, it's literally up to you if you want to take this gamble. And as you can see, I'm failing. But I've got 7 more, we'll try. There it is. As you saw, that jump without the cannon, or without holding onto the cannon or anything like that, enables you, so it's all strong jumps timing to do that. If you go for it and you get it, generally you'll go shuffle, go through. There is, oh, not through here, sorry. No, wait. No, you just do a shuffle and dash, sorry. Then you can try and get a momentumless boost on here, or just jump on there, conveyor over, and you're at where you need to be. Right, now let's get the actual file back. But that's pretty much APJ. Not fucking easy. As I say, not something I'd recommend a newcomer to do, and I wouldn't even necessarily recommend it to veterans of the game. But it's a big risk to take. If you want to go for it, you're more than welcome to. If you fail to get it though, not only have you lost your safety net, but you lose about 3 or 4 seconds off your run from just going around, because you lose the time to even attempt it. So assuming you don't go for APJ, from here, you just jump straight over, across and into this gust of wind. Now just follow it up and around until you get to about here. When you get about halfway up, you can use 3 counter strikes to get up and through that gap. Or you can just follow the wind to the right and then just come up and over. That's perfectly fine. Right. From here, you'll dash, and you need to do a jump buffer. So you have to remember to jump, buffer your jumps. If you don't, you'll end up hitting the lip. Unfortunately, I ended up buffering the jump without even intending to. So if you don't buffer it, you'll end up having something like that. So it'd be one straight line, dash, hold your jump button ready, and you'll make that no problem. Right. From here, you have another Cacklebat, and it should be Cacklebat number 3 of this area, the final Cacklebat for you to get here. So as you dash through, you just want to jump strong, and hat up into this gust of wind, and then just cannon up and around. Then just follow it up, stick to the right, quick shuffle, kill the Cacklebat, enter and exit if you choose, get it, and you're good. Then you just come down and you'll fall through, and you just keep holding right to go into that screen. From there, you'll just keep holding right until you get past the bats, because funnily enough, even though there's 4 bats there, you'll fall through them every time. So just holding right, as soon as you get through, just delay a bit, just so you can avoid that little bit of gap, but you can just make it straight through the bats. Then you can go straight to talking to Bolo. There's your targeting module. And assuming you didn't go for APJ or maneuver your menu around, you should still be on flare. You can mash it straight out. Otherwise, if you went for APJ, you've got to go back into your menu to obviously get back to flare. And that's all you can do for Frostbite for now. There is a return. Now, from here, you go back to Spiderweb. You need to get the Village of Lost Souls. You need to get the Lost Soul deciphered that you got from the Village of Lost Souls. And this is also somewhere where you could do a check of your Cacklebats, making sure that you got them all. As you can see, they're all there. So it's up to you how you do it. As long as you remember how many Cacklebats you should have had off each island. So you should have everything from every island apart from Spiderweb and Skulltown. So Frostbite is good, Mudbog's good, Tanneline's good, Spiderweb's missing one. Then you go into Spiderweb, do that thing, and then when you're coming by, Saliva's good, Skulltown's missing 2. You know you've only got 2 left. You're good on that. But again, when you get more used to it, you can just keep holding across to go to web, and you'll be able to see it just quickly flash up, and you'll know where you're at with it. Right, so once again, we'll start with the shuffle. Now, remember earlier we broke that block. Now, this is where that small time save comes into play. That is literally the only time save for going for it at this point, if you break the block, while still moving across. Otherwise, you're not going to be saving anything regardless of which way you do it, so it's literally your preference. Then just come in, whip the shit out of this Cacklebat, do what you can, get out, re-enter. And that's your final Cacklebat off of this island, and you're now on 18. Quick shuffle. And just keep following through until you get to Poe. Now there is a thing where if you've got a pipe ball or super pipe ball active when you enter the screen where Poe is, it'll seem as though he's fucked off. He is actually still there, but for some reason his character is behind the carriage rather than in front. But you can still talk to him, so if that happens, don't worry about it, you can still talk to him. You got one more quick shuffle. And one straight line, and then you just walk directly into Abner. You don't need to trigger any text boxes with him. At least not yet. Once they've deciphered that soul, just creep over and talk to Abner again. Now this is basically for a part of your item management, because at this point you've got no flares, unless you've bought additional ones. If you happen to have an extra flare, fair enough, you don't need to do this bit, but normally you'd be out of flares. but he'll trade you the Death Mask for a Pirate Flare. So the Death Mask is no longer needed. Give him the Death Mask, you get the Pirate Flare, and you can get out. Hey, let's go. Cheers for the host. Appreciate it, buddy. Hope all is well. Right, so now that's spider web done. Saliva is clear. Scott the Town is left with 2. Right, so the final shop is the mandatory shop is free flares. That's what you must buy. However, at this point, everything else is dependent on how your run's gone at this point. If you've already got everything you need, you don't need to buy anything else. Maybe you want to buy some additional potions if you haven't got anything for animation skips for the final lab. Your choice. So really, it's just free flares is a definite, then anything else that you choose to have, whether it be for animation skips or additional milks. But at this point, you need to remember you've only got 2 bosses left. One of them, you need 3 strong buffs, and then it's up to you with the 4. So I would normally at least make sure that I've got enough to make sure I've at least got 3 super milks. And the general pricing on them, if you go for a free pack, super monster milks are 200 for a free set, whereas a super Pokeball free set is 100. So obviously buying in bulk saves you a little bit more. So if you're ever in a position where you're thinking, oh, I only need 2 super monster milks and 1 monster milk, for example, that will still cost 200. Because it's 75 makes it 150, 50 for the monster milk makes it 2. So if you're ever in that position where you think, oh, I only need 2 super monster milks, so I may as well just get a regular monster milk, you may as well get the super monster milk free pack because it's just a stronger buff for the same price. But you just start off, you'll go straight into the shop because you need those flares. And purchase whatever else you want. I mean, I've got a lot of gems here, so I'm just going to just randomly purchase a lot of extra shit just to make my life different, I guess. But you obviously don't need all of them in general. That all depends on what you've got during your run. But there's your free flares as a mandatory. Then whatever else you require. I mean, in my position, if I really wanted to be safe on the Pipe Master, I've only got 2 bubbles throughout my run. I'd rather have 3 if I go with that thought process, so I would make sure to route a bubble somewhere into my shop. And then that just leaves me with the upstairs just going crazy. So obviously I've got far too many shit. So once you've done your shop, you're going all the way back to the right. Now again, you can choose to kill the scarecrows or not. I mean, the gap that's underneath is from that you broke at the very beginning is going to stay broken for this particular part. So you don't have to hit anything, only if you really want to try and get some more drops. So in this case, I'm just saving myself that second because I know I don't need any more drops at this point. I'll just go across. And you're aiming for that. Well, I say for that. This is a little trick known as Nutbuster. No time saving. In fact, it costs you a little bit of time, but it's fun to do. But basically, you just want to talk to this guy here, Branson. You can trade him off the Enchanted Blade, which you got quite a while back before Squid Baron, actually. And he will transform into Branson. Why do we call it Nutbuster? That's not... Why do we call it Nutbuster? Bubble! That's what happens when you're not on flare. It's because we put a flare right between his legs. So when you're done with Branson, flare out, and you're back here. Now you're going to finish off your Cacklebats. And the other 2 Cacklebats for this is to the left of the island. Now usually when you hit this Cacklebat, he never jumps. So you can just get a few whips in and try and just hit him with the cannon as well. Obviously that did not quite go to plan. But either way, just try and get the kills, kill him. If you kill him roughly where he stood at the start, there's a chance you won't be able to reach him from where I'm stood now, so you may have to consider going here. But if he at least moves over to the left, you should be able to reach him from there. And that'll be Dark Magic number 19. And that finally leaves this one. Just make sure to space your cannons out nicely. You'll make it no problem. If you spam them, you'll probably end up falling into the hole. And then it comes to this final cackleback. Finish him off. And absorb. And so, I have 20. So I should have 20. That's all dark magic in the game. I'm now on track to do the category that I'm supposed to be doing. I will due to note that the way, or the pattern, or the method, not the pattern or method, sorry, the routing we take in general for cacklebats doesn't necessarily mean you have to take this routing. There are different deviants. There's some people I've seen that will maybe get an extra flare sooner, and they'll get these 2 cacklebats earlier in the run. But this is what we've seen as one of the more optimal routes of going about the cacklebats in conjunction with how your shop management will go. So feel free to experiment, go for which cacklebats you want in which order, and see. You never know. You never know what you might find. But that's the general routing for it. So once they're down, one more flare out, just to save you a little bit of time, bring you back to the start of the area. Now you can start to finish up. And this is pretty much now down to any percent no out of bounds minus the final fight. For those that are familiar with any percent. So you've already spoken with Branson, you've already got him out, got the girls over. Revive Joe, he walks out on his girl, the bastard. So once you've got them done, you can go straight talking into Armor Baron and set off the old cannon to access your final Den of Evil. My vape is not on. Hey Chazzles, welcome straight up, you doing well, buddy? Just doing a little tutorial today. Right, so you got him down through the floor, or just move to the left. Just basically get back to risky, exit out. So all dark magic is done. Essentially, you're now just going for the finish. So first up, Frostbite Island. Or back to Frostbite Island. Again, avoid all enemies if you need to. In my case, fuck you, Barney. Barney always dies. You don't have to do that, of course. If you forgot to get the cacklebat on your first time in, that's when you get it. Then, fall through. If you've got potions, get onto potions already. But that's only for animation skips. Otherwise, you come over and you'll come and get this key. If you can do animation skips, do animation skips. If you can't, just collect the key and then go. Try not to jump like that, though. Ouch. Damn, man. Enjoy your break, sir. Enjoy your break. Enjoy your break. Right, in this situation, I've already got a key back in Catacombs to try and get an additional item from Scorpio. So, if you go for that Scorpio, as mentioned, this is the lab where the keys will change a bit. You now only need 2 keys instead of all 3. I'll show where all of them are. The quickest one to go for if you already got the key in Catacombs is the one just before the boss. But there is a little bit of risk with an ice block. Otherwise, if you still need to get all 3 keys, then the key you want is up here. Up to the left, stay to the left, break the chest open. Then you can either collect it from where you are, or if you want, come underneath, collect it there. And then you can make your way down and across to where you need to be. But of course, if you've already got the Catacombs key and you don't want to go for that one up there, just come around and you're good. Sorry. Jump up and hit onto this. If you went for the higher key instead of the lower key, you can just sort of like do this and get straight to the boss. But that's if you've got the Catacombs key and you've got the one in the higher ceiling that I just got. But if you've got the Catacombs key and not the one in the high ceiling, or if you need all 3 keys here, you come over there, you'd open that door, you'd do a shuffle, break them off, get onto this ledge, One more shuffle, break open, and then this is where the other key is, should you need it. And that's the ice block that I said is a bit wary, because that block can sometimes land on you and send you back to the beginning of the room. So although that key I've got just is faster than the key up in the ceiling, it's a little riskier. If I get hit by the ice block, then I've lost time. So it's pretty much your choice. And then that comes up to good old Steel Maggot, who's a battling axe. Again, health here if you need it, and if you're really desperate, that's a full health upgrade right there. Alright, so it depends on your item layout, will depend on how you go. Now, as I meant, obviously by this, as I mentioned from earlier on, you should be at least considering what you need for Pirate Master. With one of each air upgrade, as I say, you need at least 5 out of the 6 strong. 3 and 3 in consideration of that. So when I say 5 of the 6, then you just need 3 strong milks and 2 strong super pipe balls, or 3 strong pipe balls and 2 strong milks to go in with. Obviously, if you have all 6, that's better. That'll make things a little more comfortable for you, but not by a great deal. Unfortunately, I don't have a monster milk, so I can't show that way of doing the fight. So all I can do is explain that one a bit. Because of each of your hair upgrades, and mentioned earlier about the differences, going in with the 2 weakest of Steel Maggot, you can 2-cycle him. However, you at least need to get 1 round where you land in a position where the pipe ball is consistently hitting the tail, which I'll show in a moment. If you don't, then you're going for 3 rounds. So hopefully if you've got an extra super pipe ball, regular milk super pipe ball will be enough, as long as you get some positional damage. Otherwise, a super monster milk on its own will do enough damage to 2-round him. So, okay, for this, 2 strong, and we go into the fight. It's also due to note that if you have an extra bubble at your disposal, so if you want to keep your 3 for Pirate Master but you have a 4th, this would be a good time to use that bubble as well. Because the idea of this fight is you need to hit 3 buttons on his back in a particular order, which is RNG for each cycle. However, if you get a wrong button, he's going to fire a bullet spread out, and that does a full heart of damage. The bubble will negate the damage. It's easily avoided by landing on the floor and crouching. Just show that as an example. So you can just do that and it won't touch you. Wow. Then that's pretty much what you need to get. Get the 3 buttons right, deal the damage, then you go straight into him. Not into him as I just did there, but the advantage of having the bubble is mainly for getting the button combination quicker. So I mean, if you don't have the bubble, you can take a risk. Oh really, they were correct buttons? Damn, I was going to try to show what I meant by risk, but I ended up hitting the right buttons. Oh bollocks, did I even save? Oh, I forgot to save. Oops. Okay, this could be fun. Okay, I kind of did a bad thing. Luckily, it's not too far behind, so yeah. Sorry, I forgot to save. So I'm going to kind of have to get back into position. So please bear with me for the next few minutes. Completely forgot about that. Hey, so like about to the stream, hope you're doing well, buddy. Not much, doing alright, just doing a tutorial. Forgot to save when I was trying to show some examples on a boss fight, and now I've got to kind of get myself back there. Because I'm a fucking idiot, basically. So essentially, this tutorial's now turned into a miniature speedrun. Maybe we can crop this out. So I'm only about a couple of minutes behind, so shouldn't be too bad to get back there. See, a professional of this wouldn't have made that mistake. 17 birches for the host, appreciate it, buddy.
Flare activated.
Do 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 do. That's bad. I'm gonna have to make sure I do timestamp that in the sort of like explanations. Like, feel free to fast forward this bit. I kind of fucked up somewhere. Oh.
Pirate flare activated.
Right, almost back, almost back. I'm sorry. Just random shit. Why not? Why not? More stuff. Fuck you, R squared! You can tell I'm not used to using safety saves, right? Guess it gives me a chance to get a bit of vape in me.
Pirate flare activated.
But now, fortunately, in terms of speed running, it's not that far behind overall. I'll just get me key, then I'll save, then we won't have this mistake again. Or maybe I'll just do the tutorial all over again, because why not? No.
Pirate flare activated.
Almost there. Almost there. Okay. Well, at least I get to kill Barney again. That's a plus for me, at least. Fuck you, Barney! Oh, sorry, Gary. almost there, almost there. Almost rectified this mistake. Let's grab this key instead because it's closer to the save zone. Okay. Alright, so back to where we were. Sorry about that. Alright, so as mentioned, there's a few things that can go with Steel Maggot. And I was on about taking the risk if you was going bubbleless. So, I mean, the advantage of the bubble primarily is to give you additional opportunities to figure out the combination that's on his back. So it can speed up the fight a little bit. So only really do it if you got a spare bubble. Otherwise, if you got like that, you can do like a hover over, as long as you've got another cannon available. So let me rectify this, get myself back into a position of health. So like if you hit the wrong button first and you want to try and get another button, you can go for that, and there is a chance if you're frame perfect that the bullet spread won't happen. But if it does and you don't have the bubble, you've got a good chance of taking a hit at that point. So again, it is a little risky. Whereas the bubble, for example, if I get the wrong combination, so if I go, yeah, that's right, but that's wrong, I can land straight back in front of him and then try and get it again. So I know it's that combination, for example. Then I can go on to getting him. That's what I mean by the safety of it. And then the rest is just down to the game. So I know 3 is correct, 3, 2. And then finish. Right, so now I know the safety save's there. I can do a quit and show different aspects depending on items. So obviously 2 strongest items is usually going to be a 2 cycle, even with 1 of each hair upgrade. If you've gone for the 2 of each hair upgrade routing, then using the 2 strongest buffs, as long as you're in the right position, so the super pipe ball is doing that damage to the tail at the same time as your hair whip's being precise, it is doable to 1 cycle him. But as mentioned, you'll save about 20 odd seconds through that fight. For that fight in particular, but over the course of the entirety of the run, the time it takes to get the additional gems and to get those extra hair upgrades, you're still going to lose time overall. But it will make several boss fights somewhat easier. So again, it's up to you if you want to make yourself a bit more safe and sacrifice a bit of time. Either way, there's no right or wrong way about doing a run. It's entirely in your hands. So usually by this point, at least in my mind, obviously I'm got far too much shit. But I'd normally probably say like I've got 2 super pipe balls, I've got 3 super milks, I've got a regular milk, and I've got a couple of pipe balls. So I know because of what I want set up for the final fight, 5 of the 6 powered items being 2 super pipe balls, 3 super milks, and at least a regular pipe for the final fight, I will be going generally milk, regular pipe ball. If I do have an extra super pipe, I will consider that just to make it more likely for me to get the 2 round, or to get 2 cycles in. But like any percent, as you saw during that last fight, I did a pincer in the corner. Now if you could time it right and get the last button and then jump down and scimitar into the corner and bounce off of it, although it is pretty much frame perfect, it is possible to 1 cycle with the 2 strongest buffs, even with 1 of each hair upgrade, or even with no hair upgrades, like you would in the any percent potential. But it's very unlikely on a consistent basis, that is. So, although it's doable, you can risk it, but you'll be risking 2 strong buffs. In this particular category, I highly wouldn't recommend it. I just got to get myself back over there. Oh yeah, the keys are not done yet. I'm like, alright, so get back over there. So, as you saw, 2 strongest buff was 2 cycles. So it really doesn't matter which combination I use. As long as you use 1 of each, you can get him down in 2. So in principle, I'd go Monster Milk, Pipe Ball. If I've got this extra bubble, or I'll choose to use one of my 3 bubbles if I've got 3, and then to go 1 bubble less as Pipe Master if that's my choosing, then I could potentially speed up the fight by figuring out the combination quicker. But for this example, I'll just go no bubble. So Depends on which way you want to go about it. If you want to take the risk with a Bobulus to try and hit more buttons in by putting yourself in the line of fire, that is your choice. If you get lucky like that, it's fine. But the idea is, hit, make sure you're in the right space, so that pipe ball is going to hit. So I now know I'm going to at least 2 rounds. Once this tower is back in, you can go for him. And I just did something really stupid there. That was a bobble strategy I was doing there, so that was wrong. Wow, combinations are nice. So I should, no matter where I land, be able to finish him. But luckily the pipe ball, I was in a position with the pipe ball will help me finish off in 2 rounds. So yeah, the 2 strongest buffs will still save you a bit of time, but it won't save you the most major time throughout the course of the fight. If you want to take the fight a bit safer, if you get an incorrect button, just go behind them and crouch. You won't get hit by any bullet spread that way.
And the Pirate's Curse.
No, yeah, just to do one more with conjunction with the bubble, just to give more of an expression idea on that. So I mean, as I say, with the bubble, it gives you the opportunity to figure out the combination on his back somewhat quicker, because you can then land in front of him and not have to worry about that bullet spread, because the bullet will just ignore it, basically. So if I have a spare bubble, then again, it's down to his RNG. I mean, I generally always go for 1, 2, 3 to start, because as RNG is, you never know what you're going to get, so you just go whatever. But if I go up first and it's incorrect, I can land in front of him, go for another bubble or another bullet, and then try and position myself right. Obviously I did that bad, but that's the general principle, so I know it's button 3. Now I couldn't get in front of him in time there, but I now know what the combination is. It's 3, 1, and then 2. And then start wailing on. It's about 17, 18 strikes before his tower goes away, then you can go up and go for the next button. And as you can see there, I've got the bubble to my advantage. Unfortunately I missed, but I already know what the combination is because of it. But I could have had that combination set a bit quicker if I got my positioning right. So obviously I went from behind, 3, 2. 3 was correct, 2 was incorrect, so I knew what the combination was straight away, because I know it's going to be 3, 1 and 2. If I'd have got that right, I'd have landed in front to regenerate my cannons, jumped back up and hit 3 and then 1. So then when he comes back in, I would just hit 2 and go for him. Whereas because I messed it up, I have to then wait for him to go out and then back in to get the combination to finish him off. But the 2 weakest items, as long as your positioning's right, you can get away with 2 rounds. So you won't lose as much time in comparison. Certainly wouldn't recommend going with the 2 strongest under one of each hair upgrade setup, because you're going to need the stronger boss for later, unless you've intentionally equipped yourself to do that. Which basically will give you enough to be able to finish him off. In fact, you don't even need the super pipe ball theoretically. A super monster milk on its own, as long as you get the strikes in, should finish him off in 2 rounds without too much hassle. And just for shits and giggles, we'll do one more animation skip to take that map. And now we're on to the final stretch. So we're done with Steel Maggot. And now we can flare out. Right, so first up, off to the Lonely Grave. Just got to trigger Pirate Master first. So first up, it's literally just move to the right. Get the Pirate Master out, and you're good. When you exit here, you can just walk straight out and just go back on the ship, or you can do a shuffle and to get yourself back to ship, but none of them is faster than the other. So it's entirely up to you what you do. I tend to shuffle just because I'm so used to it. But if you just hold left and walk out and then go onto the ship, it's not slower. That leaves you with your final stretch. You've got all your dark magic, you've got the Pirate Master to take down, he's going to be in his true form. Let's go. Now it depends if you want to go for a small time save here. But actually before I mention that, I did mention obviously well back at the beginning about if you have enough gems to purchase a flare, or if you get a flare drop and you flare off the island and leave a Kakabat behind. I've already showed how you go about it in terms of when you come back to collect it, but it'll be on the entrance of here is when you go back for it, just for reference. But otherwise, there's two ways to go about this particular set. One of them will be about a second to a second and a half faster. This is the slower one, but this is easier to pull off. Just basically charge into everything. After 2 enemies, jump. After 3, jump. Don't fall into the pit. Shall we try that again? But basically, just jump over the pits, but hit everything in your path. Because the simpler method, or the easier method, I mean, these charge hits are going to slow you down a bit. As I said, that's where the second to a second and a half time loss is. But this is just so you don't do the up and over method on this screen. You can just keep holding right, break through these without any stutter, and make your way over to Pirate Master. Now the only reason I say hit all the enemies along your way is so you don't have to worry about evasion, because once you get to that pillar of blocks, again like at the beginning of the run, you'll still have the stuttering happen and you'll still have that same time deprivation, or time loss. So I shouldn't be using big words, I don't know big words. I'm just going back just for the up and over method. You get to listen to this awesome music a little longer as well, because to be fair, you don't get to hear this music fully normally. It's one of the better pieces in the game as well. Right, well, the up and over method is again on that screen where we broke the blocks from underneath. Instead of breaking them blocks, we'd be going up, well, as the title says, up and over. Well, the idea for that is you need to jump, time your cannons at the right point, to land on a branch to then jump so you can go up and over. It is a bit more lenient than it may seem, but you may end up hitting an enemy along the way or on the way up, but that's not a big deal. You'll still save most of that second. But as I say, it's only really a second, so this is only if you really want to try and save every little bit that you can. And in that case, once you get past the second bottom, you just start your jump up and basically just keep yourself in the air and spread your cannon shots accordingly. Then when you get to the up and over, it's a strong jump followed by 3 cannons. But that's the branch I did not want to hit. The branch I want is this one. Because from there, if I try to jump, I'm likely to dash into that. I think. I'm pretty sure I will, as you can see. So you want to try and land on that branch prior to it, if you go for up and over methods. Even if you hit that enemy, it's fine. I mean, for each hit you'll probably lose a bit of time, but nothing major. So, it's all good, realistically. Yeah, as I mentioned, if you did the flare from the very beginning, you skipped this screen out, so you left the cackle back behind. I know I showed it earlier, but I'll just do it again anyway, just in case. You won't need to worry about the up and over, because you'll be in a position where you'll be able to do it without much hassle. So evade the enemies accordingly if you've left this cackle back behind. Then it'd just be 1, 2, 3 onto this branch. Shuffle 1, 2, 3 over to the left. Obviously the cackleback will still be here if I didn't kill it already. But then you kill the cackleback off screen, come back in, absorb it. When you're done, shuffle, and then it's just a case of staying in the air here. Just try not to get that heart spit of shame. And that's pretty much that. Depending on which way you go about it. Obviously the early flare is situational. So it's just to keep that in mind. Right. The tower climb. So you start off with dashing in, and the opening is always the same. Onto the left, onto the right, and onto the left. Alright, so the good thing with tower climb is we get to skip what's known as the Pirate Master Trials, which usually you'd have to go into these doors and deal with this kind of shit. Which we don't like doing. So we skip it. And thankfully, even with no out of bounds, it is doable. The advantage here is the hat, when deployed, pushes you up that little bit more. So using that in conjunction with your jumps and cannons, you can reach a height a little bit more than you're supposed to. So as long as your timing is correct, instead of having like a 1, 2, 3, oh damn, can't reach, be more like 1, 2, 3 with a couple of hats in, and you can reach that platform. There's two ways I've known of doing it. You can go with, and all the jumps and all the cannon strikes are at peak. So you want the strong jumps with strong cannons and at peak jumps. So the first one was the way I did it, where I peak jump, release hat, 1, 2, 3, release hat. And the positioning of your hat, you sort of need to get as it deploys, but not as the hat puffs out. So you sort of got to find that mark. Something like that would be a bit early, for example. So you just got to get that visual cue feeling to get that height. It can also be done with doing a cannon first before the hat, but this is the way I don't tend to do it. But it can be done like that as well. I don't think you can do it with two, because for some reason it needs a bit more space for the hat, and it doesn't like deploying it as well. So whichever one you feel more comfortable with, whether you throw a cannon out first, then hat, 2 cannons, then hat, or go hat, cannon, 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 hat, it's up to you. But you need that to get up to there. From there, simply follow it around onto here. Once you grab the chain, 2 jumps up, and then you can jump across, as long as you're doing strong jumps. Sometimes it can throw a couple of light jumps without letting you know, really, but otherwise you can just jump up to on the chain onto here and go across. Then it's the same hat method here to reach that. Now, for a simplified, well, for an easier version, basically the easier version of doing tower climb is just eliminating several of them hat deployment cannon strikes. So where it's not necessary, so to speak, in terms of actually climbing it. Obviously you'll lose some time, but it's entirely up to you. I mean, you can go over there and just follow it around onto here and across. So basically follow it all the way around till you get to the next door. Then you have another hat set motion to try and do. Up to there, then just follow it through. So essentially, the simpler version is only having to do 3 of them. Cannon to hat, or hat to cannons and back to hats, or whichever way you go about it. With this one, you don't need the hat involved. You can do 3 cannons at the peak to skip that one thing over onto the right. But of course, it's still optional if you want to do it that way. And then finally, climb up. So it's obviously it's the longest way of going about it, but it means you only have to do 3 of them to get the additional height you require. But this first one is always mandatory. This one is also mandatory. And then from here it's up to you. You can go with just jumping onto every ledge as you choose, or you can go for going for the maximum amount of the skips, or you can hybrid it. So if you want to hybrid it, for example, you could come over here first, do one onto there, jump onto the chain, and then follow the same suit. Just trying to find where I'm supposed to be. Otherwise, the fastest one is 3 of them in succession. Apart from the 2 that I've shown, they're sort of obviously the slower one, but you don't have to worry about doing them. One where you have to do 1 more, and then you got one where you got 2 more. But it all means staying on the same side. But when you've done the first 2, the third one's slightly different. The third one only involves 1 hat, because for some reason, if you go for the third hat there, sometimes it will bonk you down. Like that. So to avoid that, you can either go to the right and then move over and grab the chain, or to be fair, if you're feeling a little more comfortable and you feel fine with going for it, you don't actually have to worry about that final hat on the third one on this right side. You can just go hat 1, 2, 3 and then grab the chain. But if you want to give yourself that extra bit of height, I'd suggest just moving to the right of it first, then you can grab onto the chain, jump all the way up if you want, but again, you can reach that one from there. And then again, there's that one, as mentioned before. There is one additional one, which will make it an extra second faster, but you've got to do the hat motion whilst moving to the right. because you want to get that ledge over there, which is a little more awkward, but not by much. And then you're onto there. So pretty much you can choose to mix and match how you do. The first two are mandatory. Then you got 3 on the right hand side overall, or you can go 2 if you want to hybrid it by moving a bit over to the left first and then doing one more. Or there is no harm in you doing, instead of jumping over to the left, where is it? Which would be here. No, it's not there. I went too low. Whoops. Instead of jumping to the left there, you could just do the second one here. And then jump over. So it's entirely your choice how you mix and mesh them, but the first 2 are mandatory, the rest is entirely up to you how you want to structure it. But to put it into a little bit of perspective, the less amount of free, ooh, missed one though. Would look a little bit like that. And of course with that one there, even though you don't necessarily need the hat, if you want to play safe you can throw the hat out. If you so choose to. That's essentially what the only doing 3 of them are. If you want to just eliminate as many of them as you can, if you don't feel comfortable performing that particular trick. But you still need to at least do 3 of them to actually get through without doing the Pirate Master trials themselves. If you want to go all out and go with all 5, then it'd look a little more like this, hopefully. Ooh. Oh, okay, I missed one in both. We'll call it even. So you got 2. So yeah, as I say, there's 3 mandatory, 4 if you want to hybrid it, 5 if you want to pretty much go all out, and the 6th one there for the extra second. But that's essentially tower climb. Most of it is pretty much down to that motion of getting the time in between the peak of your jumps, the peak of your cannons, and deploying your hat and the right points. And then the rest, and then of course it's all movement based from there. And now we're down to the final hurdle, the Pirate Master himself. Now, in this circumstance, I'm not going to be showing, obviously, more different ways of, or which ways you generally use your items, or at least there won't be much of it, because as mentioned, when going with one of each air upgrade for this fight, you're sort of limited to needing 5 of 6. So, obviously I've got 6 and 7, which would not normally happen in a run. I would never go overgrind it that much, but generally I'd at least be having 3 Super Monster Milks, 2 Super Pipe Balls, and at least a regular Pipe Ball, with hopefully 3 bubbles, maybe less. It all depends. Well, of course, if you got 3 of each, perfect. If you got 3 Super Pipe Balls, 2 Super Milks, and a regular milk, it's still doable. And it's pretty much down to, when it says being doable, it's doable even if you use weaker ones. But you need this particular kind of setup to get Pirate Master down in one round of each of his phases. Otherwise, especially when it goes to phase 2 and 3, if you fail to do enough damage, he'll repeat the entire round again. That particular phase again. Even if he's 1 hit away, he will not die during the phase. He will only die at the peak when the pedestals come into play. At least when it comes to each cycle and phase. So If you had 2 of each hair upgrade, for example, you could potentially go with 4 of the 6 strongest, maybe even 3 of the strongest if 2 of them are super milks. But as mentioned, in terms of time saving, you've still to save at least closer enough to the time, even though you're still going to lose time, you still need the 2 strongest buffs for Steel Maggot, the previous box, to get the 1 cycle opportunity on him. So again, it's down to you. It's up to you. So in this instance, we've got all set of strongs, so we can go from there. Right, so normally if you're not saving, you'd just be dashing straight through and good, otherwise you just do the shuffle. And you're at Pirate Master. Right, so phase 1's normally straightforward. Again, anyone familiar with any percent, phase 1 should be very straightforward to you, or at least in terms of knowledge of it, straightforward enough. It's straightforward enough. Obviously, you're going to be working the same principles, just with a few more hair buffs. But what you're trying to do, he will start off by teleporting to either left or right. Then he'll randomly teleport to either centre or the other side for about 3 times. Then he'll go to one far side, shoot bubbles, far side, shoot more bubbles, into centre, and then 2 pedestals will rise. He'll start on 1 pedestal, which is random, then he'll just go back and forth until he's been up there like 4 times. So he's starting 1, then teleport, teleport, teleport. Then he'll drop down to the floor, go either side, and then there's laser phase started. If you go with all 3 strong, if you've got all 6 strong buffs, when about you take him down isn't too much of a major. So missing a few strikes isn't too bad as long as you beat him before his laser phase, and as long as your buffs are doing the damage. If you're going in with 1 weaker one, ideally you want to have him beaten at least within 2 to 3 seconds of him coming back to the floor from the pedestals, to be able to have the opportunity to be able to 1 cycle him. Although it is still doable even if you don't get that. If you go with your 2 strongest boss on this phase 2 instead of phase 3, it's still doable, but it's a bit tighter. Right, so let's deal with phase 1 first. As I say, he'll choose which side he wants to go to. The first thing you will do once the battle begins is get your buffs on. All 3 are set. So, bubble, super positive, super bubble. Get over to him and start attacking. The jumps I'm doing in between are mainly just because jumping just cancels the hair whip, just adds a little bit more speed to the whip attacks, but not much. So you can just stay by his feet and whip him if you want. When he gets to his pedestals, you want to try and score as much damage as you can. Unfortunately, he's not cooperating with me RNG, he's not in a very good spot, so I'm in a bad position in terms of trying to beat him when I want to. But that was enough. So that's essentially phase 1. Phase 2, he's going to follow a particular pattern. First, he's going to get big. He's going to come into this bottom right-hand corner and he's going to start firing off a few cannons. Now, as soon as he starts moving, you want to move to the left, attack, and then move back to the right and mash your jump and attack. Follow him through. Now, I had to say that in conjunction because I was wanting to keep the buffs on as I went with that. Now, the rest of this fight may look intimidating, but it's actually it's much more straightforward than it seems. The biggest problem is if you go into Heart Run, which normally is the case. Apart from his body, when he was in his first phase, or the phantom forms of his first phase body, they're the only things that'll do 1 heart of damage. Everything else in this fight, if it hits you, game over. 2 hearts, done. But luckily, there is a pretty good pattern to him. So, phase 2, sorry, you start off as shown there. When he's fired his cannons off, wait for the cannons to come. When the first cannonball gets near to you and hits the floor and about to go over, you're just going to hold left and go all the way to the left. And again, more cannonballs are going to come, and the same principle, but go to the right. So, go. To the left, to the right. Right, now it comes to scimitars. Now this is just a case of just looking in the sky and making sure that you see where the gap is. As an additional, if you can get the timing in, when he jumps in, just jump and give him a hair whip. See where the gap is, go to the gap. Again, try and get some more damage in if you can. As soon as his chin drops down, try and get them in. If you can't, it's not the biggest major, but it would help if you can. Once he's done with that, we've got bullets. So, this will be the point, if you're using bubbles throughout the fight, this will be the point where your next bubble will come into play. On top of that, as you're in the menu, you're going to set up your next set of buffs. So if we're going with all strong buffs, if we end up having all 6 or 6 instead of 5 of them. Bubble. This phase you don't have to worry about. Literally just stand there, but get yourself somewhere in the centre ready for the final part. So you're going to have these pedestals come into play. In this round, the first pedestal is going to be close to you, if you're standing in the centre to your right. So once it's materialised, you need to be ready to jump and attack to knock the phantom off, because each pedestal is going to have a phantom on it. And then it's just timing to make sure you get up there in time to be able to start causing damage. When you get onto the top pedestal to do damage, basically you're just going to be mashing attack and jump at the same time. Reason being, again, technically your hair speed for just sitting there and dealing damage is not enough to actually do enough damage to him to finish him off and knock him down to put him into phase 3. But for some reason, there's something in his face where it seems like you can just multiple jump in his face. Not sure why. But because of that, and mashing the hair whip with it, you're actually shooting hair whip speed out quicker than you're supposed to. And that in turn, with the strong buffs, should do enough damage as long as you keep mashing and you don't fall off. So, ready, jump, up and over, up. Literally, you're just mashing, make sure you don't fall off that pedestal. And he should go down. Of course, because if you go with one of each hair whip upgrade, it is a bit tight. Obviously, six buffs versus 5 strong buffs will give you a slightly better chance of getting it off. And to be fair, once you get used to the mashing and timing of getting on the pedestals and getting up there as quick as you can, it can be done pretty consistently. But you have a little slip up. Well, a little slip up with 6 buffs. Like if you hit the phantom and he knocks you down on the first pedestal, you can still jump up and just about make it. But any other scenario, you slightly mess up, you're not going to meet the cycle, and then he will repeat that entire phase over. Except when the guns come out, the bullet spread will be slightly different. Essentially, how can I explain it? When we go into phase 3, the bullets that fire on his gun phase and where the pedestals start and rise is different to phase 2. But if you fail to get phase 2 down in 1, even though he's repeating phase 2, the patterning of both the bullet spreads and the pedestals, it looks like I'm holding boobs here, are going to be like as in phase 3. And then when you take them down, you actually go to phase 3, again the bullet spread and the pedestals will then revert back to phase 2 methods. If that makes sense, I hope. Appreciate it, buddy. I'm hoping I'm doing an okay tutorial, but I know my talking's not the strongest. I've got knowledge, but I'm shit at talking. Right. So now we're going to be going into phase 3. Right, so you want to make sure you get back over to the right, because that's where Shantae will always run to once it goes back into the talking dialogue. Skip your dialogue. Magic is released. Absorb it with the lamp button. Now you're ready. Right, phase 3, sorry, is similar to phase 2, but with some differences. So you'll start exactly the same as you did with phase 2. You'll be going up to him, jump mashing, jump mashing, jump mashing to get as much damage as you can out of him. Difference with this one is he now shoots 4 cannonballs, so you get a little more damage at the start. This does actually change your patterning for evading these cannonballs. It's exactly the same as phase 2. So over to the right, as soon as it lands and goes over you, run to the left, hit the far side, rinse, repeat, and over. Try and get the strike in if you can. Now we're on to scimitars. This is slightly different. Now this just works on a principle of it'll start with a gap and then the scimitars will just move over. So they'll shimmy. So it's essentially a case of getting the right gap for that. However, I will quickly show something, hopefully if I can. It's a little risky, but it means you don't have to worry about positioning of the scimitars. However, I wouldn't recommend trying this unless you've got the auto potion and you've got enough support to go around it. But the scimitars that don't move, you can squeeze between them. It is possible, but it's a bit, as I say, it's a bit risky, especially if you've got no backup support, and those scimitars will kill you in one. If you've got an auto potion, it's fine. Well, if you've got an auto potion and you've got a bubble for the phase 3, then it's fine, because phase 3 with a bubble on the bullet spread is pretty much free. Well, just thought I'd throw that in there just in case you want to try and go, if you want to go for, not try and go for that, sorry, if you'd rather do it that way rather than watching the scimitars, because essentially the scimitars will be, you'll have your gap, scimitar beside, and one of them will move, and it just keeps moving in that chain until it's ready to drop. And there is certain instances where a scimitar, you'd be in the gap, a scimitar will move to that gap, so you've got to move over one, and the first scimitar to drop is the one that just moved, and it may clip you. It's not often, but it can happen. But you can actually get away with doing that. Right. If you're doing phase 3 with a bubble, and you have that bubble ready, so if you've gone into this fight with 3 bubbles, you'll have a bubble for each phase. So you'll be fine. So again, this will be the point when the bullets are getting ready to shoot. No, not fireball. Get all your bullets ready. On this case, all you want to do is go right to the far left, or to the far right, your choice, and just crouch. Wait for the guns to go. Then back to centre. Now, pedestals are a little different. This time, as I said, it's going to work with... The first one you want to go to is on the left, but it's going to be higher up than what you had with phase 2. So you just got to wait for it just to sweep a little bit, it'll sweep inwards, and then go down a bit. And then follow the pedestals over, get up the top, and then again, mash the living hell out of those buttons. So, up, 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 go crazy. Now you're almost done. Right, so the idea of the final phase is you've got to strike him in the face with the cannonball shots that are coming in now from Risky. There'll be a cursor on the screen, which in my case I'd use circle, or whichever your gun button is. That'll be what you'll need to finish him off, essentially. And pretty much just stay on him and just whip him with the right timing, essentially. Just basically time your whip speed and you'll be fine. More times than not. There is a possibility that he can get away from you, which can lead to some troublesome aspects. Normally, because you get the additional hair whip speed by doing whip jump cancellations, I would recommend, if you can, trying to do jumping and whipping at the same time, but not rapid like you did with the final hits of Pirate Master. Just sort of like do the same time with the whip speed, but with both jump and hair whip, and also with the shot button. So it depends on how you go about it. If you want to stay on the ground, just do hair whip speeds, then you'll probably be like clawing a bit for the 2 buttons. But otherwise, you'll probably have it on your lap or something, as long as you're hitting all 3 buttons at the same time at the right pace. That's generally what I would go with, but as long as you keep him in place, that's pretty much the idea. So there is a chance that he may not stay in that position when you when that phase begins. You may not actually whip him when it begins. He may go in the air first, which is fine. Just follow him round, and when he comes back down, just go back into it. And you want 4 cannon strikes. So that'll be 3. And time will be from the impact of the final cannonball strike to the face, and when you have that explosion come out, essentially. So, time. And that's ADM's Pirate Master in a nutshell. However, there may be certain different circumstances that you could be under him. That's if you're going in strong, with everything that you need. Certainly recommended for when you start out. As I say, he may look intimidating, but he is patterned. He is pretty much a pattern-based fight, so once you know the pattern, it's relatively straightforward, but it is one of them again. Just if you make one mistake, you're dead. And that's one thing you really don't want at the end of a run, of course.
Shantae and the Pirate's Curse.
I mean, if I did the fight with only 5 or 6 strong buffs, as I've been saying, is what you need minimum for this fight, with 1 of each hair upgrade, it wouldn't change how the fight looks per se. So you'd pretty much do the fight in the exact same way. The only difference will be if you don't Well, the only real difference would be if you don't feel as though you got enough damage at the beginning of phase 2, like if your buff's worn out a bit too soon, then your second phase would be Super Monster Milk Super Pipe Ball, and phase 3 would be Super Monster Milk Regular Pipe Ball. Whereas if you've got enough damage, you can go Monster Milk Pipe Ball for phase 2, and then Super Monster Milk Super Pipe Ball for phase 3. But to be fair, even if you, whichever way you look at it, you could probably go Super Monster Milk Super Pipe Ball phase 1, Super Monster Milk Super Pipe Ball phase 2, Super Monster Milk Regular Pipe Ball phase 3. As long as your timing, mashing, and getting up there is quick enough, you should be able to take him down within one round. But as mentioned, failing to do so, he'll repeat his cycle, and he will even if you, like, when he drops down, he'll repeat his cycle, go back to the right. You whip him, you probably have to whip him like 3 or 4 times and he's down. But he won't be down as in the fight. He will go through the entire cycle until you whip him when he's in the air. So you miss a cycle, you're losing about 40 seconds. The main difference in terms of going into the fights with him is your bubbles and how risky you want to be with them. Because technically, you can do Pirate Master with 0 bubbles, but you put yourself at much more of a risk. Mainly with phase 1 leading into phase 2 damage. But if you go 0 bubbles and you got at least all 6 buffs, it can be done, but you just need to know how to go about his bullet spread patterning, because that's the one main thing that changes is his bullet spreads and how to pretty much evade it. And in all fairness, they're not that bad. They really are not that bad to evade and to get the patterning right for them. But of course, if you're in the middle of a PB run, your nerves are kicking in a bit, takes a little slip, bang, one of those little pellets hits you, your run's gone. So of course, depends how comfortable you feel. Get what bubbles you can via RNG, then purchase any additions that you need to match at least 3 for Pirate Master. Or if you feel gutsy, go with what bubbles you got. And I would at least say, if you got only 1 bubble, use it on phase 1, because you want to get that damage output. And then otherwise you run the risk of the laser shots at the end of that phase. If you're going in with 2 bubbles, go phase 1 and phase 3. Phase 2 is easier to deal with than phase 3 bubbleless, but as I say, it's not by much. And obviously, if you only got 1 bubble, as I said, 1 bubble. If you got all 3 bubbles, you're set. So just to briefly go back over it again, I'll say briefly, it's a relatively long fight. So we'll assume I've got at least 1 bubble, because to be fair, going 0 bubbles is certainly something I wouldn't recommend. See if his RNG changes. So he gave me bad RNG, to be fair, but was able to get enough damage. This one's slightly better, but I kind of overshot. Yeah, as I say, he'll do 4 he'll teleport once, do 3 to more, then he'll go to the side, to each side, and then start going into the middle of the sun. Wow, he really does not like me. Right, he's down. Yeah, as I say, phase 1. He'll start the fight, he'll teleport, he'll choose a side, then he'll teleport 3 more times, then he'll definitely go to either side and shoot a bullet, then go to the opposite side, then into the middle. Phase 2 again, get ready to wail on him. As soon as you're ready to fight, ideally jump to the left with him and then go back to the right. Score what damage you can. It's gone up and over, go. Only with the first cannonball, just hold left, then hold right, you'll get through. Get a cheeky whip if you can. There's a gap. I'm sorted. Right. Phase 2. Bullet spread. If you're not using a bubble. This one doesn't take much movement difference, but in principle you want to go to the far left to start with. Make sure you're in that corner. And for the majority of it, you can pretty much stand in one spot, with a small amount of movement to start with, and then a little bit just at the end. So pretty much, just wait it out. That'll go over you. The next one that'll come near you, just nudge forward, then go all the way, turn back on yourself, wait for that next bullet spread to hit by you, then run past. That's how to evade it without worrying about the ball. So as I said, it's not that bad overall, but again, like just the entirety of this fight, it's not that bad overall technically, but one slip off, game over. So it depends on how much you're willing to go for it. Then of course, again, if you're doing bubble, then this will be the point where you put your buffs on. And then mash away! Mash away! And then back to the right. Pretty much on that little bit on the floor by risky, if you put your back foot about halfway in, is about roughly the right position, but you at least want to be to the right side, as I say, because once the bit of text kicks in, if you're at the far left, Shantae will run to the far right before it begins. I'll whip that! Cheers for the host, I appreciate it, buddy. And then begin. Again, over. He does 4 cannons this time, so you can get a little more damage before moving over with him. As soon as it goes, lands an over you, move to the left. Same again, move to the right. Try and get a whipping if you can. Then try and follow these scimitars. Hopefully you get a good pattern and go through. Or, as I said, you can take the risk in between the holes. Now, phase 3, if you're going to deal without a bubble, I haven't done for a while, so I'm hoping I don't mess this up. But there's a little more movement, but the biggest thing you have to watch out for is the pistols afterwards, because of how the bullet spreads are going to work. You're going to be moving into the centre of the screen a bit, so the guns are going to behave in a way where it's going to try to swoop at you. So the idea is to get to the far right, crouch until the 4th pistol's overtook you, then move straight back to the left, and the gun shouldn't touch you. So wait for that one, move over, back to the corner, go. Crouch, get back. Something along that line. Then you can go to your next buffs, and just to show in general that you can go with 1 weak buff. Watch me not fucking meet cycle now. Then I'm completely wrong! Down. And then go again. Now he's being nice to me at least. He's going there. So 4 cannon strikes. There is one last thing I am going to show, which you have to be a little cautious about. Let's get the 3rd strike in. Right. There is an instance where if you let his head fly around for long enough, not only will he speed up temporarily, there'll be a point where he will shoot out a massive bullet spread of the big orbs that he used in phase 1 in pretty much all directions. Again, that is a one-shot kill. So if in an instance that he gets away from you and you are not unable to catch him, and you don't have to have an extra bubble laying around, be ready for it. Now I'm not used to this, so you may get me, so you could go around like that. Just be ready for him. Pretty much as long as you stay away from him, you should be able to get away from it, but it depends where his head stops. He could stop in the air, he could fucking... If he stays low like that, then it's just a case of crouching. You know, it's just sort of like, just observe the situation, where he's going, and do your best to make sure it doesn't touch you. And then when you can, just try and get him in position. Oh shit! Now luckily I had auto potion, so I survived that, but... in that situation, you just got to do your best. Then, 1 strike in, and down. And I guess just so we can end this tutorial off at... oh well, at least it's only an hour longer than my other tutorial. And this is the problem I realise I have when it comes to tutorials. I don't know when to shut the fuck up, despite the fact I'm shit at talking. And you get some live cheers for the host. Appreciate it. So yeah, just to end it off, we'll just do a full fight. And I guess I'll do it in the situation where most people probably would, where they'd at least make sure they've got everything they need for this fight. And hopefully we don't die. So 1 teleport. 2 teleport. Be careful, he can go in the middle, so don't stand directly in the middle during this part of the phase. So if he goes in the middle, he's going to have you. That's 4, so he's going to go straight to the far side. Bullets out, to the far side, bullets out. Back into the middle. And now he's on pedestals. Which side is his choice. Now you just go back and forth for 4 teleports. So that's 1, 2, 3... oh, fine, I got an auto potion. 4. Then you'll choose a side, finish him off. Let's get the tech to keep your buff going. And then we roll to phase 2. Go. Mashing your attacks, keep it going, 3 counter strikes, out he moves. Let it land and go over you, move to the far left. Into the corner, same again, once it lands and over you, go to the right, bring yourself back to center. Try and get a strike in if you can. If you don't, it's not the big deal. Find the gap. Don't get stabbed. 2 strikes in. Assuming you got everything, you'll have your bubbles, so you won't need to worry about this. Have a game of Pac-Man if you fancy, collect all the pellets. Into the centre, pedestal to the far right, stays low. Oh, that's a swing and a miss, but we should still make it. Although it might be a bit tighter than I would like to admit. So that's probably the most leniency you may have of getting the 1 cycle, but it's going to be tight. And that's mainly because I'm using Super Monster Milk Super Pipe Ball. If that was a regular Pipe Ball, I don't believe I would have made that cycle. I'm pretty sure I would not. So that's pretty much the leniency that you have. And that's assuming you're using the 2 strongest buffs. If you're using 1 weak buff, that miss probably would be another round. Unless you switch to Super Pipe Ball immediately. Right, phase 3. Again, mash with him, keep the mash going. 4 cannons out. Exactly the same as phase 2. Hit and over, move to the far left. Hit and over, move to the far right. Well, not far right, but back into centre. Get your head whip in. Evade scimitar. Jump whip if you can. Move to the far left, assuming you have the bubble. Get your buffs ready. Just crouch in the corner. Have a sip of pop or cup of tea, whatever it is you want to do. Drag him a fag. You're fine. Pistols will do their thing. Pedestal to the left. Sweep outward a little bit. Jump on. Jump on, jump on, mash away. Make sure you don't fall off. Down. Into phase 4. Final phase, time is on the final cannon strike, which is cannon strike number 4. 3. 2. 1. Time. And that is ADM. No out of bounds. In 5 hours. Minus a couple of minutes for that fuck up I did by exiting to show another example of a boss and then completely forgot to fucking save. Well, I mean, an ADM run is pretty interesting, mainly because it just adds to that final fight. Because, I mean, if you did an any % run, or any run that doesn't involve getting all the dark magic, you would only get phase 1. And then the fight will end. Pirate Master will be like, oh, is that all you got? And then fuck off. So, of course, any %, the final fight is much less intimidating. Intimidating. But you only have to deal with that 1 phase then. But when you go for an ADM, you deal with all of it. And it's not a bad boss fight, although, as I say, once you get used to his patterns a bit, he's not that bad. But just don't let him touch you. Whatever you do, don't let him touch you. Thankfully, though, if you've still got your auto potion from the very beginning of the run, which is primarily your safety net within any no out of bounds run, then that gives you a bit of leniency. So, you know, you take a hit, at least that's there to keep you in. And just to confirm, 3 hours 13. Pro. Yeah, fortunately, in terms of like obviously checking your menus, like, unlike 100%, where it's like, oh, you may have missed a heart squid, or have I missed a heart squid? At least with when you're getting all dark magic, you know if you've got them all based on whether or not you get the true pirate master fight or not. If you don't, then you kind of miss one somewhere. But that is pretty much the general gist of everything that I could pretty much put into this, ranging from basic routing and stuff like that, more advanced tricks, riskier tricks that can be done to speed up the run, and as mentioned earlier, the way I've done or shown the run isn't necessarily a way that anyone has to do it. How you route it, how you go about your shop management, item management, and of course the routing of your cacklebats is entirely down to you as the runner to make your call on that front. Hopefully if someone can find any ways of improving it further, brilliant, will not complain. Apart from that, the only other general aspect I could probably throw out there, for those that are experienced or knowledgeable in any percent pirate, no out of bounds, or ADM out of bound runs, or even both. A very rough general thought of going into this run in terms of how it's approached, of its routing and such, is ADM's item routing, item management, in conjunction with any percent no out of bounds key management. You sort of fuse the two together, and you pretty much get what you get here. So that pretty much concludes this tutorial for ADM Pirate No Out of Bounds for Shantae and the Pirate's Curse. For those in the live, watched it live, I hope it was informative and I hope you enjoyed it. And for those that end up watching this video to learn this run, I hope it at least has the information that you're looking for in regards to getting a run together, as well as more advanced techniques if you choose to look at delving further into the category. So with that being said, that's the tutorial done. So hope you like.